kits, demos and all sorts, and deals to your door. So we're going to offer you now something completely different. I don't think we've ever done this technique before.
No, I don't think you have. I think that this sort of grew out of the dresses and shoes, and well, you know, I just love the fabric manipulation, the folding, and what you can do with it, because you can get such a good 3D effect.
It's so cool. Yeah. It's like origami, isn't it?
It is like origami.
It's so cool.
Yeah.
So we've got 2 projects available today. We've got this one, which is the first time it's ever been on Sewing Street. Those of you that were part of the Alice Caroline Festival last year, you may recognise it. This one in particular. But it's now available for all of us to enjoy. So we're really excited. We also have got the house pouch. Do you want to start with the house pouch, Ben? Can we start with this one, the purse? Because I think that's the one that we've got ready. But we've also got this on pre-order if you want to start getting ahead, which is the house pouch. We love this. Lots of lovely hand detail as well. Now, we're going to start with the flower purse. Here we've got quite a few different options. So let's start with the Cape one, because this has been very popular.
Oh, I like that.
This is lovely. What a great project as well, to use up your fat quarters. Once you've made it once, uses 3 fat quarters, you've got your pattern here, and you've got this really, really cool folding technique. This is going to look lovely. And it's then a really usable purse for, well, all sorts. That could be a little...
clips.
Yeah, that could be your little sewing kit on the go.
Yeah,
you could put
it
your
could
EPP.
be a small, EPP,
Do you have an angel policy? Are we all right making to sell?
Yeah, you're all right making to sell. You don't have to get in touch with me. That's absolutely fine.
So if you're doing any craft fairs and things, I think they would look so
Yeah, they would
beautiful.
on a craft fair table.
They would look lovely, wouldn't they? And we are going to talk about, you know, inserting your zip and the folding technique. And you have also filmed a full video of how to do that folding technique.
Yes, there's a QR code in the pattern that gives you access to the video, and it's just, I think it's about 22 minutes long, and it takes you step by step over the folding, which is why I'm not going to go through all the folding here. We're going to go through the creation of the flower.
Brilliant. So yeah, you don't need to worry about that, because I guess a lot of it is quite visual.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It's like you could write it down, but actually it's going to be so much easier for you to be able to see it on a video.
I'm definitely a visual person, and I like to sort of prop, you know, if you, because it's linked to YouTube, and if you can open it up on YouTube on your phone and prop it against your sewing machine, you see, then you can stop it every so often as you go through, and that's the way I like to sew.
So you have got your step-by-step instructions. I must remind you, by the way, sorry, there was a bit of a problem with our printer. So mine here looks faded, and it won't look as nice as the one that you will get. Yours is really professional. Yours will look really lovely and bright and vivid and very clear. We're fixing the issue. It's just, mine doesn't look as nice today. By the way, this version is going to sell out. $17.99 for 3 fat quarters and a pattern is absolutely crazy good. You're getting all those 3 fabrics. I think the picture on yours is slightly different to mine, or is it just where it's been cut? No, I think it's where it's been cut. Let me open this out and you'll be able to see. Yeah, it is the same. It is the same. It just looks a smaller scale. But what you're getting.
Isn't this great? I mean, this is what Jen's picked out, and you can see that you can fussy cut this or this behind here. This is what you're going to put in behind there, and you can fussy cut these circles out and lift them out so that you get like a repeating pattern. She's very clever.
Brilliant. That's the only bundle, by the way, that has that circular image.
That one does as well, the navy one, yeah.
Brilliant. Fantastic. This one's your Cafe. It's less than 10 of those now remaining. And what a lovely, lovely pouch. A little bit Christmassy. You could do it with Christmas fabric as well.
You could do it with Christmas fabric. It could be very festive, couldn't it?
That would look lovely as like a gift bag that you then put a couple of bits and bobs in there.
Yeah, you could do like red beads, you know, red sort of shiny beads and that. Yeah.
We have got some nice little faux pearls.
Good morning, welcome to Sewing Street. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2,
Morning. I am so tired today. I was at Festival of Quilts all day yesterday. I did an interview with Kaif, which you'll be seeing on Sunday. I'm not in on Sunday, but the interview will be on Sunday. Brandon gave me a pair of Kaif shoes. Like, he was wearing these shoes made of Kaif fabric. And I went, oh, they're lovely. He said, you can order them in America. I said, what size are you? He said, I'm an 8. I said, well, can I wear them for the interview? So when the interview's on Sunday, watch it, right? And then halfway through the day, Kaif came to the stand and went, oh, Brandon's donated these shoes. So I've got Kaif shoes. I haven't got them on today. No, he went back to the hotel, got his trainers, and then... And he made Kaif bring them. Anyway, that was that. Then I interviewed Cindy from Riley Blake. She was lovely, as always. And then all day on the stand, no break, no nothing. Very few comfort breaks as well. But anyway, I had a lovely time. If I saw you yesterday, I had a brilliant time. But by the time I got home, took the wrong turning onto the motorway, had to eat and all that. And then, and there was no murder 24/7 to watch last night, and no police custody. Did you watch this week's police custody? I'll start in a minute. I'm waiting for the fabric to arrive. 24 hours in police custody this week was 2 little ladies. I won't spoil it all for you. But 2 ladies who did a craft stall, and one made candles and one did that gem art. You know, is it called crystal art or something like that? And they were saying, well, these boxes arrive at my house. Then a man called Junior comes to collect them, and he gives me £100 for each box. I've got no idea what's in the box. And it was fantastic. Anyway, one of them's going, should we do a sting? Should we do a sting? Like, no, you are the drug trafficker. You are. And these 2 ladies, well, they made out they didn't know what they were doing. They knew exactly what they were doing. Anyway, let's start. Christine says, how long does a download take? Mine saying file not found, and I bought it yesterday. Christine, you should have it by now. Ring the call centre. You should get it within 5 minutes. Have you gone to look for it in your account? If it's not there, then ring the call centre straight away. Sue says, good morning, John. Nice shirt. Thank you. Steph says, morning, John. Lovely to see you, Steph. Festival Quilts. You are much taller than I thought. No, Steph, better looking and slimmer. They're the words you're looking for. Julie Vaughan says, good morning. Anne says, good morning. Gillian says, good morning. Right, should we start with Dan? The early bird. No, I'm doing these. Right, now, Hayley sent an email out saying, on no account, open the bolt, because we've ordered up 1/2 metre of the fabric. Anyway, the 1/2 metre of fabric arrived yesterday. Young Finn, who is new, went to the producer and said, what's this fabric for? And the producer said, send it back. It's nothing to do with us, right? So I came in this morning, say to said producer, where's the 1/2 metre? And he went, oh, I sent it back yesterday. Look, here we go. Rose and Hubble, gorgeous. It's a whole bolt. It's a whole bolt of ivory fabric. Look, a whole bolt, 44 inches wide, machine washable, quilting weight. Now, right, should we do it? It better be a good one, Ben. Oh, £20 off. Right, work out the meterage, the 1/2 meterage, please. 12 metre bolt. That's funny because they're normally 13 metres a bolt. 12 metre bolt for 75.70. Now, if you're thinking, I won't use 12 metres, share it with a friend. £3, 15.5 metre. Michael, it's not here. It's not here. Right, they're going. Did you try the biscuits? Not yet, Steph. It was so late by the time I got home. I just didn't have time. But thank you very much indeed. Princess, good morning. Sandra says good morning. From lovely Salou. What does that mean? Good morning, John, from a lovely Salou. Is that rude? No, not saloon. S-A-L. Good morning. Right. These are going. £75, 76. Oh, split pay. Now, it shouldn't be on split pay. It should not be on split pay. We charge no interest whatsoever. Good morning, John North, says Donna. Good morning, Donna. I've said hello to June. Keep going through. There's loads of you there. These are going to sell out. Oh, half the stock's gone. Right, there are 13 left and 21 people want it. No, 23 people want it now. Check out. You're getting such a good deal there. It's 100% cotton, 44 inches wide, machine washable, quilting weight, and there's 10 left. 9 left. Laurie says, good morning, John. I had such a lovely day yesterday. It was lovely to see Hannah too. Have a great day. Laurie met a lady at lunch, right? Laurie went in and said, can I sit here? And they got chatting, friends and everything. And the friend came to see me and I was like, she's mad, that Laurie, isn't she? Anyway, she only went and told Laurie that I'd said she was mad. 4 left. 4 left. Laurie looked fabulous. She had gold sandals on with gorgeous beaded flowers on her sandals. Sheila says, morning, John. Lovely meeting at the festival yesterday. Hope you enjoyed the notebook and the for sketches. Sheila, it was gorgeous. Thank you so much. It was lovely. I got so many presents. Oh, sold out. Sold out, sold out, sold out. I got so many presents yesterday. I can't tell you. I feel very, very blessed. And I've had some lovely blondies today as well. Anyway, there it's there. Right, let's do these then very quickly. These are hemline sewing threads, 100% polyester. Only use them for tacking, please. Do not use these for sewing your quilts together. Do not use these for sewing your dresses together. Just use it for tacking and things like that, or little stitches you might need. It's basically, I would call it tacking thread. Back in the day, it was called tacking thread. $2.99, $2.99. You get all these different colours. You get all of those and the ones on the floor. What's the matter? What's the matter? There's one behind you.
Oh, no, it isn't.
Oh, yes, it's not panto time yet. There we go. How many threads should be in here? 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Thank you, Michael. All of those for your $2.99. The scones were Welsh cakes. They were delicious. The Welsh cakes were delicious. Trudels. Good morning, John and everyone. Salou is in Spain. Oh, Ben's already said that. I didn't know that. Oh, I thought it was something a bit... Oh, there's loads of people coming. Sharon says, good morning. So glad it's Friday. I'm tired. You try being me, Sharon. Margaret says, good morning, John, everyone. Looking forward to today's show. Hang on. Oh, hang on. They're coming out in all funny orders. Anyway, keep going through for those. Right, here, let's move on. Time for Daniel, the menu, please. Here's the menu now. Sandy chocolate chip cookies in. She's had months and months off. She's looking fabulous. And she's brought with her a Pillow Talk cushion. Now, that was a Doris Day and Rock Hudson film, wasn't it, Pillow Talk? And I said that upstairs, and they all looked at me like, who, Doris, who? Rock who? They had no idea what I was talking about. Anyway, so it's a pamphlet, a booklet that Sandy has composed for you, all about cushions, everything you need to know about cushions, right? She's also done one about hand sewing and basic stitches, which we will show you in this hour. 9 o'clock, get rid of that one, Dan. 9 o'clock, we've got quilting tools. Now, I need to tell you, in the quilting tools, we have got double-sided quilter's tape back in stock, right? Loads of it. You know, normally we get it and we say, oh, sold out, sold out, sold out. That, and what was the other? Oh, the scissors. We've got, you know, the Fiskars scissors for people with dexterity issues and everything. They're back in stock as well. Anyway, back to the menu. Then Sandy chocolate chip cookies making the Tim Holtz vintage quilt, vintage green quilt. Now, isn't that stunning, using Tim Holtz fabrics? Absolutely beautiful. Somebody just arrived over there. Absolutely beautiful. And then Gary's in. Gary's in. Oh, that's the fabric. That's 9 minutes too late. There you go. Gary's in with Juki machines at 11 o'clock. Oh, so we've got that one. And we've got... Oh, you haven't got pictures of that one. That one. And we've got the Wayliner. Oh, hang on. No, we haven't got that one. No, we haven't got... No, hang on. We haven't got that machine. We've got the Wayliner, which is the silver thing that's attached to it. Yeah, but no, you weren't, you fibber. Oh, he's only done 2 days with him, cheeky boy. Anyway, 3 ways you can get in touch. First way is by email. Come on, Dan, email. There you go, studio@sewingstreet.com. Second way is Facebook Live, which ones I've been shouting out. Pam Minnie-Harney says, good morning, lovely. You must be so tired after all your hugging yesterday. I am. Jenny says, heard you had scones. Did you have jam or cream? No, Jenny, they weren't scones. They were Welsh cakes. Gainey brought, every year, Gainey brings me a great big bag of... Actually, here they are. Here, there's only a couple left. These are Welsh cakes, right, that Gainey brought me yesterday. That's not a bite. That's just where they broke in the bottom of my bag. Paul Martin enjoyed those immensely. So they were the scones. They weren't proper scones. No, they're Welsh cakes. They're delicious. Hang on. Claire says good morning. Helen says good morning, John. Some people were quick off the mark. By the time I checked out, the bolt had gone. I know. Loads of people got it and loads of people missed out. I'll see if I can get some more. It won't be today. That's the email. That's Facebook. Now we can also go to the website, www.sewstreet.com. Go to the top right-hand corner of the first page. Click on Watch the Show Live. You'll see me on the left-hand side, the white box on the right-hand side. Write your message there and they'll come on the bottom later. Scroll down the page and you will see. Now, let's see. Yep. Higgledy-piggledy, look, right. So we got Sandy Chocolate Chip Cookie up first. Let's see how long it takes to get to one of Sandy Chocolate Chip Cookie's things. Oh, why have we got two of those? Needles. They are from Sandy's Hour, but they're not your main feature. We'll get there. Oh, there's Gary's machine from 12 o'clock or 11 o'clock. Isn't it weird, the order it's coming out in? Did someone... Look at that great big button. We're not even playing that today. Did you send it to Dev? Look, we haven't got any of Sandy's things in 8 o'clock yet. That's pom-pom from Sandy. Oh, there you go. We're starting with a few bits from the 8 o'clock. Some pom-pom. There's the Wayliner. There's the Wayliner extension. There's the quilt. You won't be paying £269 for it, by the way. Oh, honestly. There's the scissors. There's the scissors. Oh. Where, is it even... Hey! There's the Pillow Talk. Now, I need to tell you that Pillow Talk should really be $14.99. It shouldn't be $9.99 at all. And there's the other one there. Yay! There's your guide to hand soap. £4. £4. They're selling already. And there's some bundles of fabric you might want to make your cushions from. Oh, what's that one there? Oh, that's the digital version. And there's the digital version there. Right at the bottom. And here we go, because that's what we started with. First of all, Sandy Chocolate Chip Cookies here.
Hi, everybody. Hi.
Oh, look, she's gone all shy.
I know. It's been so long since I've been on.
Oh, you'll be all right. You're on telly now.
I know.
Nice top. Did you get that in France?
No, I didn't.
Is it Marks and Spencer's?
No.
Is it Next?
Yeah.
They must stay. The only reason they stay open is because Sandy buys everything they've got there.
They should sponsor me.
Yeah,
shouldn't they?
exactly. In fact, they used to sponsor me when I did my West End show.
Yeah.
They sponsored my West End show.
Maybe I'll get them to sponsor Family Comfort Centre.
Yeah, why not? Right, okay. So what is Pillow Talk? What is this? You can talk and I'll flip through the pages.
Okay, so Pillow Talk. I went to do a course, well, it was like a 2-year course in soft furnishings and interior design. Well, it's a 4-year course altogether, in City and Guilds, which I don't think they do City and Guilds anymore, do they?
I don't know. Is it called MVQ or something like that? I don't know.
It was City and Guilds in my days. And I did the soft furnishings, which I absolutely loved. So I made a lot of cushions in my time. I've made a lot of lampshades and window dressings and all sorts of things. But pillows I love, and I think they can change a room so much that I thought it'd be really nice to sort of put it all together, because there's so many different things you can do with a pillow. You can make just a really simple one, sewn 2 squares together, and you can put different backs on it, which can change it. You can put different trims on it. And even in that booklet, I mean, it's a 20-page booklet, but there's still not everything that you can do.
Well, no, but that's what I'm saying. It should be £9.99. I just need to point something out, right? Yours will be printed better than this.
Yes.
We had some issues. They had it yesterday with Sally Ann Harrison's patterns as well. The printing will be like this. It'll be gorgeous like they normally are, but this is just we just had to have something to show you today. So your printing will be much, much better than this. But you will get all of these pages of everything in there, with drawings, with the writing, with instructions, with that very old picture of Sandy.
I'll have to change that.
Yes. And then, but we're going to go through it all. Sandy's going to go through it all, but it's literally, so it's not a pattern. Well, there is a pattern in
Yeah,
here.
there's
for
a
log
pattern. We
cabin.
start off with the 12-inch block at the front.
And that can
so
be
that can be
anything.
It can literally be a 12-inch square of material if you want it. And I'm showing you how you can extend your cushion to make it the size of your pillow pad. Because we talk a bit about pillow pads in there as well and how important they are in your cushion. And
Dunelm.
the size, yeah.
Dunelm are the best,
They
I
are,
found,
yeah.
are the best pillow cushions. We don't sell them, so it's fine, I can
Yeah,
say this.
they
but
are brilliant.
Dunelm are brilliant.
Yeah, I often get mine from there.
Yeah.
And you can get them in a myriad of different sizes,
Yeah.
different fillings, different textures of them. And it depends what sort of cushion you want. So if you want a huge sort of throw pillow somewhere, you want a bolster, you can get all those. So we talk a little bit about that in
Yeah.
it. So then we've sort of done a 16-inch pillow because that's like your average size pillow that you might put on a sofa. But from there, we've showed you how you can extend it and what you can put on it, the trims you can put on. We talk about piping, how to make that. We've got 3 different backs, but again, you can change different backs on there as well.
Lovely.
So
Shall we
it's
look
sort
through
of
the
a-
brochure? Shall we
Yeah.
actually physically go through it? So basically, even though Sandy didn't have to, she's actually put in how to do a log cabin.
Yes.
You don't have to do a log cabin. In fact, we haven't. Oh, we've got a big log cabin in this one, but you don't even have to do a log cabin. You could, like Sandy said, it's
Yeah.
just you start off with your 12-inch
12-inch square.
So you could get your favourite block. If you've got those books like your 100 favourite blocks.
Yes,
If you
make
want
one
to do
of
an
those.
FPP block, if
Yeah.
you want to do an EPP block, as long as
Applique.
applique,
Anything, yes.
as long as the middle bit is 12 inches,
Yes.
then you start. And then what happens is, Sandy's thrown in the pattern for this anyway, so that's all in there anyway. But then, how to measure your pad, cutting single borders, I've jumped ahead. Look, adding borders, first of all, making and adding piping, which a lot of people are frightened of, aren't they?
They are, absolutely, and it's so easy to do. And we've added pictures on there as well.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
Sewing your cushion front here, top tips on here. Then we've got how to add trim, adding a flange, which is what we're going to do
We're going to show
today, isn't
today,
it? Yeah.
yes.
Attaching the flange. I mean, it's like everything. It's like a masterclass in cushions. Isn't
Yes.
it? Envelope backs, which are my favourites.
Yes.
Envelope backs there.
And you can change those so much as well.
Yes,
So we do a
totally.
few different ways of how we can change
Yeah.
the envelope backs on it.
Button back closures. Inserting a centre zip, which lots of people love. So there's so much in here for your $9.99. It's ridiculous. Finishing touches and styling inspiration. You've got inside stories here. You've got common cushion mistakes. See, that's like falling asleep on one with a zip in it.
That's
isn't it?
right.
And then picture now. So this is the block. Is that the block that's in here? That little.
Can I come over?
Oh yeah, come over by all means.
There we go.
Remember, yours won't be printed
Yes.
like this. Yours will be printed
Yeah.
better.
So
right.
that's the block that's in it. So we've done sort of like a small square log cabin, and we put the 4 together. So, and we've shown how you can do that in different ways as well, depending on how you lay it out.
Lovely.
And then with the one that we've done for
We're
the flange,
concentrating on, yeah.
Yep, this is the one I've just done a large. So I've just kept literally going round and round with it. So you can take the small one that we've shown you, and instead of them making another small one, just keep going round.
But that's not what the star of the show.
It's not. We're
That's
saying that we're not going to sort of even demonstrate that because that isn't the star of the show. We're just saying start with the 12-inch
Yes,
square in the middle.
yes, exactly.
But we thought we'd show you one that you could sort of put in
Exactly. No,
if you
no.
wanted
But
to.
it's like a saying. It's like going to a class. Right. Okay. How much would? Oh no, I don't want to say that because it. But you can pay an awful lot to go to a class, can't
Yes,
you?
yeah.
And sit in a room, and then at the end of the day, you go home, and that's it.
Yes.
You've had to remember it.
Yes,
This is
yeah.
like a masterclass in a booklet.
It is,
isn't
and
it?
you've got it there
It's so
forever.
nice having you over on my
I know.
side, isn't it?
It's lovely to be with you. Yeah.
A masterclass in cushions.
Yes.
So it doesn't matter if you're a beginner and you've never done one before, or if you're a seasoned sewer, but you kind of think, oh, I've never done a flange, I've never done a zip in a
Yes.
cushion or anything. It's all
It's
in
all
here,
in
isn't
there,
it?
so you've got everything in there. And we said they're quite nice to sell at craft fairs. They're lovely for gifts.
Yeah.
So if you've sort of got some different ideas, sometimes you're getting a bit stuck and think, oh, I just make a basic cushion. What can I do differently? So we sort of tried to give lots of different ways you can do. You can add tassels to it. When you've finished your actual 12-inch border square, we said you could put pom-poms around that instead, and then add borders onto that, or put piping around there and then put
Yeah,
piping around the
but
outside.
it's like you said it at the beginning, you touched on it at the beginning. Sometimes our lounge or any room, you kind of think, oh, it's a bit dull. You can't afford to buy new curtains or new sofa or new decorate the house. You changed your cushions on your sofa.
And you've changed your room,
Yes.
yeah. So we've said in there, so like say at winter time, you might want the velvets
in, and
Yeah.
it sort of like brings a sort of lush, warmer feel to it. Summertime, you might want these lovely sort of pastel
Yeah,
colours
yeah, yeah.
coming in. If it's Christmas, you could do an applique Christmas tree
Yeah,
on it.
yeah.
For Easter time,
Oh, Mandy Shaw. Yeah, Mandy Shaw.
Yes,
She
yes.
changes her decor. She hasn't changed the walls.
Yeah.
It's a scuzzy old place that she lives in, but she'll change the quilt on the wall.
Yeah.
She'll change the cushion. She'll change, and it immediately makes her feel better.
It does, yeah.
A lot of beautiful panel sewing street sells from different designers have 12-inch panel.
Yes.
This would inspire people to use those. Liz, you're so right.
absolutely, yes. Yeah. You often get a panel and you've got the 12-inch,
Yeah.
and you think, oh, that's maybe a bit too small for a cushion. But this shows you, if you wanted it to make a 20-inch, you just put bigger
Yeah,
borders
exactly.
on it.
Exactly.
So,
Now, I need to tell you, these are flying out. These are absolutely... I've only done the physical one so far. We've also got it digital in a second. You know what? When if everyone checks out, we've sold over 100 already. And we've only literally just started, haven't we, of the physical one.
But they're also handy to store as well. So if you've got cushions and you want to change it, so if you want to change your curtains, they're quite big and bulky.
Yes,
aren't they?
yes, well,
Whereas
expensive.
Yes. Whereas these, you can make them, and also we like scrappy things because I do my scrappy bears,
Yeah,
and,
yeah, yeah,
and I'm
yeah.
very fond of recycling things as well. So if you've got material that you want to recycle, or you've got little bits in your craft room,
Well, also, you
can make
could have had
these
a
out
fat
of-
quarter
Yeah.
that you've cut something out for a pattern, and then you've got this much of a
Yeah,
fat quarter left.
yeah.
You think, what am I going to use that for?
the half of the log cabin.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've got 4 of them in this one, so you can always do that.
So the measurements in this one here,
Yes.
are they for this big
It's for the little one.
Oh, for the little one, yeah.
So you would just keep going round.
Oh, I see, I
So
see.
I've just keep going round.
And
So
also, you can do it like you've done it here.
Yes.
Go round and round
Round
like
and
a
round,
medallion.
yes.
But that one there
It's got all
is your
different
more
ones, yes.
traditional one, isn't it? Where you do your different colours.
Colours,
you know?
that's
Or you
right,
could
yes.
do that one where the ones on that side are dark and
Darker.
the one side light. So there's
Yes.
even from that should be $9.99.
Yeah, you can do lots and lots of different
Yeah.
patterns just from that
Just
one
from that
log
one.
cabin. So, and you've also got a colouring in sheet in it as well.
Oh, have you?
So there's a little colouring chart. There should be somewhere. in
Oh,
one
it
of the
should
pages.
be. Oh, there you go.
There you go. So you've got your layout and colouring chart for the small log cabin. So if you've got your scraps of material, you can just sort of put it on it and
Make
sort
sure
of
they're big enough.
Make sure make sure they're big enough, because that's the size
Yeah.
for this one. So you can make sure they're big enough. You can sort of add
Colour
them
in.
on, colour them in, and see what you want. So you can always photocopy that one.
Yeah.
So you've got extra ones when you want to do cushions.
How
again.
brilliant is that? So this bit here, if you think about it, the patterns we sell, this bit here would normally be $9.99.
Yeah.
And then you've added all of these other
yeah.
things like the piping and everything like that in there. There's loads of in baskets you need to check out. Fab idea. I'm always looking for ideas for cushions. Love making them from Kate. Collector Kate in Merseyside. Oh.
They're so easy
well,
to
no,
make as well, then.
Kate makes the most beautiful cushions.
does
She's
she?
made me about 3, and they're
Oh.
absolutely gorgeous.
They are. And I think they're lovely gifts for people, absolutely lovely gifts. They're
Mm-hmm.
quick and easy to make, or you can take as long as you want and do them, and sort of change them so much. So you can make one style in lots of different colours, and you've got a whole stand for a market stall as well,
Yeah,
which
yeah,
is really
definitely.
nice, because people love a cushion.
Yeah. Brilliant. Right, you go back over
Right.
there. I'll just read, because we got that. This is the physical one that we got in. $9.99 is the physical one. Yours will be printed much better than this. I promise, promise, promise. This is just, our printer had a little bit of a conniption during the week, apparently, and Sally Ann's pattern's just the same, but you will get proper, and if our quilt kit thing isn't finished, overnight, somebody will be making them, some outsource will do them, sort of thing. Right. How many people in baskets for the physical at the moment? 66 people have got it in your baskets, right? 66 people have got it in their baskets for the physical one. We'll just put the digital one through. Crazy Lorraine said, how was Festival Quilt yesterday? It was brilliant. Delia says, morning, John Hall. I'm off to the North Lakes for the weekend. Oh, lovely. Christine says, morning, gorgeous people. Christine was there yesterday. She had her hair done. She looked lovely. She didn't bring her toy boy with her, though. She brought her daughter with her. Anyway, look, this is the digital. So this is where it goes straight to your account. It's an instant purchase. You don't get... Now, if this is the only thing you buy today, the digital version of this, and you pay no P&P. Right? Digital goes straight into your account. It's an instant purchase. Beautiful. Say that again. £9.99, £9.99. That's your digital version. You'll print your own up. You won't have these issues that we've got today, because you'll just print it. You don't even have to print it up. It can live on your computer, can't
Yes,
it?
yeah.
£9.99. That's your digital version, which means if you buy this now, you should have it by 8:30, right? While Sandy's doing her demo, you can get
can
your
make a
straps
cushion
out.
of
You
that,
may-
that's right,
Oh, in fact, it's like when we did our
Oh,
sew
yes,
along
yes,
on the John Scott Threads of Life. We did a cushion sew along.
We
didn't
did, yeah.
Live. We did that live.
No, we did a tote bag. Tote bag.
Oh,
We
was
were
that
going to
tote
do a
bag?
cushion. We were going to do the flange, but we never got around to it. We did the
Because
tote
you were
bag.
talking too much.
Probably,
Yeah,
yeah.
more than likely. More than likely. Anyway, £9.99 for your digital version. Now, I am going to just quickly introduce the other. Before we do a demo, I'm just going to introduce Sandy's other brochure that she's done. This is £4, this one. Put the physical one in first. So what's this then, Sandy?
So this is one of our handy guides. So we've done like a little series of handy guides. So people often say to me, oh, what do we do with this? And it's not like a full comprehensive, because people can buy books, they can look in Google and all sorts of things. It's just a small guide to keep by your sewing machine that you can have a quick reference to things for. And if you want to find further out, you can Google it or go to books and everything.
Yeah, of course.
But that just gives you, and we were looking on the Facebook page of Sewing Street, and somebody was talking about hand sewing needles, and then I get really confused with them all and everything. And also when I do my courses, hello to the girls that were in my last course, by the way, a lot of them, we have to do hand sewing on the Scrappy Bear course that we do. And some of them struggle with the hand sewing and they go, oh, I don't know how to do a back stitch. I don't know how to do a ladder stitch. So I've just put some basic stitches in there as well for how to do it, because I think hand sewing is not a dying art, but people tend to go to the sewing machines.
Can I just tell you now, if you're training to be a surgeon,
Yeah.
they send you to sewing classes now because when we were young, when I was young.
Well, I was the same. I was,
Yeah,
I was
well,
young with you,
mid-life.
that's right.
We all did handwriting at school,
Yes,
so our
that's right,
dexterity.
yes, yeah.
Today, people do this.
Oh, yes, scroll.
That's it. Youngsters of today, their handwriting's atrocious, isn't it? And they don't use their hands like we used to have to hand them. So surgeons, obviously, they have to stitch you up.
Yes.
The dexterity, they have to go to sewing classes.
classes.
Who knew, eh? Anyway, £4, these are flying out. £4. This is a handy guide to hand sewing and basic stitches. If we get time, we will be doing a couple of demonstrations for you later on in there. So all about your needles. We've got now, if you look on the website, all the needles that are mentioned in this brochure are for sale today. We might not have a chance to actually physically go, oh, I've got this one, I've got this one, but they are all on the website, through from toy needles to curved needles to leather needles to beading needles. Everything like that is underneath us on coming up on today's show. Anyway, keep going through for this. £4. £4. We've got it digital as well. Auntie Sally says, good morning, John and team. Good morning, Sal. Right, £4, there's your digital version. Beautiful. Now, if you buy this is the real McCoy, isn't it?
That's right, yes.
This
yes.
one is the real McCoy.
That's
So
on
that
the
if you
iPad
bought the physical one, this is what you'll be sent. But obviously, digital is exactly the same, but you just have it on your computer instead. Right. Keep going through for that. I'm not going to waffle on anymore. Oh, no, I've got fabric. Right, I've got 3 bundles of fabric. Now, they're not to make anything in particular. They're just fabrics. Well, one of them, if you love this, one of them will make this.
That's right, yes.
We just did 3 bundles. Sandy did 3 bundles of fabric for you. I've got the Lewis and Irene one. I've got the other printy one, which we call tonal, and I've got your plains as well. They're your 3 bundles there. Lewis and Irene here. So it's 3.5 metres. So you get 1 metre of your teal, which is obviously not Lewis and Irene. Then you get bumbleberry in blue, bumbleberry in pink, dreams in the ivory. And, oh, actually, I can tell you what they are. Light pink, they are Zena blue, Cornish blue, cream, and coral. And there's another, teal, that'll be dark teal there. £37.99 for 3.5 metres of fabric.
We put those together from a picture that's on my Instagram on holiday. So it was we went to the Comage and saw like the sunset, which had like the corals and the trees.
Wow.
So we took the picture, we did like a colour palette from it, and I sent it to Jen and said, right, I'd love these sort of colours together. And then the other one was another sort of picture that we had taken outside in
beautiful. Right, okay, that's that bundle. Then I've got this one which they've called tonal, which I don't know what these fabrics are. They're lovely.
Aren't they lovely?
Look at these different colours here. So that's one you get the metre of, the grey at the top there. And then you get these beautiful florals here. So you've got Blender, Ditzy, Daisy and Sage. You've got Andover, Plain and Simple Heart Vine. You've got Glorious Garden in Royal. You've got your Glorious Garden in Honey. You've got your Nightshade in Teal. And you've got your Cotton Silver there. £37.99. Morning, John and Sandy. Love Paula in Deep Car. Morning.
Morning.
Gorgeous. And then very quickly, we've got the plains now, which now you get a metre of that one and then half a metre of all of these. Is this you sitting on the beach, Sandy?
Yes. It was, yeah, we were staying just overlooking the beach, and so I took a photo of it and again did a colour palette for it with all the lovely beach colours and see.
Yeah. That one's only £21.99. You've got marine, tan, misty blue, slate, moss and aqua. This is misty blue, even though it's green.
And you get a metre of one of the planes and then half metres of the other, don't you, I think?
Beautiful. 3.5 metres in total, £21.99. Right, now let's put the brochure back in. I'm calling it a brochure. It's more like a masterclass. Let's put the masterclass back in. And what are you going to show us?
I'm going to do a flange cushion today, because a lot of people don't know how to do a flange cushion, and some people don't even know what it is. So it's a cushion. I just take
hang on, just coming back over.
Yeah, it's all right. Okay,
Yep.
there we go. So a flange cushion is where you've got sort of like a floppy bit, so your cushion pad isn't in the bit going round it. And you can make that any size you want. And I say you sort of like suggest it from round about a 2 to 4 size for a flange. So we've done a 2 round here, and we've also padded it slightly as well, so it'll sort of stick out and sort of stay a bit proud when it's sat on your sofa or a chair. Yeah. You don't have to. Again, it depends what look you want. Some of them are really floppy. These are quite nice to go. You often get them on beds, sort of like an Oxford. I think some people call them an Oxford pillow, don't they, as well? But you've got like the flange on it. So we're going to show you how to do that.
Actually, putting the slight wadding in it's a good idea, because otherwise, if it was just the fabric, it might be...
It just goes really floppy.
And once people have sat on it, it'll all just scrunch up.
Some people do, some people don't pad them, so you can do it if you just want a really sort of floppy one. Depends what your material is as well. I mean, if you've got a velvet and you've got quite a sturdy velvet or a corduroy or something like that, I wouldn't necessarily put the padding in it, because I think... Because
the thing is about cushions, you can use anything, can't you?
Absolutely anything. So something like that, some of the hard ones, I wouldn't put a padding in, but with these I would. So we've made our 12-inch block in the middle, and then I've added a border on to make it a 16-inch cushion. Lovely. So that's the coral at the side. Then you add an extra strip on the outside. So all your measurements are in there, and all you need to do if you want to make bigger ones is just add the extra on. It gives you sort of like the mass to sort of do that. So you add that on. So again, put 2 on the side and then 2 on the top and bottom. So I'm just going to sew those on here. Now I've only got a white cotton on here, which will show. So I would do it, if you were doing it at home, do it in a cotton that doesn't show.
Yeah. Sanchez, morning, Sandy from Glasgow.
Good morning. Can I just say how nice it is to be back with everybody?
Oh.
I've missed you all.
Yeah, 3-month holiday. No.
It's only 2 months.
Did you go in the wagon?
Yes, yeah.
Do you sleep in that every night, or do you stop in some hotels?
Yes, we're getting a bit older. We stay at some hotels sometimes as well. Plus, Andrew had his knee done, so it was a lot harder to stay in the camper van. But we did.
Yeah, that's
we've only got a small.
I know, yeah. New knee, I can't stay in here.
Yeah, but we drove from Roscoff all the way down to just outside Marseille, and then we stayed there with friends for 4 weeks. So we're incredibly lucky to get the opportunity to do that.
Yeah.
And then we spend another sort of 10 days coming back again. And again, we've got more friends in France, so we stayed at their place as well, which is lovely. So,
you didn't get to see Tricia this year?
No, I didn't, because we didn't go that way, because we were looking to try and do that.
Yeah.
Because we said, it'd be lovely to call in and see her again. We had such a lovely time last time. But we'll be back,
And did you fall in any swimming pools this time?
No, I didn't this time, no. Drank a few glasses of wine. We went to some lovely wine tastings.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. So on my newsletters now at the moment, we have a grog club. So I do a different wine each month that we're drinking at the moment. Because we actually went to Chateau Neuf de Pape.
Oh, did you?
Which I thought was just a wine.
Wine, yeah.
You know, you think, and I thought, we're going there. I thought, well, there'll just be one wine tasting that we go to. And they said, were you doing 3 or 4? And we're going, well, are they just selling the same bottle of wine sort of thing?
Yeah.
But Chateau Neuf de Pape is an area.
Oh.
And it's the most stunning area. It really is beautiful. And they have something like 13 grapes, and all the vine owners or vineyard owners
Yeah.
can use any one of those grapes in their bottles of wine. So every Chateauneuf de Pape slightly different. And they also have white Chateauneuf de Pape as well,
Oh.
which is beautiful. But
Yeah.
they don't tell us very much about that. They tend to keep it
Yeah.
to themselves. But it was it was a stunning day out. So we had some lovely.
To get home drunk after a
Oh,
wine
absolutely,
tasting.
yes, yeah.
Wouldn't be a proper wine tasting.
It wouldn't be a proper
'Cause
wine.
you're supposed to swill it and spit it, aren't you?
That's
Yeah.
a waste, isn't it? Goodness me.
Right, what are you doing now?
Right, so I'm just trimming it off because I always. Oh, is that?
Oh, the mic will give you a blunt one.
I think so. Maybe I just didn't press hard enough.
Oh,
Still. I do have trouble with them rotary cutters, don't I? I'll just trim that. I always tend to make my strips slightly longer and then I always trim them off because I always think it makes it neater.
Yeah.
Because sometimes if you've got a strip exactly the same size as your border, when you're sewing, sometimes it'll pull slightly.
Yeah.
So by the time you get to this side, it'll be sort of maybe on a slight wonk. Whereas if you sew it on and then trim it off, you get it to exactly the right size.
Yeah.
So even on the log cabins, so I've done, the chart on the log cabin is to the exact size, but I put underneath, I always cut it about 1 inch longer.
yeah.
Just to sort of make it neater. Let's see if this one will work. There we go. Yeah. There we go. And then I'm just going to iron this out.
Uh-huh. Oh, now remember, the Eliso, the deal will only be till, is it Sunday? It must be Sunday. We've got the Eliso on special deal this week on the Eliso, and it's a brilliant deal.
Tell me the deal, John.
We'll bring you the graphs in a second. We've just got to find them.
Because again, one of the tips in the brochure is make sure you iron everything properly. It makes such a huge difference to anything really, doesn't it? Whether you're doing dressmaking, cushion making, quilting, I think ironing and pressing really makes a huge difference.
Oh,
to it.
definitely, definitely.
So I always set the seams and then press it outwards.
There you go. Now, it should be £164.99 for this week to celebrate Festival of Quilts. £129.99 on 5-way split pay.
Gosh. Could you tell Andrew to pop it in a basket for me?
Yeah. Andrew! He'll be in the green room, won't he? I bet he's not. I bet he goes out.
I
When
know, he's gone off for breakfast, I think.
Oh, has he gone off? Oh.
Right.
Never mind.
So that's your front of your cushion with the flange added onto it.
Right.
So then for the back, oh, in fact, before we do the back, I'm going to just add this on. So you
What's
can.
this?
Now, this is the backing. So I've got some nice polyester wadding. So you want something that's quite nice and bouncy.
Right.
So you want it the same size as your cushion front.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if it's a little bit over, we can trim it in a minute. And then just a piece of lining. So if you've got an old sheet or you've got some...
Oh, you got the early bird. Oh, no,
Bird.
this is lining. This
But
is the back of my... This is...
No, this
oh,
is just
now,
lining. So
we
don't put
had
that on.
some really gorgeous muslin on this
Oh,
week.
yes.
And you could use that, couldn't you?
You could absolutely use this. I think this is possibly an old sheet or some cotton that I had. So you want to put those two together. Now you don't, so it's like a quilt sandwich that you've
Right.
got. And then I'm going to just trim those up as well. I won't use my rotary cutter. I'm just going to put a couple of pins in it and then trim it up as well. So I'm just going to pin it all together. Make sure. So it's just like you're doing a quilt sandwich, really.
Yeah.
Now, if you want to quilt the front of your cushion, you can do, and this would be the time when you do it, really. You might want to sort of stitch in the ditch. You might want to do a bit of free motion, anything like that, just to sort of hold it all together. But you don't need to do anything. You could just put some basting spray on it to hold it.
Yeah. We've got all that coming
so
up
you've got-
later in the tools
Yeah.
hour.
So you can put any of those on it, and then I'm just going to trim it round. Just
Yeah, if
through
you're going to
some of the
quilt
bulk.
it, leave the wadding a bit bigger.
Yeah.
Because it sometimes cinches it in and then trim
That's,
off.
and
after,
then
right?
trim off. So, yeah, absolutely. Because it will sort of shrink it all together probably. But I'm not going to do any today because we're sort of showing you how to do the flange,
Yeah.
really. And it's a lovely quick method of doing a cushion, and it just adds that extra bit. And you could do all sorts of different colours on the flange as well. So you could make it a plain one like we've done. You could even add some, sort of sew scraps together and make a really sort of jazzy flange around the outside. as
Yeah,
well.
like a scrappy binder.
Yeah,
but
yeah. And if you wanted, you could add, if you wanted piping on it, you would pipe it on your cushion and then add the flange piece onto it afterwards as well. So you've got sort of like a nice
nice,
sort
yeah.
of border around there as well.
We've got piping cord on the website.
So again, there's so many different things that you can do. If you want to make a gift for somebody and you sort of, you know them, but you don't know them that well, and maybe you've been to their house, you might know what colour scheme they have.
Exactly.
So it'd be really nice to sort of take them
Mind
a
you,
cushion.
I also have colour scheme. I've got every colour you could imagine in my house.
I think I have as well. Because I'm always making cushions, so they're always just another one. Andrew goes, please don't make any more cushions, we've got no more room in the house.
So then you make more with your
That's right,
pillows.
so I make more, that's right, yes. They said not more cushions. So right, so we've got that on. Now we're going to do the backing.
Right.
So the back of the cushion, you really just want a basic envelope back for a flange cushion. So to measure that, you want the height of your cushion is the same.
Including the...
All this includes seam allowance, so you just want to take the height of the cushion, but then the width of the cushion, but then add about 4 to 6 inches onto it.
Right.
Because then we can have the overlap.
Right, okay.
So I've done this, so I've cut it, so you cut it out as one, and then cut it in half. So you've got 2 halves, and then literally you just want to trim, neaten one side.
Yeah.
So this side I've just sort of folded it over about 1/2 inch, folded it over again, so you've got a nice neat one. And I've just done like a variegated thread on there with just a top stitch.
Lovely.
But on this side, which will be the one on the top, I've done one of my fancy stitches.
Oh.
So many fancy
is it?
stitches. It's just like a little, it's like a little tea sort of stitch. There you go.
Oh,
Almost like a
yeah.
Roman
Oh,
sort
and because
of
it's
style.
variegated, it's kind of...
Yes,
I think
yeah.
you missed a bit out, but it's because it's variegated.
It's variegated, yeah.
Yeah, lovely.
So I've done that on this side. So now you've got those done. We're going to start off with the one that you've done your fancy stitching on. And
This
you
is
want
where I always get it the wrong way round.
Yeah.
I always put the thinking, well, no, this one's going to be on
Good
top, so
top.
it goes on last, but actually it goes on first.
It goes on first.
Yeah.
So you want to make sure it measures up to the side. Okay. And I'm going to put some pins through here because you've got... I like using clips, but I think with this one, because you've got all the wadding in here as well, sometimes the clips don't just hold it as well as you want to, so I tend to use pins on here. And we're also going to use a lot bigger seam allowance as well, so I'm going to use nearly a 1/2 inch seam allowance on there just to make sure you've caught in the flange, you've got the lining, and you've also got the wadding. So I'm going to pin it just down the sides for a minute. You might find you need to trim a bit off the top and bottom, but that's fine as well. Because again, if you've cut it to the size of the cushion and then you've quilted it, it can sort of shrink in a bit. So always give a little bit extra. Then with this one, you want to go again. That was the right side down. So you go right sides down again over the top.
Yeah.
And then line up this side. And you'll see we've got a nice thick overlay here. So again, make sure it's lined up to the sides and pin these on. Did you have a nice time when you went away, John? You were away for your birthday?
Yeah.
I've not seen you in
5
ages,
days,
have I?
What I loved, right, Dawn from the Wirral
Yes.
made me this incredible bunting for my birthday.
Oh,
And I put it all over Facebook, and it had me as a sailor, it had
That's
John's
right.
65th. Anyway, she came to Festival of Quilts yesterday, and she was wearing a waistcoat, and on the back she'd put, I made John Scott's bunting, but made it out of the same bunting. And it was so
wonderful.
gorgeous. And people kept saying to me, oh, have you seen the John Scott waistcoat? And I'm like, what are you talking about? And then she came over and she went like that. And there's a picture of it on someone's Facebook page. And it was just... in fact, I think it might be on the Same Street Facebook page. Unlike the picture of the quilt that Geraldine made, which seems to have leaked now.
Oh, dear.
Oh, is it called Greek Key, that pattern? I think that's what Steph
I think
was
it possibly is,
Yeah.
yes, yeah.
The other Jan says, good morning, everyone.
Did you enjoy Festival of Quilts yesterday?
It was lovely. It was exhausting.
Yeah.
It was lovely, but I'm back there on Sunday.
We're hoping to pop in this afternoon
Yeah.
for a little while. On
It didn't feel as busy,
Really? Yeah.
but we were talking to the organiser, and it's
Oh.
busier than last year. They've sold more tickets than they had last year, yeah.
And have you been watching the Sewing Bee?
I have, because I hate it normally.
Yes.
And tonight I've got to film. Alistair does this.
Oh, the podcast thing.
Yes, and
yes.
I'm filming. I'm filming it tonight
Yes.
with him, or this afternoon
Yeah.
with him. about this week's episode. So I've watched this week's episode and everything. I'm actually really enjoying it. I didn't want to accept that. I didn't want to. They seem to be better sewers this year.
They do, yes.
At the moment, there's a few people who are better than others, but I'm hoping it's going to be one of those series where the underdog slightly, and there's I don't want to say an older lady, but there is an older lady there, and her sewing is exquisite. Like,
she's from not far away from where we live.
Oh, is she?
Yes, yeah.
But you can see that she struggles with the design side of it, sort of thing. And it's I mean, her sewing, like, and the amount of people who've said, you know, like, sewers have gone, I'd employ her out of everybody because her sewing skills are so good. And I don't want to give too much away, but the person.
No, I've not watched this week's. So
You've not watched this week's?
No, not watched it yet.
Okay, I won't say anything.
Yeah. I've watched it up, but I didn't watch this week's.
Yeah, no, that's fine then, I won't say anything.
But the one thing that terrifies me when and I have to look away, when they're cutting out their patterns using rotary cutters.
Oh, don't.
Oh, my, how, and and then they're holding the rotary and they're holding it here and pushing, and I'm going
like this.
And I'm going, no, please don't. What happened to scissors and dressmaking?
I know.
Because, I mean, as a dressmaker, did you used to use scissors?
I'd never seen a rotary cutter till I came to Sewing Quarter.
Yeah.
Yeah, ever.
I know.
And I'd not seen a walking foot either.
Really?
Because we didn't have walking foot back in my day.
No, I never had a walking foot. It was just a sewing foot, wasn't it? And you had a zipper foot and a sewing foot.
Yeah.
But yeah, when they use it, I'm going, please just use a pair of scissors.
But also the pressure they're under. I mean, as a professional sewer, I think 4 hours to make that.
I know. I don't know how they do that either at all.
Some of them don't,
no,
do they?
No. Which is a shame because they are good sewers, and you think if they had the time, they
this
could
year
make a
they're good
lovely.
sewers. Last year it was driving me mad because they also
watch all of last year's. I got a bit fed up with last year's, And sometimes I feel it's sad that they make. I don't know why they have to have all the jokes in it.
No, don't even start.
You know.
Sandy, what's the best way to do fancy stitches? Mine always go out of pattern, says Sharon.
Right. So the best way to do fancy stitching, always, and I say it to most people when they're even sewing, always follow a line on the side of your foot. So your machine will go sort of backwards and forwards, but try and make sure that the side of the foot is staying in the same place. And then don't try and move, because you'll see it wandering over. Don't try and move it. Try and keep it straight. You can always put a line as well, so you find the line of your centre of your decorative stitch and make sure that it starts in there and it's coming back to there all the time as well. And try and just keep an eye on the outside of your foot, of your stitching foot. Really.
There you go, Sharon.
That's what I would tend to do, Sharon. Because it can go sort of a bit loopy, so that's what I always try and do. But it's a shame because, I mean, on a machine you've got your ordinary straight stitch, and that will move across a bit for your quilting stitch.
Yeah.
And then you have, another 100 stitches that people very rarely use, really, don't
Oh, no, I haven't used all of them on mine. Steph says, I have trouble cutting out armholes with scissors. What do you recommend? Use smaller scissors.
Scissors, yes.
Use smaller scissors.
Don't use rotary cutters. So we're doing a good 1/2 inch round here, just so that I'm catching everything in.
Yeah.
And I've done sort of like a 3-inch flange because I only wanted a 2-inch. So by the time I've sewn it on with a 1/4 inch and then this one, it comes to about a 2-inch one.
Keep going through for your booklet. Remember, the Pillow Talk booklet. It's got everything you need to know about cushions in there, about backs of cushions, about piping, about pom-poms, about everything like that. It's all in here for $9.99. And you get a pattern for a log cabin, which would normally cost you $9.99 anyway. These are flying out. How many people are sitting with them in baskets? 67 people need to check out. 67 people need to check out.
I think they're nice sometimes because people have a lot of patterns, but then don't always want to follow that pattern. So, like as the lady's saying, often you can have, a panel as well, and you don't know what to do with it. And this will just sort of give you that, hopefully, the inspiration to think, I know what I can do with that now. I'm going to do this. And
also, not just, let's put 2 squares together and make a cushion.
That's right, yes.
Make it a little bit move on,
Yes.
Well, Sharon says thank you for that.
Right, I'm nearly finished. And you can see I've not got a walking foot and it's going through the layers fine.
Yeah.
So it would only be, if you had a thicker fabric, I would possibly use a walking foot with it.
Yeah.
But otherwise, and again, the padding depends on, how firm you want the flange around the outside, really. We don't like a floppy one, do we?
No, you don't want a floppy one.
So have you got a favourite to who's to win?
Not yet.
No, there is some good ones there, isn't there? I was surprised that who went out in the second week as well, really, because I thought he'd done some good stuff, hadn't he?
Yes, yeah.
But some of them were just so good anyway, weren't they? It was...
It's just that week, though, isn't it? It's like when Adam was on it. Like, Adam was doing really well, and then he had a bad week.
And then
Adam
that's
could
it,
have gone on to win
yes,
it, sort of thing.
definitely,
but he had
yes,
a bad
yeah.
week. I think it was the child's raincoat or something like that, wasn't it? And he just didn't get the right fabric, and it's just... Well, it's like on Bake Off, any of those.
Oh,
isn't it?
absolutely,
You know,
yes, yeah. One bad week, and unfortunately, you're only as good as your
Last
that week,
one.
aren't you, really? Yeah. Yes, yeah. You are. Oops. Did you see Sam at the show yesterday?
Yes. In fact, she was not only on the stand, she was in the theatre.
I know, she was doing a talk, wasn't she? Yes. Because she did a talk on the lovely rotary cutters, the True Cut one.
Oh, which I've not had yet. I
I
saw them at the Malvern.
They are brilliant, yeah. I brought them on last time because I go to J&B quite a lot and do a lot of courses with them. I said, oh, can I take that on? So they said yes. Picked it out of the bag on here and cut my finger.
Oh.
So I said to Sam, I said, I'm sure you did a better job than me. I hope you didn't cut your finger. She said, no, I didn't manage to do that. So, oh dear.
Right, while she's still spinning
Yes,
around
I'm
that
nearly-
one,
yeah,
I'll just
nearly
take you
finished,
through
yeah.
this brochure again. Yours won't be printed like this. It'll be much, much better printed than this. For $9.99, you've got a starter block of the log cabin pattern. All of that. You don't have to do a log cabin. It could be any 12-inch block. 12-inch block.
12-inch block. Yes, yeah.
Or square of fabric, anything like that. We've got adding borders. We've got making and adding piping. We've got adding decorative trims. We're adding a flange. We've got envelope backs. We've got button back closures. We've got zip closures. There's so much going on in here. Inside story, finishing touches, mistakes that people make, lovely pictures there. $9.99. Do check out, there's over 60 people got that in their basket. We also have it digitally. I'm only rushing because we've got to finish in a minute.
Nearly finished. So once you've sewn all the way round, do trim it off. And I would then sort of trim all the batting off quite close, but I'm not going to today because I want to try and finish it for you.
Of course, yeah.
So literally, I'm just trimming so I've not got a big, thick, bulky seam.
Okay.
But I would...
Oh, no, that's not the right one. Oh, no, that's fine.
I thought I'd done the wrong seam then. I thought I was
No,
going to
no,
really
sorry,
said no,
sorry,
done
no,
the wrong
no,
one. I
it's
thought,
just
no, not again.
Right, here's the digital... No, that's not the right... There's something going on. Sorry, Ben's having an issue with the computer. There you go. There you go. 9.99, that's your digital download. And then because we just showed it, we also have another one today, which is a handy guide to hand sewing and basic stitches. That's your digital one. That's your digital one of these. That is the digital one. Yeah, and we've got to look at it physical.
I always want to start singing the Olivia Newton-John song when you go physical.
Oh, don't you start, because Ben and Hannah do it all
do
the
they?
time.
Right.
Yeah, all the time.
Oh, dear.
Right, and there's your real one, your physical one there. There's your physical one there. Graphic's coming out because he's got an issue with it. Oh, nice table. Done. That's right. Right. So maybe what we could do, I know you're doing a quilt in your next hour.
Yes, I
Maybe
am.
we'll leave 10 minutes at the end just to go through the hand stitch. Is that all right with you?
Absolutely, yes, because I've got a couple
Ben,
of
is that all right
demos
with you?
for those, yeah.
Yeah, because we haven't got chance to do that. So all the people
Yep.
who've bought the hand sewing, we haven't even seen that. So what we'll do is we'll save 10 minutes at the end of the quilt show to do that.
Right, so we're pushing it all out, And then again, I would give it a really good iron. Then what you want to do is, so really press those seams flat. Then where you've put the flange, you're going to pin all the way round. So how much? I've not got probably not got time.
No, but don't wait.
So we're going to pin all the way round there, and then you want to sew around there. Now you can do like sewing in the ditch, or you could even put a fancy stitch again around that area, and that just gives you the cushion pad in the middle. So when you turn it over, you'd put your cushion pad in there, and you've got the flat bit all the way round.
Would you, sorry, I haven't got it here. Do you do a top stitch round the absolute outside
No,
edge,
I don't. But you could do, again, I like it a bit softer, so that would sort of make it a bit firmer.
Yes, it would.
But if you wanted to make it firmer, so you really wanted it to stand out, definitely put a top stitch all the way around the outside. Yeah. But I haven't with this, because I just sort of wiped it.
No.
Sort of like that side.
That's
another thing you can do. In fact, I don't think I even wrote that in, but you could do another stitch around the side. Because I said, I was doing it and I was thinking, when I finished it, I was going, do you know, I didn't add this into it, and I didn't add this into it. And there's so much more you can add. I mean, people make whole books out of cushions.
Of course
but
they do, yeah.
It's mainly for, like, as you say, a bit of a masterclass for how to sort of get started.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Right, Sandy will be back in an hour when she's doing the quilt that's hanging behind her, the Tim Holtz quilt. But we will would you see that? But we will leave the last 10 minutes so that Sandy can talk through her other brochure as well. Anyway, thank you very much indeed. Go and have a sit down. Hope he's brought you something lovely back from McDonald's.
Do I, yeah. Oh, no.
And I'll see you in 4 minutes with quilting tools.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back, and I'm going to have a quilt.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show.
If you're using a pattern that's quite bold and you know that you want the centre back to run down the middle of the fabric and to have it identical on one side and the other, how do we match it up? Well, it's quite easy. What you do is you pin your pattern piece to where you want the pattern. Then quite simply, you take a pen and you draw around the motif. You're only cutting one layer out now. You're only cutting one side of the back out now. You draw around your motif with your pen, then cut the piece out, put that to one side. Then when you cut the other piece out, you flip your pattern, because obviously you need a right and a left-hand side, and you just put that pattern that you've drawn in exactly the same place, on the fabric, which means when you make the dress, both motifs will be in exactly the same place on the back, either side of the centre back.
Join us live on Facebook for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
It's called Sewing Street Extra Stitch. I know, apparently what we're going to be doing is an extra hour on Facebook and on Instagram. On the Sewing Street pages, we're going to have exclusive products and deals, competitions and giveaways, and they're expecting me to present some of them.
Follow our Facebook page for more information, and we'll see you there for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. all the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search Sewing Street. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Please don't forget about the notches when you're cutting out your pattern pieces. Every notch on one piece will match up with a notch on another piece of your garment, and they'll make the whole thing go together so much more easily. This is how you do it. Your notches might be a small little line or a double line, or they might be a triangle. When you cut them out, I recommend that you cut a small triangle outwards rather than cutting into your seam allowance. Notches on sleeves are particularly important for helping you to get them into the right place. So take your time to cut them out carefully. 2 notches means it's the back of your garment. 1 notch means it's the front.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
So have you heard of the sewing term fat quarter? A fat quarter is a rectangular piece of fabric, usually measuring 18 inches by 22 inches. It's called a fat quarter because it's a quarter of the fabric on a roll or bolt, and because they're pre-cut, no need to measure or trim. You can find fat quarters in different styles, plain, patterned, or even bundled together in matching sets. So now you know what a fat quarter is. Charm pack, or 5-inch squares. A charm pack is a bundle of pre-cut fabric squares, usually 5 inches by 5 inches. Each piece comes in different patterns and colours that match perfectly. They're great for quilts, patchwork, or any small sewing project. No cutting or matching needed. So next time you are looking for a quick and easy way to start a sewing project, why not try a charm pack?
Right, now you see these scissors here. Debbie Shaw had them, completely sold out. Holly Dennett had them with me, completely sold out. We now have them back in stock. These are the Fiskars sewing scissors, but these are brilliant because they have this, I was going to say funny little design thing, but you know what I mean? This incredible design thing here. Oh, they're going already. I need to tell you these are going already. So if you, basically, it's got a little lock here. You unlock it, and you see here, there's a spring action there. So when you use them, you're not using the pressure to do the cutting with. The scissors are doing it all for you. People who have dexterity issues absolutely love these scissors. Actually, if Alison Marion's watching, she wants some of these because she missed out last time. They're $23.99. They're Fiskars Easy Action Spring-Loaded Sewing Scissors. I wonder why they're called... Oh, they've called them sewing scissors. Scissor de couture. They're beautiful, aren't they? And they're so smooth. What's the matter, Jess? I'm just about to do it. Oh, look at the way it glides through that. Michael was playing with these earlier. They were just gliding through it, weren't they, Michael? Beautiful. I mean, look. And but if you look at my hand, let me put my hand in shot. I'm hardly using any pressure at all because it's all being done. Oh, sorry, that way. It's all being done by that spring. Do you see what I mean? So you're not using obviously you've got to press. I'm not going to say it does it, or it's not an electric pair of scissors, but compared to a regular pair of scissors, that is so smooth and so easy. And then when you're finished, you literally just shut them like that, and they lock in your drawer or lock in your sewing box like that. $23.99. They always sell out these. $23.99. Oh, Derek says, morning, John. Really loving today's shirt. Oh, Derek, this one's Wolf Blitz. This one's called a Wolf Blitz. Yeah. $23.99. Loads in baskets. You do need to check out. Back in stock. But Hannah will go mad. She's not in today. It was so funny. Hannah was at Festival of Quilts yesterday. And people who she's worked with for years, when she washes as a wash and does her hair and everything, people don't recognise her. And she smiles, right? And people like James from Search Press worked with her for donkey's years. He was chatting to her like he'd never met her before. Loads of people. I know. Oh, no. Well, Barry's got no hair to wash, though. I was going to say, no, it's lots and lots of people, lots of the customers, like they kind of... demonstrators and things like that. Anyway, look, $23.99. You're loving these. Half the stock has gone, and we had lots of these. We had loads. I don't know why I'm doing it without the fabric. I'm just enjoying doing it. They are so lovely and squidgy and everything. They're fantastic. They're just beautiful, aren't they? Now, I'm wondering if you can... Oh, no, I don't think they're ambidextrous, are they, these? You can use them on both, right-handed and left-handed. I'm just checking. No. The size of the scissors, well, it says 15 centimetres here. Let me get my tape measure, because some scissor companies measure, like back in the day, they would just measure the blade, wouldn't they? Who was it? Susan in Cheshire. Right, Susan, they are 10.5 inches from tip to toe, which is 27 centimetres, and the blade itself is 4 inches. Oh, hang on, so where that 15... I wonder where they measure the 15 centimetres from, then. I don't know. Hang on, let me look where 15 centimetres... I don't know why they've called that a 15 centimetre. That's odd, isn't it? Oh, hang on, Jessie's just finding out for me. Look, excuse me. Yeah, but who wrote the description? I've had a pair of those scissors for over 20 years and they're brilliant, says Alison. That's not Alison Marion either. Micro tip, so you can cut right here. Well, this is the package it came in from the warehouse. Oh, no. My bad. They'd been put with the wrong bit of cardboard. Don't worry. 26 centimetres. Thank you. Well done, Jess. Just as well you're here. Well, it's a bit longer than 26, but there you go. 26 centimetres. Easy action. Spring assist. Stainless steel. Still right-handed. No, my pleasure, Susan. Actually, Susan, it was brilliant you asked me, because I'd have put those away with that bit of cardboard. It would have been completely wrong. Anyway, look. They're fantastic. And also, look, right to the very tip. Ooh, right to the very, very tip. They're sharp. Look, if you're doing your notches, I mean, look at that. What are you looking at? Ooh. What are you looking at? I know, it's my nails, because you see, when we used to do jewellery, we used to have our nails done every week. I don't bother anymore, just bite them now. Anyway, $23.90. Oh, my word. How many in baskets, Jess? Right, okay. It's going to sound a lot, but I've only got 39 left, which sounds a lot, I know, but when you know how many I started with, it's incredible. Now people multi-buying them. Well, no, because what happens is we get them in, they completely sell out. Brilliant present for somebody. If you know somebody who needs these, brilliant present, $23.99. And they're Fiskars, so you know what I mean. Fiskars is well, it's Wilkinson sword, isn't it? Fiskars is Wilkinson sword. So really, really, really a good quality make, Fiskars. Say that again. Oh, yeah, I've got the 15, but I'll need these to go. Beautiful. I was going to show you something else as well then. I can't remember what it was. Oh, I know. When you're cutting, hang on, I don't know how I'm going to show it. Can you show it from the front? Right? When you're cutting, the worst thing you can do is keep lifting your scissors like that. If you look at these, they have that incredible glide. So you haven't got to lift your fabric, so you're not disturbing your pattern. Look, when you're cutting your pattern out. There's some very close work, isn't there, going on here? $23.99, right. How many in baskets now, sorry? Okay, please be careful now because they're going to sell out. I've got to move on. I'll come back to those in a minute just to check how we're doing, right? There they are on the internet. Right, now we've got the 15. These are the ones that Alison Marion's got. She's lost them somewhere around the house, I think. She loves these. If you do a plique, $14.99. $14.99. Exactly the same principle. Look at these sharp blades right the way through to the tip. Oh no, nice close up there. And then when you finish with them, lock them away like that. Sit in your drawer, nice and safe. At $14.99. Soft touch handle, soft grip handle here. They're brilliant. And again, you can snip with these. As I say, ask Alison Marion what she thinks of these. She absolutely, look at that. She absolutely loves these. Like a hot knife through butter, says Dan. And he knows he eats a lot of butter. And a lot of chocolates. He eats so many chocolates he can't remember bringing them in for me. Aren't they fantastic? $14.99. Oh, sorry, let me put it in shot. There you go. Very popular. Lots of basket dwellers. Make sure you check out. They are brilliant. They're absolutely fantastic. Your little snips like that. Looks like a little... Oh, now, there's something I have to say to you, because there's a new design, isn't there? Maybe these are the new designs. There's something about the handles. I think they used to be white, and now they're orange. One way around, I can't remember now. Anyway, $14.99. They are fantastic. Oh, here are Beth Ann. Lovely to see you at Festival Quilts yesterday. These scissors are brilliant, says Beth Ann. And you too, my love. I bought these, and they're the best scissors I have ever owned from Janet in West Midlands. I mean, that's a big statement, isn't it, from Janet there. Thank you, Janet, though, for letting us know. Keep going through that. They're only $14.99. And the thing is, right, you go to, I've got to be careful what I say, if you go to high street stores to get a pair of snippy scissors, first of all, how good are they? And secondly, that can't be right, can it, $14.99? I know, it is right, but it's just incredible, isn't it? You get this kind of engineering with that lovely spring which takes all of the pressure from your finger. And if you're doing lots and lots and lots of snipping and cutting, there's nothing worse at the end of the day when your hand is all sore and everything like that. What's the matter, Jess? $14.99. What do you got for me? Oh, let's have a look. $17.25, those. Hang on a sec. Also, watch the shipping on that one. If you buy those, watch the shipping. Why would you buy those? Because $17.25, but watch the shipping on those. Right, be careful, be careful, careful. Loads of people got that in baskets. I'll come back to those. I'll come back to because I've got another thing that we just got back in stock. Now, normally, we get this in stock for Rebecca Reed, Baffa, who's, tomorrow, she's at Festival Quilts tomorrow. And They sell out. They sell out, right? So I think Jess has been put in, because you know Jess overbuys all the time, right? She even got mentioned at Festival of Quilts yesterday, didn't she? About overbuying fabric. Anyway, no, not in a bad way. Not in a bad way. Nobody says anything bad about you, Jess. Anyway, wash away quilter's tape. Double-sided. Double-sided. It's really important it's double-sided, right? Okay, now I need to tell you, today, Jess or whoever bought this has bought 10 times the amount we normally buy. Oh, it wasn't Jess. Barry, bald, bashful, beautiful, boring, wife that makes amazing cakes. Barry, he bought this for you. $6.99. Loads has gone already. Loads has gone already. Oh, Carol's got the scissors. She says they're great. Derek says the scissors are so good, I bought 2 more. Wouldn't be without the small scissors. I've got several pairs of those. Great for fine work. There you go, you see. What's the matter? How was it what? Don't. I'll tell you in a minute. $6.99. Jess has got a crush on one of our guests, right? And his stand is very near our stand at Festival of Quilts, and she's very excited about Sunday. I was there all day yesterday. Anyway, $6.99, this quilter's tape. Now, what's brilliant about it, it's 5/16 of an inch. It disappears when you wash it. So Baffa used it to put in zips, to put for everything instead of clips and everything. It's fantastic, right? Always sells out. I mean, we won't sell out today because we've got 10 times as much as we normally buy. Baffa must be on soon because she's at Festival of Quilts tomorrow. When's she on? The 11th. 10 days' time. Is it the first day? How is it the 1st of August already? Terrifying. Be Christmas before we know it. $6.99. Is that good? Beautiful. Right, now, Jess, you can choose what we do next. Okay. No, that's fine. Well done. Keep going through for that. I'll come back to... So the scissors and that I'll come back to in a minute. Now. Jess. Can you look on the... Are you able to do this from where you're sitting now? Right, so this is the iron cleaner, right? We sell it singly, but we also have it in a bundle of 2. And I don't know who scheduled this out, but they've not put the bundle of 2 in. Now, it might be that the bundle of 2 is sold out. It's hemline iron cleaner. Right, this is brilliant. We've got a little film for this as well on there somewhere. It's a picture of Hayley's iron in the green room, and we're cleaning Hayley's iron. Oh. Oh, no, don't worry then. Don't worry. We haven't got the bundle of 2, I'm afraid. No, it doesn't. Oh, okay, fine. We haven't got the bundle. Just got individual. I was just trying to save you a bit of money, that was all. No, you see, look. Don't worry, we haven't got the bundle today. It's still a good price, $4.99. I was just trying to get you a deal with the 2, but we haven't got those bundles anymore, so don't worry. This is still a brilliant price. $4.99. It's the one where you take the top off and you get your iron hot and you put and all the gunk comes off and it doesn't smell, this one. Doesn't smell like the one I've got. $4.99 for your hemline iron cleaner stick. Non-toxic as well. Non-toxic. Always important to have a clean iron. You don't want to wreck, first of all, your clothes or your sewing or anything like that. $4.99. Well done. Right, now, something else I haven't seen for ages is the pack of 100 Millwood clips. This is one of our best sellers. Oh, here you go. Lou says, I use the iron cleaner. It's excellent. Doesn't smell. That's what I just said, Lou. Listen. Right, here we go. 100 clips for $14.99. Oh, you got a picture of them all circled like that? 100. Right, we sell one of the brands we sell. You get 10 for $14.99. You get 100 of them here. They're all the same size, all that gorgeous little size. They're in fact, I think Sandy was using them earlier. We have sold thousands and thousands and thousands of these. $14.99 for 100. For 100 clips, $14.99. I know. You do need to check out, though, I've not got as many of these as I normally have. Limited, yeah. Here we go. Here we go now. They're flying out. Oh, no. Where have they been? You've not seen these since January. It's August today. You've not seen these since January. They're going to go. These are going to go today if you're not careful. I'd multiply these. Also, how much is your... I know we shouldn't talk about Christmas, but how much is your Secret Santa? If you're... Oh, no, I tell you what you could do. Buy these and then divide them into 10 little groups of 10. You've got little presents, little stocking fillers and things like that, haven't you? If I've got Jess as my Secret Santa, she doesn't want this. She only wants chocolate or alcohol on hers. We're not allowed to do food or wine, though, are we? Isn't that one of the rules that we do? No food, no alcohol. Sure it was. $14.99. Good morning, John. You're looking great. I love the Fiskars brand scissors and the rotary blades. Never disappointed, says Catherine. Thank you. Right, these are going to sell out. Please be careful. $14.99. By the time I put these in the bag, back in the bag, I'm imagining, that's right, because Michael, I'll have a meltdown if I leave them out. He's having a meltdown. Say what? Keep going through. How many baskets, Jess? Right, be careful, be careful, be careful. Less than 20 of those now. Less than 20. So what day are you going to be at Festival? Sunday, Jess. You'll see Jess at Festival of Quilts on Sunday. And you'll meet Laura, who used to be a producer she's a producer at Hobby Maker. She's on our stand at the weekend. And I don't know who else is going. Amy, Eloise, she'll be there. She's new, you don't know her. Well, she's not new, she's just moved departments. So that's the first time you'll have met her, I think. And who else? Ian, sorry. $14.99, these are going to sell out. Well done, well done, well done. Right, now I'm just going to work round the desk in an orderly fashion, if that's all right. So I'm going to start off with, Needle and Bear, one of our latest acquisitions, this. Needle and Bear wooden seam roller. Gorgeous. Look at the price, $6.99. What? Do it on my face. That wasn't a makeup one you bought me. It was like a chilli one. Bex bought me one of these, or not this, and you keep it in the freezer and you do your face with it. It's not work though, is it? Is that what it's meant to do? Oh. I don't drink. Oof. Look at this. I've eaten a whole bag of gluten. I don't know. I'm a bit worried. I might not know. What time is that? Well, Jess, you could always come in here and do this. Oh, no. Anyway, be careful. They've only got 21 of these left. We only launched it recently. What it is, it's like, you know when you go to Tesco's or you go to Waitrose or you go to one and they have the Essentials range, which is exactly the same as the expensive range, but just in a cheaper packaging. That's what our Needle and Bear is, you see. We have cutting mats. We have I did a launch show. It was so busy. You can go look on the website as well. They've got cutting mats, rotating ones. Oh, they've got a rotating cutting mat which is this big. It's so cute. I think it might have sold out that actually. But loads of rulers, non-slip rulers, loads of stuff. Right. I'm not coming back to that one. I'm finishing that one. Right. Staying with Needle and Bear, I've got straightforward rotary cutter blades, titanium no less. It's no, this is normal. This is regular. Do you want the code? NBQ012. Yeah. No, because I've got wave and I've got skip. Oh, what? There's only 9 of these left. 4, it's titanium. Super, super sharp. And they don't blunt as quickly as the others, apparently. Beautiful. I've got a funny story about titanium as well. When we were doing the costumes for Tomorrow Never Dies, the optician said, we've got these brilliant glasses. And Jonathan Price was playing the baddie and said, put them in these, they'll be fantastic. And so we went into the where you go to the producers and say, well, we're going to put him in this kind of suit with this kind of shirt, blah, blah, blah. And so we've got these glasses and they're non-shatter. You can't break them. You cannot break them, right? And Lindy, the costume designer, went, look, you can't break them. She picked them up, she threw them on the floor. They smashed everywhere. They broke everything. Anyway, that was my story about titanium. I've only got 7 of these left. 7 left now. Oh, and there's 6 left and 6 in baskets. It comes in a little case look, so you keep it nice and safe. Always have a spare rotary cutter blade, because you never know. If you go over a pin by accident or something, you wreck the blade, you always need a spare one just standing by, don't you? This is going to sell out. It's 2 left. Well done, well done, well done. $4.99. Gone. Sold out. Now, we also have a wave one. Now, let me explain what the wave one is. The wave pattern can add a unique decorative touch to various craft projects, such as scrapbooking, card making, and gift wrapping. In fabric, sewing, and quilting, a wave edge can be used to create an interesting border and finishes on items like blankets, clothing, and home decor. They're similar to pinking shears. The wave edge can help reduce fraying on fabric. When finishing seams, a wave edge can add a visually appealing finish and help to reduce bulk, similar to how pinking shears work. There you go. $4.99. Just pop it in your normal rotary cutter. And look, it's got a wavy edge. There's just one in there. $4.99. $4.99. Lovely. Now, loads of those gone straight into baskets. Loads gone into baskets. Now, I'm going to show the next one, but I really, really, really don't think you need it for fabric. But I'm going to show it to you. If you do paper crafting, this is brilliant, right? This is the skip one. Can you see? Are you going to 2? Look, there you go. Can you see there? Look. So now... Oh, no, hang on. Yeah, these are stainless steel. These aren't titanium, these ones. You create a tearaway line on paper. So you could create perforations. Do you know, like when you, like on the old stamps, you used to have perforations, making tickets, coupons, or other items that need to be easily separated. Now, for hand stitching, it makes evenly spaced holes for your embroidery thread to go through. But I wouldn't say... It is a bit like a tracing wheel, but the only trouble is it actually perforates. So if you do a tracing wheel, the fabric will perforate, so you can pull it away. A tracing wheel never makes it that. There you go. Rightio. I've got anything else cutting? No, I'm going to go to threads now. Oh, right now. I don't know where this has come from, right? Because we used to do these. They were incredibly popular. We went through a phase of having these on all the time. And then I said to Ben, have they rebought these? This is nostalgia, this one. Oh, yeah, it doesn't say nostalgia on it anyway, does it? Maybe I could just read that. Anyway, there are only 9 of these left. Oh, and half the stock's in baskets, right? Oh, hang on, I need to just do this. I'll use my Fiskars to take the cardboard off. Look, look what you get, look. But look, how vintage is this? Look. What, I mean, look, and then look at all the threads in there. There are 48 threads in there. Now, if you think about these, how much these cost in a normal shop? £1.80, £2. So that's what, 48. They're £1 each, that makes it £48. So £96 worth, let's go half then. Let's say £70 worth of thread. And then you've got that gorgeous tin. And then afterwards, after you've put your threads in, you can either replace it with threads, use it for other things as well. But it's a bit too flat for biscuit. Oh, no, you could put biscuits in there. Flat biscuits. $59.99. Trish says, morning, John from Denver, Colorado. I saw a YouTube video of Festival Quilts yesterday and now have to plan a vacation for next year to come myself. See you next year. Oh, Trisha. Oh. Oh, now, Ben had issues because what were the pop-up things he had earlier? We can't show a picture, but Jess has found, you can Google it yourself. She found one for $73.99. Be careful, How many left in baskets now? You see, 8 in baskets, only 6 left. You can find it for about £65 elsewhere. We can't show you. Right, there's twice as many people want this now as we've got stock of. How beautiful is that box, though? The tin. It's not a box, it's an actual tin. What's the matter? $18.95. That was a year, Dan. $18.95, yeah. He didn't do history at school. 4 left. Dan's brand new here in our team, and he's insulting me already. And I know where he's going to live. And it's on a first floor, so I can egg his windows with mouldy eggs, and then you have to wait for the window cleaner to come round. 2 left. 8 people want it. 1 left. Beautiful. They won't. Yeah, you have to wait for the window cleaner. I could just see you leaning out the windows, doing the windows. I can't really imagine being domesticated, can you? Like a Hoover and dusting. Damn. Oh, we can't cook. Can't get girlfriend either, but that's another story. 1 left. Gone. Sold out. Well done, well done, well done, well done, well done. Right, now I've got some other Gutermanns here. They've got the one with the tape measure. 17. Right, now, this is $17.99. Brilliant price, but it just shows you how good that price of that tin was. $17.99. Gutermann thread, 1, 2, 3, 10 of them, 10 Gutermanns. 10 Gutermanns with your tape measure, $17.99. Oh, excuse me. What's they talking about? Oh, no, I've got to check now. I thought you were offering to buy me one, Dan. That's nice of you. No. Well, when we come round, you'll have to give us nice coffee when we come round. I like soya milk in mine. Yeah, we're never getting invited round, are we? No. I don't want to come round while it looks like it looks now. $17.99. It's actually made me think about, maybe I'll retire to Birmingham because it's a really good value, it's flat. You could afford it. Oh, grand. Or don't want a flat, I want a house. It's gorgeous, though. No. I'm talking about, like, I'd have to get a ground floor one if the cats are still with me, won't I? Right, moving on. I've got this other Gutermann here Oh, right, now, this is Gutermann Sew All Thread. Hang on a sec. Let me just read this one. Is it a different weight, this one? Hang on, I've just got to check. 100 metres. Let me read the English one, John. Don't try and read the German one. 100 spools, 100 metres, micro core technology, beautiful and strong seams. Oh, nice. $14.99, this one. Again, it's polyester. 100% polyester, that one. Those colours are lovely, aren't they? Oh. $14.99. Well done. Flying out, this one. Absolutely flying out. Now, if you don't want polyester, I've got some cotton threads here from So Easy. They call it quilting thread, but it's cotton thread there. Black, grey, blue, green, red, pink, yellow, beige, cream, and ivory. $14.99. That's brilliant. How 500 metres on each spool there, 100% cotton. Morning, John. Already thinking of Christmas presents? These thread boxes would be perfect. Indeed, they would, Christine. Christine, I know a lot of people who finish their Christmas shopping. I know. Trouble is, if I buy presents for people now for Christmas, I'll have used them by Christmas. August, September, October, November. It's not 5 months away. It's 4 months and 25 days. This is what you've signed up for now, I'm afraid. I do 15 shifts a month, Dan. Get used to it. $14.99. Well done. Now, I'm going to do glues now. Whenever Ben's on a show, he always puts this glue in. What do you use it for, Ben? He doesn't use it. He just loves it. $2.99, high tack. It's like that, what's it called? What do they give you at primary schools? PVA glue. Yeah, please don't sniff the glue at home, but this one does smell nice. $2.99. Now, but Ben always tells me whenever he brings this one to air, he sells 200 every time, right? How many have I sold today? None, but I've got 2 in baskets. Come on, let's try and sell these out. It dries clear and flexible. It's ideal for fabrics, paper crafts, hobbies, and general crafts. It's safe and it's non-toxic. No. It's very sticky for fast hold and slow dry. Good on silk, paper, wood, and trimmings. Oh. Unaffected by cold or heat. Can be thinned with water. Suitable for items to be hand washed with care. No, for the same thing. Let me look. What? £6.25? Are we? Wow. About this item, dries clear. Compatible material, I just said that. Wood, glass, ceramic, paper, plastic. Oh, we didn't mention silk on theirs. Brilliant. So how much was that one, did you say? Six? Over £6. $6.25 and ours is $2.99. How's that even possible? Well done. Oh, look, now you can pop into your local store. £4. Is that right? Is that right? Yeah, look, it's exactly the same. £4.50. Oops. Well done. Well done. Right, now I've got solvent glue. This is the one that Lisa Lamb uses all the time. $5.99. Oh, why is Lynn Goldsworthy on today? No, she was on last. Yeah. Does it say on the menu? No, as in on the website. Why would it say? Mind you, it said that Ian's doing 8 o'clock on Tuesday. I know. $5.99. That's Paul Martin for you. You can't say that, Jess. Beautiful, moving on. And now I've got Odie Coat 505 temporary glue stick. $6.99. I don't know who these people are they're talking about. No, I know who that is. He didn't win it. He came second. But who was the other person you talked about? Oh, is it a singer? I've never heard of him. $6.99. Did he win X Factor, that one? I'm thinking of the one that Cherry loved. She was in love with him. No, not Sam Smith, not Joe. The one that he was, I think he was homeless. James Arthur, yeah. Cherry was like, when that year, when they all Cherry, Rachel, Hayley, they all loved him. Anyway, and then I've also got 505 spray in the big tin. This is the most affordable way of buying this, actually. $13.99. Oh, Christine's going to Festival of Quilts tomorrow. The quilt, right, the winning block quilts, right, are on the Sewing Street stand. So if you're looking at the stand, they're on the right, it's on the right-hand side. It's hanging there on the right-hand side. So it's not in with the quilts, it's on the Sewing Street stand. Lovely. Now, let's just pop back to see these scissors. Because these were flying out. These are the big 25 centimetre one, even 26 centimetre. Right, there are only 10 left once you've checked out. 10 of those left. They always sell out. Debbie Shaw had them, sold out. Holly Demmett had them, sold out. We've got them in today. We had a big stock of them, and there are 10 left once you've checked out. $23.99. Don't miss out, because I don't know how quickly Barry can get them back in again. $23.99. People are going to miss out today. People will miss out today. Another one's just gone. Beautiful. Then the little ones, the little snippy ones, which again always sell out. Have we got many of those? How many? Oh, 21 people need to check out on that one. $14.99. Gorgeous. Then we'll do the Wash Away Quilters tape again, because we've got 10 times as much as we normally have of this. 16 people need to check out. Loads of people have bought this. Yeah, Baffer's on the 11th. So get this in ready for that show. It's not just that show. Lisa Lamb uses it. Loads of people use it. And they come in and go, oh, could I have the quilt? No, we haven't got it in stock. Can I have this? No, we haven't got it in stock. Yeah, Christine, when you go in, when you go to the stand tomorrow, who's in on tomorrow? Lucy, Annie, Adam, yeah. Yeah, not Adam Brooks. Tell them that it's your block and they'll take a picture of you next to it because they want it for the social media. They'll need more than those 3 people. No, Hayden Musgrave was in yesterday. $6.99, well done. Now I've got some pins, some magic pins here. We've got the blue ones and the pink ones. I've got the pink ones then again. Extra long pins, 50 of these. So these are the extra long 2 1/4 inch ones. They come in the little case. They've got comfort grip handles, which you can iron over. They don't melt. Susie Duncan uses these all the time. She's at Festival of Quilts. Go to the Janome stand. She's on the Janome stand. The Juki boys are all there. Jenny Jackson's on the Juki stand. Janet Clare's there. She's right next to our stand. And then who's over there? Mandy Shaw. Stuart's round the corner. Who there? I tell you, the Gyro Cup boy's there. James, he's there as well, just along. Native Lighting's there. What's the handsome man that does the other lamps? Glowforce. Guy, he's put some weight on. Yeah. Who else? Oh, Sarah Patterson's there. Jenny Raymond's there, but she's never on a stand because she has classes all day long. But I saw her very quickly yesterday. And lovely Angie Atwood's there. There's so many people. If you go and you wander around on the stands, you'll see so many people that you know. Right, go on to the blue pins now. Has my clock stopped? Oh, Lynn Goldsworth is in again. You all right, Becky? Thank you, thank you. There are only 30 of these left. Well, can't you do both, Dad? Yeah. Jobs. Why? I don't know why did it all come about? Oh no! Oh, that's what I could hear. I could hear somebody's voice. That was all there. Well done. Now I've got some. Where are those little? Oh, I'll tell you what. Baffy uses this all the time. The bulky sea maid. We call it the humper jumper. I just called it the seam aid. Oh, what do I call it? Oh, bulky sea maid. You can have all of that, Michael.
I thought you were looking for something.
No. Okay. Oh, well, that's what I was looking for. Well done. Now we're moving on. We've got these. I love these. These needle grippers. You get a medium one and a large one in there. They only come in the turquoise. Lots in baskets of those. Sorry, Christine, I'm there on Sunday. I was there yesterday and I'm there on Sunday. I'm not doing tomorrow. I'm here tomorrow. With, who have I got on tomorrow? Sarah Payne tomorrow. And Becky's here. But, you know. Hope she'll be a bit more awake tomorrow. What were you up to last night? Did you have a late night? Well, she's walked out. That was Michael Wolf's fault, that. She's got upset now. Then I've got your needle grippers or your hemostats. $11.99. Lovely. Then we've got Producer Cat's favourite ever tool. There you go. Who's what, Becky? What are you asking me? Who what? Who's pointing what? Ask Michael, he'll know. 59 of these, £4.99. Loads in baskets. We've just done them. Yeah, yeah. Lovely. Now I've got some waddings here. Oops. Now there's a... Oh. Oh, 8640 by the metre. Let's do that one first because that's the best way to buy it. I thought this had been stopped, this bundle, but never mind. So now this should be £12. We'll show you the half metre in a minute. Don't buy the half metre, buy the metre for $9.99. Wow, loads of people have been and bought this already. Well done. H640, it's your iron-on fleece, remember. $9.99. Right, so that's your metre. That's your metre, right? This is what I'm saying, buy this one. That's a metre for $9.99. This is half a metre for $5.99. Do you know what I mean? So if you bought two of those, that'd be £12, wouldn't it? If you buy that bundle there, it's $9.99. Actually, put that one in the side graphics up there. So this one here is your $5.99 one. That's that. Oh, stop moving it. Yeah, yeah. Now bring the side graphics in. So that there is your half metre there for $5.99. Is it not working? There you go, there you go, there you go. That's this here, there you go. So that's your metre. Oh, it's not no price on it. For $9.99. And this is your half metre for $5.99. You choose, you choose. Yeah, common sense, go for the metre. And then I've got some, is this 80-20? 80-20 wadding. Buy the half metre, you buy it like off the roll. It is our most popular wadding, this, the 80-20. $5.99. All right, I'll just recap the scissors before I go. Yeah, then we're going for a break. So these here, these will sell out. Now, I told you, when Debbie Shaw had them sold out, when Holly Delmet had them sold out, we had loads of these, right? There's 14 left. 14 in baskets. Oh, 15 in baskets now. Right, so now is the time to come in and get these because they're going to sell out. Right, be careful. There's too many people in baskets for those. Right, way too many people in baskets now. The little snippy ones. $14.99. Lovely. And last but not least, yeah, you see, it's 25 people need to check out on those. They'll sell out today as well. And then wash away quilter's tape. Baffer is in on the 11th, remember. Be prepared. $6.99. And now they bought 10 times as much of this than we normally buy for a show. $6.99. In fact, they bought 10 times. Right, I just need to tell you, right? They bought 10. How many people in baskets? Okay. When you've all checked out, half the stock has gone, but they bought 10 times as much as they normally do. We've never had this much in one go before. Anyway, I'm going to go on. Don't go anywhere. Sandy chocolate chip cookies up after break. She's making a Tim Holtz quilt. And we promised we'd do the 10 minutes at the end, all about her hand sewing needle brochure and everything. I'll see you back here in 4.
Join us live on Facebook for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
It's called Sewing Street Extra Stitch. I know, apparently what we're going to be doing is an extra hour on Facebook and on Instagram. On the Sewing Street pages, we're going to have exclusive products and deals, competitions and giveaways, and they're expecting me to present some of them.
Follow our Facebook page for more information, and we'll see you there for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street. Let's talk about quilt blocks. Quilt blocks are like building blocks. They come in all sorts of patterns and sizes and are pieced together to create a larger quilt top. In sewing, a quilt block is a single section of a quilt design, often made up of smaller shapes like squares, triangles or strips. That's quilt blocks, the foundation of every beautiful quilt.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches and much, much more. Search Sewing Street. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
If you're using a pattern that's quite bold and you know that you want the centre back to run down the middle of the fabric and to have it identical on one side and the other, how do we match it up? Well, it's quite easy. What you do is you pin your pattern piece to where you want the pattern. Then quite simply, you take a pen and you draw around the motif. You're only cutting one layer out now. You're only cutting one side of the back out now. You draw around your motif with your pen. Then cut the piece out, put that to one side. Then when you cut the other piece out, you flip your pattern, because obviously you need a right and a left-hand side, and you just put that pattern that you've drawn in exactly the same place, on the fabric, which means when you make the dress, both motifs will be in exactly the same place on the back, either side of the centre back.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Your pattern will often tell you to put your fabric RST, or right sides together. This means that you put the right side of the fabric with the pattern on the inside and sew on the wrong side of your fabric. Then when you turn it round, you can't see any stitching. Fold your fabric so that your pattern is on the inside, i.e. right sides together. Make sure your edges match carefully and pin them.
We're busy chatting about next year already, plans for next year. Me and Sandy chocolate chip cookie there. Right, now, we are going to talk about your pamphlets at the end because we didn't get a chance to. So we will be doing the last 10 minutes. So you have to do this very quickly. No pressure. No pressure. Isn't this gorgeous? Now, this is what I would call... not ambidextrous, what's the word I'm looking for? I think this be like, and I know we have to be careful with gender and things like that, but I think both boys and girls will love this.
Yes.
Because girls are going to love it because it's gorgeous anyway, but boys are going to love it because it's not floor. A lot of Tim Holtz's have got kind of that androgynous, that's the word.
Yes, yeah.
It's
steampunkish sometimes.
Yes, yeah. I just think, but you know, like people who make quilts for their kids to go away to university and everything. Yes. A boy... Well, some boys, I'd love a floral one, but you know what I mean? Kind of like, not all boys want a floral quilt, but they want that to know that they're loved, you know, like as a little present. Yes, exactly.
Absolutely.
And I just think this, or if your husband or your partner's got a man cave, this would look lovely in a man cave as well, wouldn't it? As well as look gorgeous in a New York apartment and things like that.
Absolutely. It's
beautiful.
I love Tim Holtz's material, and it looks stunning with it.
It's just lovely. Right, it's a quilt kit. It's called Vintage Green. It's fabrics from the collection, the yellow and green and neutral palettes. Because you know we're doing the fabrics. He's doing each month or each few weeks. He brings out the kind of the red one, the green one, the yellow one. And Jess told me what the next one is. I don't know if it's arrived yet or anything. Anyway, let's get the box open. So how big is it? 109. Oh, it's quite big.
It's a big quilt, yes. 2
meters by 213, or just shy of 2 meters by 213. Right, so you get all of the instructions. Now, we have to say something to start with. When Sandy was putting this together, she noticed a couple of errors. They've been found for you. Your box will have the erratas, amendments in there.
Yeah.
So you always say, read it first.
Yeah, I always say read it. That's the first thing I always say, read it first. And I always do read a quilt first. And sometimes when you've been making quite a lot of quilts, you tend to scan it through and you think, yeah, I know how you're doing that. I know how that's made, and scan it through. With this one, you need to read it from beginning to end and back again, because it really does. Sometimes I've had to unpick it several times when I was doing it, because I jumped ahead thinking, oh, I need to do that. Looked further on and thought, oh, I didn't need to do that. So you really, really do need to read it all the way through.
And we're not being at all negative.
Oh, no, not negative at all, because I loved it.
What it is Sandy's looked at like we all would do and go, oh, yeah, it's hexes. I make a hexie and put it all together.
Right, yeah.
You don't make it in hexes.
No, you don't.
You'll see in a second, but you don't make it in hexes. Sandy went ahead making all the hexes, then came to put it together and was like, oh, I shouldn't have done that. So, which is why we're saying read it all first. Read
so
it.
I've done it, made the mistakes for you so that you don't have to when you do it.
Exactly. Right, okay, so let's have a look at the quilt kit itself. Oh, now with Tim Holtz fabric. You see, isn't it funny you lose?
Yes.
Well, you don't lose it because it creates something else, but look. Gorgeous. Oh.
It almost seems too nice to cut up into quilts,
yes, exactly.
doesn't it?
I recognise that one. So you've got your alphabets there,
so
which are in your centre stars. Now, did I tell you the story about this fabric?
No.
Right, so when we launched, I did was it the orange one I launched? And I opened this, I said, oh, look at all these American tickets and everything like that. And then I said, oh, this one here looks very like my bus ticket I used to buy to go to school in the morning. I said, of course it can't be, because it's American.
Yeah.
We then went close in it. It's Chester City Council, which is where I went to school.
And it was your bus ticket?
Yeah. When I went to school, it was only 4p.
Yeah.
But it's exactly the bus ticket from Chester, where I grew up and everything. And it's on there. Oh,
how lovely.
I know. All the others seem to be American.
You should frame a little bit and put it up on your wall.
Oh, I'll just nick that then. Right, yeah. And I love this fabric. Where's this in there?
This one is...
The other centre star.
Yeah. So, yeah, here. So you've got centre star
So what
here.
it is Tim Holtz has done these ranges, and each time he brings one out, it's a different one. So obviously this is the yellow palette this one's from. Now, they're not all the same fabric. He doesn't just do this one in orange and green or whatever, but he finds all these old photos. Oh, hang on. He finds all these old photos and prints and everything like that, and then creates this kind of collage. It's beautiful, isn't it? And then there it is in the, oh, you've gone into picked a funny one there. Goes in the centre of a star. Goes in the centre of a star. Beautiful. Then now, I don't remember this one. Oh, this is nice. This is gorgeous.
That's
this
lovely.
Dark leaf one here, isn't it? Look. Oh, has that got a name on it? Oh, it is part of it. It's called, oh, this is the green vintage. That's where the name of the quilt has come from. Well, it's from the same palette, look. It's from the palette. We haven't had the green one yet, that's why. So this is sign of things to come, isn't it, that one? Then we've got this old saloon wallpaper. You know, the tobacco-stained wallpaper. And Hannah always says if she was around in those cowboy and Indian times, she'd be the saloon girl. She's just with her garters and her stockings on and everything. Then you've got this beautiful, well, it's not even a blender, I don't want to call it a blender, but very muted, gorgeous sunflower prints and everything like that. Yeah, then we go into very, very Tim Holtzy, kind of these are for your big triangles, like the kind of almost like industrial pictures there. Now you see, is that from the same range as he? No, it is from Palette as well. So this must be another one that's coming. We haven't had this one yet. That gorgeous colourway. And then, of course, all of them have an atlas stroke map. Green map, that one's called. Right, these are going already, right? I promised you at the beginning we wouldn't be charging $269.99. Go. You're going to be amazed. You're going to be amazed, right? $189.99, that's your price. $189.99 for all that fabric for a quilt that's 2 meters, 198 by 225 it is. And it's on 3-way split pay. $63.33 a month. 189.99. You don't have to take the split pay if you don't want to, but it is interest-free if you do take it. There are so many people in baskets. They're going already. They're being checked out already. Now, also, the other thing I do need to stress, right? This is Quilt Week, right? We're celebrating Quilt Week, so we've had lots and lots of quilts on this week, right? I haven't got the regular amount of quilts that we normally have. Right now, you've all checked out. I've got half of what I'd normally have. Do you know what I mean? Like, normally they all do a certain amount. I've now got, now you've started checking out, half of that amount. How many are in baskets? Oh, be careful, because half of what I've got left is in baskets. Half of the stock, I know you want to see it being made, I understand that. I don't expect you to check out straight away. But just, I will keep you updated, because we could have another sellout on our hands. It's been very, even the boring tool hour was, really, really busy. It's been one of those days today. So we'll watch Sandy making it, and then you can make your mind up. And I'll keep interrupting, because I think I'll be saying limited. I'll just tell you, Gillian says, hello, lovely people. I love Tim Holtz fabric. Oh, I didn't know this. Devastated, he is discontinuing. Oh, we'll look that up. During the hour. We didn't know that. Gillian's off to Festival of Quilts tomorrow on a positive note. Oh, my word, I didn't know that. Right, we'll find out. Sandy, don't get depressed now. Could you like to show us how to do it then?
I will, yes. So it says on it, it's an advanced beginner. And I'm all for saying to people, give it a go. But I really do think this quilt is an advanced beginner because it does take a lot of putting together. But it's beautiful, beautiful quilt. So I always say have a go, do have a go. I wouldn't say make this your first quilt. But if you've made a quilt, then definitely go for it. And literally just read it and read it and read it. Sorry.
Okay.
Hello. Just
moving Sandy's pad to get...
Oh, thank you.
Right. Okay.
Right. So the first thing I always do is when I get it, and also on the good side of it, you always get extra with a Tim Holtz quilt. So you always get material left over, which is great. I hate quilt kits where literally when you're cutting the last sort of strip out, you've got, a millimetre left at the end and you think, oh, if I go wrong, I've got nowhere to go with this one. But with this, you are left with quite a bit of material left over. So I reckon you could make a cushion out of it with the cushion tool,
yes.
You can make a lovely, you could use that as one of your centre ones and work around it. Anyway, so the first thing I would do would best press all your material and label it all. So you've got 8 pieces of material. So I do 8 bags. So you know me with my bags. I like my bags.
Yeah.
And with this one, you do have to be organised.
You haven't painted.
I haven't. I've been looking into it. So yeah, we'll be.
Yeah, she said she went on a 3-month holiday instead.
2 months.
2 months.
So they will be painted soon. So read it through and label all your numbers and sort of there's a little strip along the bottom that tells you 1 to 8 and what the colours are. So get yourself accustomed to what fabrics go with what colours on the strip at the bottom, because that will really help you when you're putting them together. So once you've cut all your strips out, I tend to go through each fabric. So I'll take fabric 1 and it tells you what the cuts that you need to do of it. And they're all width of fabric, so I fold it up so that you can do a nice cut on it. And they're all mainly in strips. So it tells you how many strips of each one you have to do. Then the only 2 are the last 2, I think it's 7 and 8. So with these, you've got a sheet in your box, which is a paper one. So I photocopied that one so that I had a spare one as well. And then I made it out of the template plastic.
Which I've got coming up later.
Because I find it much easier to cut. Because what you're doing, you've got your strip of material, which they tell you which size to do. And then you want to try and cut your triangles. So I lay it along the bottom and I'll do my first cut. And then I tend to get just one of my heat erasable pens, and because you've got a template, it's easy to just sort of draw down it and then cut it. So I tend to do that rather than, because otherwise if you keep cutting along here, sometimes you cut into it, because especially if you've got a really sharp blade on your rotary cutter, this is quite thin and your ruler can just slightly go over it and you end up getting it shorter and shorter. So I'd find that if you just rule a line down with your pen and just sort of rule them all out.
Am I able to twist?
Yes, and then I twist it round. I mean, a lot of Tim Holtz's fabrics are directional.
Yeah.
But I always think on a quilt like this,
it's moving anyway, of course.
It's a real movement quilt. And, you know, it's a square one, would you have it, which is the right way up? So it really doesn't matter. So don't worry about the direction of it at all. The only thing I did do is when I was doing the ones with the pictures, I tried to get a full picture in the strip.
Oh, yeah.
And you have got enough material to actually just like fussy cut those strips a little bit. So then it just means that you get some of those pictures in. So that's what you do with the smaller triangle. So you'd want to do that. That's number 7. So I'm going to try to do it quickly so we can get everything done.
No, don't stress.
Then with this one, you've got your larger strip and you've got a larger triangle. But you need to fold it. So the first one I did, I put on and I drew a line down the centre.
Oh, right. So
and then I flipped it over and did it. Because you've got a strip, you're not quite sure where you're folding it.
Yes.
So I did that, and then you draw the 2 so you can cut the 2 out. And then again, you can turn it the other way round. And so then this time you would need your strip down there, fold this over and do the other line. Then you'd turn it back again and you do it that way. But make sure, so you need the bigger triangle. So you're not cutting down that centre line that you've drawn.
Right.
It's purely to get your triangle. So you need to get those triangles. So that was the other.
And I cut it out to the size of the template. I don't need to add seam allowance.
No, not at all. It's all on there. The seam allowance is on with it as well. So that was another one. So I'm going to just pop that over there. I've lost my bag. Then with the strips, you have 4 strips make these sort of triangular bits, these diamond bits in the middle.
Right.
So you've got 4 strips together. So it will tell you which ones. Now, again, the first one, there was a slight error on it. They told you 2 fabric 5s and only 1 fabric 4, but it was actually 2 fabric 4s, but you can see
But
that
you'll get
quite clearly.
So
you'll get that amendment anyway. And so you put your 2 strips together and you sew them together and iron them out. And then you need to cut them. So to cut them, you're cutting them on an angle. So you need a ruler that's got a 60-degree line on it.
Right.
Now, I just put tape on mine because sometimes the materials are quite fussy on some of them, and you've got lots of lines on your ruler as well. So sometimes if you just put a washi tape on it, it actually shows you then, so you know exactly, I know I'm cutting along here.
Right.
So you need to take it to the side. So that 60-degree line needs to go along the centre line of your strip.
Right.
Okay. So I'm just going to get, sorry, I'm going to get another rotary cutter because that blade's going slightly. Okay. So I'm going to go, so you want to do it near the end of the strip to get the first one.
Hang on a sec, we just need to see that.
Can you see this? So literally, I'm just trying to get that 60-degree angle along the centre line that you've sewn together.
Right.
And we're going to cut off at an angle. Okay? So we're just going to cut off there. And that can be sort of... Why do I never have
even
blades
yours
that
isn't
cut?
doing
Even
it
mine isn't cutting it properly either. There we go. So you've got your angle to start with.
Right.
And each strip is 2.5 inches. So again, that's why I've done a strip down there.
I was going to say I couldn't figure out what that line
So
was.
that one is the 2.5 inch one. Because again, trying to find the 2.5 on there when you're doing it.
So the first one, just recap. The first one
so the first one's a 60-degree line.
To get the actual cut shape. And then the second washi tape
is to where 2.5, which is where you cut it. So when you lay it down, I would lay if you've put your washi tape on, I would slide it up to that halfway mark, so you know that you're dead on there, and then just slide it across until it butts up with there. So that's the strip you need.
Right.
And that's your strip.
Lovely.
So it tells you how many to cut, and they're all different patterns, obviously, to get all the different centres. And again, do check with the colourways and where we do it. And the other amendment was the way that they just set the triangle out in the other one. So you'll see all that on your amendments. So you'll go along and cut all those out. And also when I was looking at the strips, it says 2.5 strips. And I thought, is that 2.5 inches? Because they're all 2.5 inch strips.
Right.
But it actually is 2.5 strips.
Oh, right.
So unless it actually says inches, it's actually the amount of strips that you need to use. So again, it can just be, this is why you need to read it over and over again. You really do need to do that. So that's how to cut those out. So once you've cut them out, so you cut out all your strips. So for this one, we're doing block 2 here. Those are the one lot of strips, and those are the other lot of strips. And then again, you've got to work out which way you're doing them. So you want them opposite. So I've just sewn along here. Now, because they're at a diagonal, the way I got it to all match up, I use this add-on ruler.
Right, okay.
Okay, so I'm going to be sewing these together. So I just put a little mark, a 1/4 inch mark, with my heat erasable pen on the one side, just across the seam line.
Right.
There. Okay.
And what's that for?
So this is to match it up. So I do that, and then you've got this side, so then I'll put a little mark across. You don't have to do this, this isn't in the pattern.
No,
this
no.
is purely
It's a
me.
nice little technique to learn.
So then I put another little 1/4 inch, just across the seam line there.
Yeah.
So then when you
Or
fold
just
them
bob your head
over,
back, what was I saying?
so when you fold them over, you want to go on, get a pin, go on that seam lines, and put it through so it comes out on that mark, if you can just see. Then put it through on this one here, and match them up, and put a pin in there. And then you get it absolutely spot on, because sometimes, because you have to leave a little bit out either side, sometimes it can be further out and you're not going to get that point.
Right.
Whereas if you line it up like that, hopefully, which I did on this one, you've got
Just put it down to shop for me a sec.
There you go, you get it right in the centre there.
Lovely.
So then you want to sew along here.
Brilliant.
So that was just my little tip for trying
No,
to
that's brilliant.
get it. And it doesn't take long, just to sort of mark it. You only need to mark over that bit and then sew it as a 1/4 inch seam. Can I say, it all does go together really well when you're doing it. It's one that it goes together lovely.
I mean, I know we're saying like advanced, beginner, intermediate, but people are going to be shocked. You know, like, because it looks incredibly complicated.
Yes, it really does, yeah. I'm just melting my bag there as well.
Oh.
So I'm going to put this one on. So always press your seams first, always set your seams first. And it doesn't really matter if you fold them to one side or you open them up.
Right, what do you do?
I tend to open them up, but then with this one I did tend to send them more to the side.
Right.
So we need to put these together with 2 triangles now. So this is where you need to know which one goes in the middle. So that one is going to go central.
Right.
So it needs to be at the bottom. So we're going to put this one at the bottom.
Right.
And then we've got 2 of these triangles that will go either side to make a bigger triangle.
Right.
Okay. So literally, again, I'm just going to put it along here. There's no seams to mark on this one. So pop it on, put a few pins in it. So this one, as you see, I tend to clip, but with this one I've pinned it a lot more. I just felt it was, and then fold it out and you know that that's fine. So we're going to do a 1/4 inch seam on this one. Once you get into the hang of what you're doing, it comes together really quickly.
Yes.
But it sit down with a cookie, a cup of tea, a glass of wine or whatever, and really, I would just recommend read it, read it, read it. So again, we're going to press this and fold it out. If I've got smaller pieces, I do tend to open my seams out, but with this, they do nest quite well if you take them to the side. So then on this side again, we're going to do this side. And we've also got the clapper on the show because when you put them all together, eventually, when you put in this, a lot of points come in at the same time. So what I'd do is I'd do the one triangle, sew it to the next one, then I would just put the clapper on it for a minute whilst I was getting the next one together, and then just take it over. And it did just sort of help to flatten those seams out a little bit.
Do you use steam or not?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm never sure if you should or not, but I've always liked steam.
Different. Lynn Goldsworth uses steam all the time.
Yeah, yeah. I always tend to as well because I think it does sort of neaten it all out well. And sometimes you can also use a slightly smaller stitch length when you're doing it. I've just got the regular one on here, but if you want to, to just sort of make it more secure with a quilting one. So you've got a lovely triangle there. So then I've got...
Let's just have a quick look at that.
There we go.
There you go.
So that makes you a lovely triangle. And you can see all the points going really well.
Yeah.
And I'm not a big point fan because I always go, if they don't match, don't worry too much about them. But I was really pleased with these because they all seem to be matching up. And I was going, I like this. It's really good. It's all matching up. So it does sort of match together really well. So you need to make 3 of those to make your... Now then. Have I done that right? Yeah?
No.
No.
Oh.
No, I haven't.
Pop them round the wrong way.
No. Right, we've got one here. I'll do another one here.
Okay.
Quickly, I'll just quickly do it.
Yeah,
So
don't worry.
this is why you need to... Because I thought, I need to put that at the top. Because, I thought that was... you see, it looks like it's going in, but it's actually, you need it. So you need that one at the bottom.
This is why you read and read
again. And read again. Absolutely. There you go. So even when I've done it and told you that I've done all the mistakes, you can still do it wrong.
Yeah.
So
But this is why you need to check as you're going along.
Yes,
Imagine if you've done the whole row.
Yeah. Because I did do a bit of unpicking with this one. But as I say, once you have got into it, it really does sort of come along quite quickly as well.
Yeah.
Right. So I am doing this.
Remember, you're getting all this gorgeous fabric and the instructions and the addendum for $189.99, $63.33 on split pay. There's lots of... How many people? It was 11 people in baskets. 11 people need to check out in their baskets. 12 now. And as I say, I've not got as many of these as I normally would have for a quilt kit.
And it is beautiful. I love Tim Holtz's material. It's beautiful.
Now, what Gillian was saying earlier, apparently he's made an announcement that he's not going to be releasing any new ranges.
So he's stopped working, really?
Do what, sorry, Sandy?
Has he stopped working then? Is
No,
it just
apparently he says he's got enough stash. He's going to start doing projects with stash.
Good on him.
Yeah.
Because I love his materials. I've always been a big fan of Tim Holtz.
He also, I mean, he's more famous for his paper craft.
Well, I was going to say I used to do a lot of card making a long time ago when my daughter was younger, because we used to do it together. So we did a lot of paper crafting and we used a lot of Tim Holtz stuff, and that's where I knew him from, really. And then it was only when I sort of started doing a lot more sewing again that I realised he had the material as well, which is beautiful. So let's see if we can add this one. There we go.
There we go.
So there we go. That's,
So we only make a half hexie then?
Yes. So you sew it up. So we're going to sew down here. So and again, I use the little ruler and just put little marks on, just on the seam lines, so that you can sort of join them together. Okay. And then I'm going to sew this one down. So you're back at Festival of Quilts again this week?
Sunday, I'm back at Sunday. So I'm here tomorrow with Sarah Payne, and then I'm in Festival Quilts on Sunday.
Lovely.
And then Sunday, I'm going to lie in a darkened room.
Yes.
Monday.
I bet you are, yes. You'll need it after that. Because it's lovely, the show, but it is tiring, though, as well, isn't it, sort of walking around?
Yeah. Don't get to walk anywhere.
Oh. I'm hoping to pop along there this afternoon. So if anybody's there, say hello.
I was just saying, there are so many people from Zone Street on all their own, not on our stand,
yes,
on their own stands.
Yes. I always keep saying I'll do a stand. I was doing a lovely course a few months back, and I was saying to the girls there, I was thinking I might do a stand. I said, but I don't know if anybody would come, and they all said, we'll come and support you. You've got to do a stand. So I said, maybe I'll do one next year.
I think it's just a bit terrifying how expensive it is for the stall hold.
I know.
What I think is brilliant, though, is you can get a stall that's as big as this room, or you can get
just a tiny one,
tiny little corner. And I think to start with,
if I could have a little table,
yes,
just
well, Mark Francis, then he's just got like a little corner like that, and he's got his patterns and some of his fabric and everything. Yeah. It's enough. Really.
It is, yeah. That's all I'd want, just a little tiny one. So maybe next year.
Yeah.
So yeah, Family Comfort's on the road next year, I think.
We could try one of the others, like sewing for pleasure or crafting, one of those first.
Yes, that's right, yeah. I think, is it the Harrogate one that everybody says is quite nice?
Everyone was talking about the Harrogate one yesterday.
Yeah, and also Alexander Palace.
Yeah.
That's meant to be.
Yeah.
But I think that's
Ali
a more.
Is Ali Pali still there, or is that the one that's gone to the? Oh, yeah.
I think it was there last year.
The design centre, or did it move back out from the design centre?
I don't know. It was at the Ali Pali last year, so maybe it's not this year. I don't know.
Yeah.
And I didn't bother too much about cutting all the little bunny ears off either.
Okay.
So there we go. So you've got the half there.
Right.
So again, I'm just going to fold that out. Good press. So then once you've done that, don't sew them together like I did.
No.
Whatever you do, because this is how you do it. So you're going to do it in a strip. So you've got the bigger triangles that you did, and you put them together. It tells you which ways to put them.
Right.
And literally, again, you're just going to sew those on. And you do one. Now, it should have another one on, and I haven't got block 4. So this would be an A.
Right.
So there would be block 4 here, or the half of a hexie there, and then another one of these at the end.
Right.
Then you make another one exactly the same with the bottom ones that you've got. So you see I've got the top one there, and then that one matches up. So I'll do another strip with the triangles in.
Oh, okay.
And then I sew those two together, and that makes the whole.
Right.
Because if you'd sewn this up, it would then be very hard to get those triangles inside.
Of course, yeah.
Because I did think, I thought, I wonder which way they put those in, being stupid, and I sewed, the hexie together. So that's how they do it. So you do it in half, and then you sew the two together.
Yeah, so the only tricky bit there is making sure you get the right bottom half to go with
the right top half, yes. So do make sure that's why the bags come in handy. I've got sort of like block 1, block 2, block 3, block 4 bags.
Yeah.
And then I've got 1 to 8 bags with the strips in, so I can bring those out as I need them and then put them into the right block bag. And so, I would then do it in the same order. So once I'd done that, I would then put that back into block 2 bag so that you've got the top and the bottom with it. So you make 2 of those, and those are A strips. Then for the next one, you do exactly the same, but you don't put the first triangle on.
Right.
But you add 5 of your hexes.
Right.
So you can see you've got an extra one on either side.
Yeah.
Yep.
So now, because I've made... Now.
Yeah.
You've made them.
Yes.
So do you make a quarter and a quarter then for the end ones? You
no,
you still make a half.
Still make a half, and then you trim it afterwards at the end.
Right. So the top row would be a black triangle, a half hexie, black triangle, half hexie.
Yeah.
But the second row is a half hexie sideways.
No, it's still a triangle put on. So you still put the triangle.
Right.
So it'd be exactly the same as you've done the top row, but with the bottom hexes.
Right.
And then you would sew them together, and then you'd trim it all off afterwards.
Got it.
So the top one's where you've got the triangles on here, but this one you don't put a triangle on because you're cutting half the hexie off.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't need the extra triangle on it.
And you make that half hexie the same way as you've made...
You make it as a full hexie. And then you trim it off.
So
okay. They're all exactly so you're making all these half hexes.
Yeah.
You're making the top. You make, I think it's 3 of those ones, or 2 of those, and then 3 of the other rows.
Right, got it.
But one of the rows you start with the full. So it would start off with the full one here. So this one would have started off life like that. Then this one would have started off life like that.
Right.
Upside down. So we'll take that one there. So that one would start life like
and
that.
then you cut it off.
And then you cut it off.
Ooh.
I know. So you cut all that bit off at the end.
But then is there enough to use those bits in something else, the bits that you cut off?
Well, you're cutting almost to half a hexie
Yeah,
off.
I was going to say.
So I would say, and you've got half your hexie on that side.
Yeah.
Maybe you line them up somehow. Because,
you could try and make a cushion
that
would be slightly smaller
That's
or
right,
something.
yeah. Because when you're doing it as well, there's a little sort of diagram on the quilt which looks like a half moon.
Yes.
And you're thinking, well, where does that go in?
Fit in?
But I think what it's trying to show you is, because you want to get... Can you see here? I've got a little point. I'll be like a school teacher now. So where you've got the border goes right onto that point.
Yeah.
Halfway. So if you cut right onto the halfway mark, you're not going to get your border lined up.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
So you need to do it 1/4 of an inch over, so it gives you that 1/4 of an inch seam allowance.
It tells you that in
so I
the
think it does. So I think that little sort of cutout is like this bit here, telling you that actually don't cut it right on that halfway mark.
Yeah.
You need to do it 1/4 of an inch over.
Brilliant.
Okay.
And that, but I don't want me to say that's it, but that is
that
it.
is it. Yes. Yeah. So once you've got your head round what you're doing,
Yes.
it goes together really easily. It's knowing which points to put on your triangle.
Exactly, getting the right way up.
Get
Yeah,
it on the right way up, because it doesn't always tell you, it just tells you the fabric. So that's why I say to you, make sure you remember what colours your fabric are.
Yeah.
And then you can see on the little diagram, and you think, oh, the red one, so that's number 3, so that must be the one that I put into the middle or in the top.
I think it's important, keep checking as you're going
Yes,
along.
definitely.
That's the most
Yes,
important thing.
yeah.
Like, because you could have done exactly.
I could have done
made 2,
Yes.
gone off to answer the phone or
Yeah.
make Andrew's tea or something like that, come back and done the 3rd one.
Yeah.
And not realise that you've done it upside
That's
down. And
absolutely, yes, yeah. And also, when you've done the 2 halves, make sure you put it back in the bag so that you know that it goes, because it tells you sort of do 1, 2, 3,
Yes,
1,
yes,
2.
because you've got not only got different stars in the middle, you've also got different stars on the outside
as well.
haven't you?
Yes, yeah.
I mean, all of them have got Atlas, haven't they, on the as the
yes.
roundy bit.
All of
but
them have got the
pointy
atlas on the
bits-
outside, but the star itself, because a lot of them use the yellow,
Yes.
but then some of them don't use, some of them use the flowery one
yeah.
instead. So you've got to sort of make sure which ones are going.
Oh, yeah, and then when you sew them together in a strip,
Yeah.
if you then sew the next one in a strip and you've got the wrong one, you're going to have
you're going to
you're
going to have half a star of one and half
It
a
would
star
fit
of
together
something else.
size-wise.
Yes.
But then you'd suddenly have half a star and half a star, wouldn't you?
But if you do get it wrong, there is loads of material left on it. They're always fabulous, because I always think, have I done it right? Have I cut the right? 'Cause I always try and cut all the strips. The only thing I don't cut out is probably the binding, because I know that I'm not going to get up to that stage today, so I keep that back. But having cut all the other strips out, there's still, lovely bits of material left, and with the tin quilts, you can make a lovely cushions.
And also, to me, I've been looking at this all morning,
Yes.
and all I've seen is hexes on a dark background.
Yes.
But suddenly, the black triangles have all jumped out, and it's like they're big black stars.
Yes,
And I hadn't noticed that.
Yes.
And it was just
So you've got like a
there.
star, especially like
that secondary pattern is a huge black star there, isn't it?
And then you've got the big star around
Yes,
that one
yeah,
as well.
yeah.
Yes, yeah.
I
'Cause
love it. I
otherwise-
love it when you put something together and it gives you a secondary pattern. And it's taken me 37 minutes. Well, it's been up all morning. I haven't noticed it all morning, but it's literally just now that the big stars bounced out.
I think I didn't notice it until I was coming back in, and as you look at it from afar, from further away, you suddenly think, that's a
it's the big
star
star,
around it, isn't it, as
lovely,
well?
isn't it?
It's an absolutely beautiful quilt, so it gives you all the binding to it as well. So you've got 2 bindings. So you've got your thicker border, then sort of like your binding together for the back.
I think that's what takes away. That's why I haven't been looking, because I've been looking at the top, and because they put a border on it, you don't
lose
see the star at the top. It gives you that kind of almost like a blind hem stitch, doesn't it? Shape?
Yes.
So it's kind of like there's no star at the top. So only when you look further down, you
I
suddenly see
think
the
this
star.
is the first one that hits you, isn't it? There,
yeah.
and then you suddenly think, oh yeah, there's one there. Oh, there's one there, and
Yeah.
you notice as it comes down.
Now, Ben's just said something a bit weird in my ear. Just
Oh.
say it again. Why? Okay, then, he's being totally honest with you now, right? This should have been the price, right? Everybody who has checked out, congratulations. But there are so many basket dwellers, right? People are umming and ahhing, so maybe this might help. It's ridiculous when you think how many we've got. 179.99, right? It starts off at 269. Recommended retail price, 269.99. 179.99. Now, don't let us down. Oh, excuse me.
Oh, yours.
This is too much talking yesterday. Don't let us down, basket dwellers, because they've done that for you. They've done that for everybody gets it. Everybody gets the £10 off. But you now need to start checking out. Does that extra £10 helped at all? 179.99, 59.99 on split pay. I don't think it's too much furniture. I think it's a really lovely looking quilt. It's Tim Holtz fabric. Now, I mean, I didn't mean to say this, but like, if he's not making any fabrics anymore...
It could be an absolute...
Well, it'd be an heirloom, wouldn't it? Because it'd be like, oh, that was his last collection.
Yes.
That was his last collection.
It's an heirloom quilt anyway, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
It is an heirloom. And you can do some lovely sort of... I think you could do this without taking it to be long arm quilted. You could easily do either sort of like just stitching in the ditch on this one because you've got enough pattern in your actual fabric to make it fine anyway. Or then just like they've done here, just like stripes down it, which would be quite doable on your machine as well.
Exactly.
So if you folded it all up, sort of rolled it up into the middle, then you're just doing strips. You could do that quite easily on your own machine without having to actually send it off if you don't do long arm quilting yourself.
Beautiful. Right, let me just take you through all the fabrics again. So you do get the pattern and you get the template for the triangles in here as well. You will also get an addendum or errata, or whatever they call it these days, because there are a couple of mistakes, but because Sandy's found them, we've been able to say to the people who make the boxes, you need to put this in. I've made fewer mistakes as a beginner because I really did read everything. Yeah. And it was only later when I thought I knew what the pattern would do. Yes, Karen, exactly. When you go, oh, yeah, I know how to do that. Exactly.
And that was me, Oh, I know what I'm doing here. Yeah, that's absolutely fine. And then I wasn't. So do read it. Absolutely read it.
Right. There's twice as many people in baskets now. Twice as many people in baskets now. So let me take you through it. So you get the pattern and the template. And then you get all this incredible Tim Holtz fabric here. So you've got the montage, you've got the alphabet fonts, you've got the tickets, you've got this one which we've never seen, the vintage. Don't worry. The vintage green there. We've got the saloon wallpaper. We've got the beautiful, like, tobacco and gold and ochre sunflower print. We've got the very industrial, but you don't see it. To me, I just see it like a blender black. You don't see the industrial bit.
You don't. It sort of blurs into it in a way, doesn't it? Yes, but yet that would be lovely, as you say, for like a man cave or something like that. It would be fantastic, wouldn't it?
And then you've got all what he's famous for, the Atlas fabric as well there. All of that, $179.99. Split pay $59.99. You're not paying any interest whatsoever. Right, please be careful. Lots of people in baskets. You do need to check out. Gorgeous. There it is. There's the finished quilt. And it measures 198 by 213 centimetres. So it's a nice, big size, that one.
It is a massive quilt, isn't it?
Beautiful. Complete instructions. $179.99, $59.99 on split pay. Loads on baskets. We are going to have to move on. I'm just adding something up. Well done. Congratulations. Right, now, also you saw Sandy use different things. Morning, John. I used to buy his crafting paper just because I love the design. I know. What a shame he's stopping the fabrics. I know, but everyone each to his own. He's obviously got some plans, hasn't he? Rotary cutter. Lovely. At $14.99. Gorgeous. Right, then we've got your plastic... Do you use this one or the red one? This one.
That one.
Plastic template.
I'd use just a plain one,
yes. So you get 2 sheets in there of your plastic templates. $2.99. Yeah.
You've got loads. 1 sheet of that will do the 2. You could always make the double triangle out of
one of them.
So if you wanted to, rather than flipping it over when you're doing it, cutting it out, it might be nice to actually make the double triangle.
How many people will do that, go for a cup of tea, come back, go...
And cut down the line. Yes. So it might be a good idea to really cut out the large one from the one template. If
you like the template plastic with a grid on it, we have that as well, or graph on it, we have that as well. Beautiful. Then we've also got... that's it for the quilt. Let's just put the quilt back in, sorry. And then we'll go on to Sandy's brochure. $179.99. It should be $269.99. 27 people need to check out on that one now. 3-way split pay. 3-way, no interest charge whatsoever. Beautiful. Right, now, Sand. Oh, hang on, what? Could you say happy birthday to Audrey? Lots of love, her granddaughter Amanda and great-granddaughter Mia Grace. Oh, of course we will. Who is it? Audrey, happy birthday, my love.
Happy birthday,
Happy
Audrey.
birthday. Question. I've just ordered the quilt kit and it's showing on the order at 189, not 179. Just been seen. Will I be charged? No, Catherine, at midnight tonight, they all get coagulated and you'll be charged the... And if tomorrow you wake up and it shouldn't, but if it has, just ring the call centre and they'll sort it all out for you. So you won't get charged a higher price. Right, today, Sandeep brought us 2 brochures. I'm going to talk about quickly this one, the Pillow Talk one. This was from the 8 o'clock show this morning. What it is, it's everything you need to know about cushion making, right? Yours will be beautifully printed. This is not how yours will be. We've had an issue with our printer overnight, or not overnight, the night before. It's pages. It's 20 pages long. You get a block, which you don't really need to get because you just start with a 12-inch block. But Sandy has put in a log cabin block for you anyway and all the things you need. Then in here, you also get how you then add your border to the cushion, how you add piping and making things, how to make the piping and add it, sorry, adding decorative trims, adding a flange, which is what we did at 8 o'clock this morning. I mean, it's just a masterclass in cushions, isn't it? Envelope backs, button back closure, zip back closure. And with pictures and with writing, as I say, yours won't be printed like this. Finishing touches, inside story, everything you need to know. No, it's the wrong graphics. $9.99 this one is. Sorry about that. $9.99. That's your graphics for that one. Loads and loads in baskets. There's 56 people got that in their baskets right now. You do need to check out, right? And we also have it digital. There you go, $9.99. You'll have that within minutes. You'll have that within minutes. Watch the 8 o'clock show from today to see us talking about that. The other one that Sandy's brought us today, excuse me, she's done her range of handy guides, hasn't she? So we've done needles, we've done threads, we've done batting.
Sewing tools.
Everything like that.
Difficult materials.
This is the next one. This one is £4, right? So this one here is your hand sewing and basic stitches. So everything you need to know about your needles, about your stitches, it's all to do with hand sewing and things like that. Ideal just to have in your workroom. Next you think, oh, what did I need that for? It's things you might already know, and you just might need refreshing. Or it's if you're new, it's things you wouldn't know at all. Like when you look at needles, we do a needle bundle, and it's like sharps and betweens and this, that, and the other. Right, yeah. Sometimes you think, well, what do I need for what stitch? Yeah. We're going to talk to you very quickly about that in a second. This also comes digitally. Beautiful. Oh, I can hear voices. Right, so Sandy, what are you going to show us on? We've got about 6 minutes.
Right, I was just going to show you a couple of the basic stitches that we've got. So there's a little picture of all the basic stitches in there, but I thought I'd just sort of quickly go through the ones that we tend to use quite often and normally when you first start sewing as well. So the stitch that we all learn when sewing is just a running stitch. So if somebody says to you running stitch, some people don't always know these days what it is. So literally, as you can see, it's just tiny little stitches running along. So you want to just go in and out with your needle. I tend to do 2 or 3 at a time and pull along. And that could be used slightly bigger as a tacking stitch, as a basting stitch. Just sort of holding something together, you'd need a bit of a running stitch. Yeah. So that's that one. Then the back stitch. I sew my teddy heads onto the bodies with the back stitch because it's quite a small neckline, so it's really hard to get around the sewing machine unless I've got the bigger ones. So I say to people, do the back stitch, and they go, ooh, how do I do a back stitch? So again, it's like a bit like a running stitch. I always tend to use a double thread as well when I'm sewing. So I just put some little marks on so you can see where we've gone. So you'd come up through, and then obviously back stitch, you're going back one. So you go back a stitch, and forward. So you've got like your thread coming out of the middle and your needle at either side.
Have you drawn little dots?
I did, yes.
You don't have to do that.
You don't have to. I did it so that you can see how
Yeah,
it
yeah,
goes
yeah,
even.
yeah.
Yeah, I did on this one, yeah. And then you pull it.
Well, when you start, actually, it's
a good idea to practice.
All the same size. Then.
So I would say if you wanted to practice doing a back stitch, draw little, I do about 2 or 3 millimetres. You can do them bigger if you want to, but I tend to do, so it sort of emulates the size of your sewing machine almost. And on the back, they do just overlap a bit, but they're not too bad. You can see when you've got them right, they sort of go in. So again, you want to go back, so you're going back a stitch and then forward a stitch. So again, you've got that, your thread in the middle and you've got the 2, and then you want to pull it through. And that will really hold on. I mean, it's as strong as doing it on a sewing machine. If you've got the right thread and you're doing it, and I tend to do it with the sharps needle.
Yep.
It depends what you're doing it on. If you're doing sort of like around a bear's head, you don't want the needle too long because it's going to catch because it is on a circular motion. So that's your back stitch. And another stitch that's really handy when you're doing bears or any sort of stuffed animals or things like that is the ladder stitch.
Right.
So this is a lovely stitch, and it's one that I always teach in my classes when I do it. So I've done just a little heart for you here. So you've got the seam, and I always say try and, if you've sewn it, before you stuff anything, I always say just put a little clip in there so it almost leaves a line that you're going to be sewing on.
Right.
So if you can see, it's almost like ironed it for you. So you want to take your needle and you want to go inside and bring it up at where your stitching started or finished. There you go. So you brought it inside. And then literally we're going to be making a ladder. So you'll go one little running stitch on one side. Bring your thread over and do a little running stitch at the other side. So that's making so like one rung of your ladder. Make sure that it's neat if you've got 2. Then you want to go back again and do another little running stitch, and then come back and do another little running stitch. I tend to do 3 or 4 of those first, and then literally hold it together and just pull it, and the seam completely disappears. So it's a fabulous stitch to do when you're sort of sewing up anything like this. So if you want to sew sort of 2 seams up together and you don't want to see it, so you can even use, whatever colour cotton you want because it will completely disappear.
Yeah.
So literally you just want to keep going up, getting your little rungs, and then I tend to hold it together and pull it. If you do too many and you pull it, you can tend to break it. So you don't want to break it. So you want to do 2 or 3 at first and then just gently tug on it.
Yeah.
And if you do have a lump further back, you think, oh, it's not sort of pulled, get the back of your needle and just go back and just lift up that thread and just pull it along. And so you can pull it along like that if it does come, if you've got any little lumps in it. And that's your ladder stitch.
We also have this pattern digitally as well as physical, remember?
Then we've got a hemming stitch.
Yep.
This is good for like hemming trousers, dressmaking, or hemming anything up really. So I would then take your needle up through. So once it's folded, so this would be like the wrong side of your garment, and you've got it up. And then you just want, I do a little tiny stitch on the right side, and then underneath, and pull it along. Underneath.
What do I see on the other side then?
Just a tiny little dot on the other side.
Perfect, yeah.
So
Lovely.
you've just got tiny little dots. So if you've got the right colour thread, you wouldn't see that.
Is that
really
Cassandra
at all.
Connolly fabric you're using there?
It is, yeah.
From Lewis and Irene.
It
and then
is.
what did you say? There's one more.
So then
2
I've got
more.
a whip stitch. So that was the ladder stitch.
Oh,
so
yes,
this
oh,
is,
yeah.
and then literally this is if you just want to sort of sew 2 pieces together, literally you're just whipping the cotton
This is what we use for
over.
EPP, isn't it? This
Yeah.
one,
So then you would just go over. Just little stitches, and you're just going to get sort of like the little line at the top. And I would just go through, just catching the 2 pieces together. And those stitches will probably take you through most of the things that you need to
Absolutely.
do with sewing, with hand sewing really. Then you can do things like we've got French knots in there if you want to add a little bit of embroidery. You can do a chain stitch, you can do all sorts of lovely embroidery stitches to just embellish things with, and I think hand stitching should be used more.
Okay, the graphic seems to have... why have they died? Oh. have to wait a second for the graphics to change. Oh, okay. Well, we'll go for a break then. Sandy, what I'll do is when I come back, before I start going, I'll just recap this out and then we'll talk again. The whole computer's died next door.
Oh,
so
right.
when are you in next?
I'm in on the 23rd of August.
Oh, are you?
I am.
Making up for it now.
I'm making up for it now, that's right,
It's
yes.
lovely to have you back.
Oh,
and you're looking so
thank
well.
you. So are you. You look fabulous.
Thank you. I've been on holiday, though. You tell Andrew you need to go on more holidays.
I know. This is what I keep telling him. Yeah, definitely.
Anyway, we'll see you in August.
You will.
We will be back with Gary as soon as the computer lets us. We will see you back here in a few minutes from now.
Turning tools are one of my favourite tools. They are perfect for turning tubes of fabric the right way round. So maybe you're making bag handles or straps, or you're doing small rouleau loops, absolutely perfect. So if you've got a piece of fabric here, I've sewed it in half, right sides facing. Turning it right sides out takes quite a long time. So what you need is a turning tool. If you take the tube of fabric, tack it together across the end, it just holds it together using the longest stitch, and then you just get the plastic tube, put it to the end, get your stick and push it in, and then it turns your tube right sides out really, really quickly. It's genius. Simplest thing, but absolute genius. Now, in these turning tool sets, you get different sizes. So that's the big one. So if you were using a narrower tube, then use the next size down. Now, when it's a short tube, I don't tend to tack the end. You can just fold the end in and push it through like this, and that will turn that right sides out. Look how quick it is. And if you're doing really small loops like this one here, there's even a smaller one as well. So if you just slide the smaller tube inside, then the smallest one comes with a little metal stick instead of a wooden one. But look how quick and easy that is to turn right sides out. Saves you loads of time. When you get your set of turning tubes, do make yourself a little bag, just a little drawstring bag to put them in, because otherwise they get separated, and it keeps them all nice and neat and saves you so much time.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search Sewing Street.
Join us live on Facebook for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
It's called Sewing Street Extra Stitch. I know, apparently what we're going to be doing is an extra hour on Facebook and on Instagram. On the Sewing Street pages, we're going to have exclusive products and deals, competitions and giveaways, and they're expecting me to present some of them.
Follow our Facebook page for more information, and we'll see you there for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
Did you know that we have 4 brands within our Gemporia craft family, including Gem Collector? So who are Gem Collector?
It's where the world of gemstone collecting comes to life. Whether you're just starting out or you're already passionate about this rewarding hobby, we're here to inspire and guide you.
Our channel offers an incredible variety of gemstones from around the globe. From timeless classics like rubies and emeralds to rare and exotic gemstones, there's always something to spark your interest.
More than just a showcase, we aim to educate you by providing so much more insight into each gemstone's origin, history, and unique characteristics. making it easy to grow your knowledge and appreciation for this extraordinary hobby.
Gem Collector helps you build your collection and connect with a vibrant community of gemstone enthusiasts.
Go over to our website or download the Gemporia app to discover how rewarding gemstone collecting can be here with us at Gem Collector.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Now, before we go over to Gary and get all his expertise, I just think all the graphics died the last hour. I just need to recap this one. That gorgeous vintage green quilt from Tim Holtz. We took an extra £10 off, £179.99. It should be £269.99. How many people now in baskets? 26 people need to check out on three-way split pay. The fabric is gorgeous, isn't it? And then we got that £179.99. I just had to recap that because, as I say, the graphics all died at the end of the last hour, and I just need to recap it. Right, he is here somewhere. Yesterday at Festival of Quilts, right, I kept going over to the Juki stand, say hello to Gary and everything. Every time I went up, there was a queue of people to see him. And George, unbelievably. George was very, very popular yesterday. In fact, they all were. Well, actually, the dad. Where was the dad? Lawrence, where was he? He wasn't around much.
He was, yeah, he was.
He was out drinking, was he?
Well, as usual, indeed,
yeah. Exactly.
It's got to be the social side of it.
Of course, yeah, exactly. So, Gary, it's so lovely to see you.
Wonderful, well, great to be back.
I haven't seen
you. It's been a little while.
Ages
no, it has been a while. Well, I think you keep gallivanting on holiday, don't you? Or was that me?
That's you.
Oh, right,
then, okay. That was you on the holiday. I haven't had a holiday. I had a few days for my birthday.
Lovely, yes.
We're 65 this year, Gary.
65. Well, you say you're not looking it. So
thank you. That took you a bit too long there. That was fine. That was fine.
How do I say this carefully?
Right, so what have we got today? Just tell us what we've got over the whole show before we concentrate on this one.
Right, wonderful. So we've got, well, basically the DX7. This is our baby. This is the one we sort of been through.
Hang on a sec. Oh, hang on. We're just going to go through everything that we've got. So they've got the DX7. We've got the MO1000 Overlocker.
That's it, yep.
And we've got the Wayliner.
We've got the Wayliner, so we've got the industrial attachment Wayliner, which is absolutely brilliant. Yep. Obviously, the MO1000, the air threading system overlocker on there, so again, fantastically easy. And then combined, obviously, with the DX7 as well, which is the workhorse multi-stitch.
Brilliant. So I just want everyone to know what they've got.
What's coming up.
Gary's here for 2 hours, so it's not a rush. If you've got any questions, get them in. Gary loves a really, really difficult question.
Absolutely. Any questions, not a problem at all.
No, any questions about any of it, either do it through the normal message or do it on the Facebook Live here, and Gary would be happy to answer all of your questions. Right, so Gary.
Yep.
You all right there?
Right, we're just getting started on these. Right,
Lovely.
We're getting there.
What is this machine and who should buy it?
Right, so starting with the DX7, again, it is one of our favourite machines on there. The nice thing with Juki ourselves, people are recognising now, we are over 85 years old now. We're not a new company by any sort. People know us for our industrial machines. Our very first manufacturing machine was a domestic machine. So, but obviously now we supply over sort of 60% of the world's manufacturing machines on there, equipment. Obviously, this is why we keep bringing out our different attachments like the Wayliners and things like that to make life easier. But the DX7 is one of those all-rounders, which is absolutely fantastic. So whether you're a beginner So it's very, very easy just to get on and go with the flexibility, the power, the quality. And also, it looks after you as well, which is really, really nice. So as a beginner, it is a machine that you can really just get on and go.
Yeah.
And whether you're a quilter, whether you're a dressmaker, obviously bag making, soft furnishing, it's got the power, it's got the strength. Juki are known for their industrial feed system, so we've got the box feed system in there.
So even this one has the box feed?
Absolutely, yeah. So in there, which I will go through and explain in more detail soon.
Well, I said I wasn't going to interrupt, but I would imagine, this is your price, right, for this sewing machine, right? I would imagine with all that technology and the box feed and everything, it would be more than this.
Well, a lot of people do. This is a nice thing about it. When we sort of go through and then sort of the price, surely it's more than that. And no, again, with the technology that we use, with a lot of companies now where obviously computerised electronics are really coming into their own, but electronics and computerisation in the right places is okay, in the wrong places it really isn't. And the reason I'm saying that is because now within the machines you've got like auto foot lifts where you press a button on there, where this machine then will try and set itself for different thicknesses and fabrics. The problem is, once the computers start trying to judge different thicknesses of fabrics or threads, that's where you're finding there are issues and there are problems sometimes, because a computer machine is basically can only give you a mid-level. It will not judge necessarily the thickness of thread you're using or anything like that.
Yeah.
So what we do is we use the industrial style. And what I mean by that, even though we have got electronic assist, everything is still connected to a full mechanical system. So this is what we're used to. I'm not going to call it old-fashioned. I'm just going to call it reliable.
Yeah.
Because it is the most reliable system on there. And the same as what we use with our industrial machines. It's nice to have underbed trimmers, the auto foot lifts, and absolutely beautiful. But the problem is, if it's not connected to something which is then strong and reliable, then this is where the downfalls are. It's good having technology as long as it works.
yeah, exactly.
Exactly it, which is brilliant. And this is where, I know I'm going to repeat myself on there, but we recognise ourselves where we do get involved with the manufacture and the design aspects of Juki sewing machines. And that's great. It's not just a corporate tank at the top of the pile thinking, right, this is what we need to do to it, this is what we need, this is how much money we need to make, etc., etc. So we actually build a machine, and then that's the price it is to build the machine.
Yeah.
We won't cut corners on there as well. And you say, because we're not actually using any gimmicky technology, the price, you're not paying for that advancement of something which you may, first of all, never use, second of all, may not be reliable because it's not a tried and tested, where, say, this system we know, and hopefully you guys, and I think a lot of you watching may already own this machine and obviously hopefully love this machine as
Exactly. I have 3 Juki machines, wouldn't buy anything else. User-friendly, strong and reliable from Sue in Kent. Thank you, Sue.
Wonderful, thank you, Sue, on there.
Yay, Gary. I adore my Juki machine and Overlocker from Karen in Kent.
Excellent, thank you, Karen. Indeed, brilliant. And again, this is, like yesterday, as you said, I didn't even see you yesterday.
No, I did come to the stand several times, but you were always, had your head down with a customer.
And with a customer, and the good thing with that as well, it's obviously with ourselves as the backup service, obviously, the machines themselves, they come complete, which is nice, with proper instruction manuals. No downloads, all that. It's single language as well, which is really nice. It also then does come with an instructional DVD. But as we're very proud of as well, we have our own classrooms, we offer classes backup service, 2-year full warranty with the machine as well, which again, we completely back up as well, if there is any queries there. And you say, not just at the shows where we've got machine sales, obviously we are there and it's fantastic, we have a very busy day that way. But everybody just comes up, obviously, love my machine, which is fantastic to hear, but also any questions or queries, ask them. And that's obviously what filled our day up very much.
Exactly. And what's brilliant about them is you buy this machine, you're not suddenly left on your own. You know, there are some people where you'll buy a machine and then you'll never hear from whoever the Gary is, sort of thing. If you ring the Colchester store with an issue, you're still at Colchester, right?
I'm at Chelmsford personally.
Are you what?
Oh, Chelmsford.
Cheltenham, sorry.
My shop's Chelmsford.
Chelmsford.
Obviously, George is in Colchester.
Don't ring George. But no, if you ring, you can ring any of the stores.
Any of our
Gary's
stores,
at the Chelmsford one, right? You will get Gary answering your call. You will get George. And if you've got a question, George, if you've got a Britannia machine, get hold of George, because he's brilliant.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
You want a Juki machine, get hold of Gary. And the modern day, so first of all, you get Gary or one of the other technicians,
yes,
I think.
absolutely.
But with modern technology, it's not that, oh, I've got this thing here. You can do a video call.
Oh,
They'll do a video call
absolutely,
and won't you, and say, just show me where it's going wrong. And so what I'm trying to say is the backup service is you don't spend your £1,695 and then that's it. The box is delivered and you're left. You've got a two-year warranty.
A full 2-year warranty, but unlimited backup service.
Yes.
That's the thing. As long as you're using the machine, you've got questions about the machines and that, we are here to help you.
Exactly.
And you say, it's very surprising where some people do phone up and like, oh, hello. And they sort of, you can hear the silence there for a little bit. I'm sure you get it. Is that Gary on the other end?
Oh, no, people message my website and say, please, could you tell John Scott this? And it's like, actually, it's just me.
Yeah, it's just me. That's right.
It's just me doing this.
And that's the good thing why we love it as well, because the passion comes over, and obviously we want to keep the world sewing, as such to say. And obviously, and there's nothing more frustrating where you feel the person has brought the wrong sewing machine for the wrong job on there. Yeah. And this is where our machines, yes, it is an investment, without a doubt, on there, but it's that investment that it's going to pay off in the long run. Because say you buy the wrong machine or a budget machine to start off with. Certainly as a beginner sewer, again, the budget machines are just not good. They don't look after you, so therefore, as a new sewer, you think, is it me who's struggling to sew? And not realising it's the machine that's actually
And also, it's like buying your first fabric. If you buy the wrong fabric, you'll go, I hate this, I'm never doing this again. If you've got the wrong machine and you're sitting there going, it must be me, I don't want to do sewing anymore, I'm going to take up tennis or something like that. Do you know what I mean? It's being looked after, knowing you've got the right... Can I also just do the science to begin with? Because, look, it's £1,695 on 5-way split pay, no interest charge whatsoever. And also, what's this bundle here then, Gary? I've just seen this bundle worth £98.
Right, yeah, so what we're doing, obviously, is we like to come up with offers.
Yeah.
So with the Overlocker on there, we have 30,000 metres of thread.
Right.
Putting with the offer, as well as, obviously, the discount on the machine on there. And then with the DX7, obviously, I need to... We start from scratch, because, obviously, the machine itself is a complete package, even to start off with.
Yeah.
So... as a machine, just what it comes with. As we can see, the large extension table on here. So that is nice, very easy, just comes off. One thing I'm very, again, pleased of on here, if we look at the bottom, it's honeycombs. The reason we do that, so there's no flex or movement. There's nothing worth having an extension table which then bounces or moves around. Adjustable legs as well. So again, very, very sturdy. Even if you're on a drop leaf table or something like that, you can adjust it so it sits flat. So that's easy just to pop on. We also then, obviously, as we noticed when that was off, it gives us a free arm facility on there. It also comes with our accessory arm. So this is basically turns it into the flatbed without the extension table.
Right, which is what you'd have on most of the time, I'm presuming.
That's exactly. This is how it will come as standard on there. So with that, it's a nice storage area inside, so I can lift that out. Underneath, we do have our buttonhole attachment.
Lovely.
Again, a lot of people look at it and think, well, what do we do with that? Again, fantastic, which I'll be showing you very shortly.
Lovely.
And then... it also then comes with a patterning foot, line hemming foot, overlocking foot, zip foot, spare bobbins, utility foot in the actual package itself there.
Brilliant.
But more. So this is then as standard with the machine as well. So obviously we like to cover, as we say, it's a multi-machine. So whether you're a quilter, dressmaker, bag making, anything, there's the flexibility is there. So there are also the attachments to go with it. So obviously for our quilters, we do love a walking foot.
Now you say that, you see, but you can use it on dressmaking as well.
Well, this is exactly what we were going to get to as well. But also the advantage was ours, because obviously we've got the box feed system. So even with the dressmaking, which we're going to show soon, where we've got certain functions like the floating foot function. So for dressmakers then sewing things like velvet, and it's again fantastic that way. So walking foot, also then with guide as well. So again for quilters and say for the dressmakers, especially if you're sort of matching up stripes, plaids or anything like that, it just keeps it perfectly even, which is fantastic. So also our free motion foot as well. And again, it's the little things with the feet. This is not what they class as a hopper foot. Most people at home, when you're looking at free motion embroidery, you get used to a foot which then basically bounces around as you're using it. This is a levelling, floating foot. So we can set the height, so whether we're using quilted fabric, just cottons, calicos, etc. that way. There's no vibration, there's no jumping, which to me is not. It's good for the machine, but also for the eyes as well. There's nothing worse than staring at something that keeps bouncing around
exactly.
as you're trying to look at it.
Yeah.
So the floating foot again we developed on there is a fantastic freehand embroidery foot. So little spare holder, so that just clips onto the top of the machine. So things like if we're doing twin needle, etc. That way, so that comes as standard there. We also get our 1/4 inch patchwork foot. So again, very, very useful on there. So it's got the 1/4 inch gauging, horizontal and vertical. So it depends, obviously, if we're doing crossways and lengthways, it gives you the best of both on there. Then we've got our full open toe patterning foot. So again, doing the patternings applique. If we look behind me at the moment, obviously, we've just brought a sample quilt. We've got 287 patterns built into our machine. This is a handful of just some of the creative designs on there, so which is nice. So again, as you can see on the top of the machine, we do also have then the 4 alphabets in there. There's also the nice thing with the machine as well. We've got elongation, we've got mirror image, we've got memory facilities. So we can
How are you going to fit all this into this show?
Well, this is what I like, 2 hours.
Yeah. It'll be 2 hours, then 10 minutes to the end, 10 minutes.
And this is it, then suddenly I'll start sewing. So that's the open toe foot again for the patterning, which is fantastic. In the ditch foot, as we all know at the moment, obviously, for quilters, patchwork, but also now for obviously top stitching, for dressmaking and that. It is a foot that's now more and more recognised. So we have put that.
All this is coming with the machine.
This is standard with the machine. Our Teflon foot, obviously vinyls, levers, non-friction, anything like that. Our bag makers a lot of time on something like that. Yeah. Then spare needles, spare bobbins, and a tool that actually a lot of people do ask me, what is that?
What is that?
An eyelet punch. So it's got automatic eyelets built in.
Yeah.
So it comes with the eyelet punch.
I needed one of those last week, so I need to.
And that's it again for your belts. Yeah. Obviously, having those holidays you've enjoyed.
No, it's going the other way. How rude.
Oh no, I thought you'd do a lot of swimming in your. That's what I meant. You lost a bit. Right?
Oh yeah.
Okay, I'll dig myself a little bit more on this one. So as a standard package, again, it is fantastic. Also comes with the multifunction foot control. And when I say multifunction, it's got the normal accelerator at the front, but it's also got what we call a heel back. And that I can actually program to cut the threads, move the needle up and down, to have a foot lift, or again, I can completely turn it off and ignore it if I want to. Yeah. But why would you? It's a great feature.
No, when you first get it, just use it as your normal pedal and then introduce that.
And that's right, because then sometimes you sort of think, right, okay, I will develop my sewing my own way.
Yes.
Trying to use everything at once that way, which is nice. Good solid hard cover, which is nice that way. The handle's good double handle built into the machine, which then comes through the cover there. You also then get your knee lifter as well. I'm afraid it doesn't fit with on the counter, but the knee lifter is that mechanical rising the foot up and down. A lot of people do ask and sort of say, why do I need the knee lifter when I have now got the electronic control? The great thing with the knee lifter, it actually gives me double height lift. So by having my hands free, and I'm using bulky fabrics where you obviously it's a lot more difficult to hold, using the knee it will actually give me double height lift, and then makes it so much easier.
But also sometimes, even though you've got that, you can't let
that's right.
You can't let
want
go.
To let go.
I mean, I got used to my knee lift because it was on my industrial, which I bought from Franklin.
That's it.
My industrial machine, and you get so used to just doing that, and it lifts up. Because sometimes, if you're making a big costume, you can't let go of what you want.
And you've got multiple layers and that in there as well. And I think maybe a bit like myself as well. When you get sort of to a certain level, you try and avoid pinning. So that because it just takes up more time.
Yeah, exactly.
So you need your hands more than that one. So again, it assists that way. Again, that industrial features you recognise as you know from your industrial machine.
Yeah, exactly.
So that is the standard. So it comes as a lot as standard on there. But obviously the bonus package. So the bonus package.
We haven't even seen. This is why I asked, right? No, it wasn't. A lot of people will think that's the bonus. That's standard so far. So that's everything you get in the machine. Then Franklin's have then done this. Oh, hang on. I have this machine, and the after-sales service is amazing. Nothing is too much bother for them. From Joan in Northumberland.
Wonderful, thank you, Joan.
And then I have this machine. It's awesome, and the backup service is worth it. And I've done the class to help you learn all about it. It's fantastic from Gail in Norfolk.
Brilliant.
So these are classes that you run then?
Yeah, obviously we have multiple stores around the country, and we have 4 classrooms available as well up and down the country. Oh, wow. So, and again, learning how to use the machines advanced classes on the machines as well.
Brilliant.
So, yeah.
The aftercare service is amazing. You certainly feel they care about their customers. That's very true. That I would say.
Thank you.
Oh, hang on, I didn't see the end of that one. So pleased to bought my Juki machine and Overlocker. I know, right, because I used to shop, and I'm sure you all know this already, I used to shop in Franklin's when I worked at the Colchester Mercury Theatre in 1984 to 1988. Franklin's were my go-to, and then it was like a little family business in a double-fronted shop. It was a gorgeous, and Lawrence, who's now like the big boss, he was like the son. He was like the child.
Lawrence was the second generation.
Yes, exactly. And they have always cared about their customer, whether you were going in to buy one reel of matching thread, this is into the shops and thing, or you were buying, I bought my first Overlocker from them, I bought my first industrial sewing machine from them, and this is 1984, that, you know what I mean, they've always cared about their customer, which is one thing that you, as well as brilliant machines, that it's a feather in your cap, basically.
Thank you, yeah. Well, we say 75 years now as a family business, and if we didn't offer the service, we would not be here.
And also, to be honest, you wouldn't have stuck, if it wasn't a good company, you wouldn't have stuck around.
Well, you say 32 years later for me now, and I'm still, I still love what I do. And the great thing about it, this is why when you start looking at Juki performance, obviously I have sold every single maker sewing machine. I'm not boasting, it's just what we do. In our retail shops, we are not just Juki, we do sell all makes and models of machines. So I get to play, I get to have fun with all the different machines. And there's different machines out there, obviously, at different levels that we work with. But you say, for 30 years now, for the Franklin's family, obviously through Juki, that we have now been in the UK, you say, I've just never looked back. It is because they are fantastic. And as I did sort of briefly say earlier, I do get involved with development and design of the machines. And you say, there's nothing better than sitting there where you've got the higher up saying, oh, well, we need to do this now. No, you don't, because it will ruin it. We don't need to follow the pack. We need to make sure what we do works well.
Exactly, and that's great, good testament as well, is that they listen. They're not just being management going, we'll do this, we'll do this. No. They're listening to the people who actually know about it.
Exactly, and this is the good thing about Juki. I know it sounds daft, Juki are a sewing machine company. Obviously, there's other big brands out there who make all sorts of other things, but Juki themselves are a sewing machine company on there. So
Right, so we've done the basics. What was basics?
So the bonus pack that we put with it, obviously these are the feet which we find quite important, but also these are the most often asked for optional extras on there. So concealed or invisible zip foot, obviously very, very popular now. Obviously, I know it's not quite concealed because we put a different colour in there to let you see it, obviously, what we can do on there. So, obviously, as part of the package then, the concealed zip foot is probably one of the #1 feet that we get asked for. So that's a bonus on there. Then, that's a special one that we're doing. I'll show you that one in a minute.
Okay.
So we have then also got the gathering foot.
Look at you. When did you make all these little displays?
I'd love to say I made them, but so we've got a great team behind us as well. So, And so the gathering foot on there. Also, it comes with a narrow zip foot. The great thing with a narrow zip foot, if you're using like the real heavy, chunky zips, especially now for the bag makers and things like that, where they're really doing sort of the oversized scale zips on there and the chunky metal zips, they look beautiful. But the problem is the regular zip foot will not cope with the teeth. It doesn't sit properly. So the half or the narrow zip foot that we brought up, which then, same again with what they use industrially, it butts up against any size toothed zip. So it's perfect. The great thing about it also for piping. So on that,
and you can get such precise piping with that foot, can't you?
Absolutely.
Get so close to that.
Because one thing, obviously, the foot allows you to get close, but also the machine itself has got 32 needle positions. So it will move it 0.2 of a millimetre. So again, getting it absolutely precise, precision sewing, which it should be. So as there, the roll hem foot. Again, just a nice thing for your edging. So mainly on your finer fabrics, it really just gives you that really nice little tight roll hem. Button sew on foot. So the machine itself, you have got a button sew on stitch built into the machine. It's a foot that actually comes as an option on there because it's a gripped foot, so it stops it from moving. So even though the machine itself will give you the stitch to sew it on, obviously with anything you've got to be a little bit careful putting plastic underneath the needle. You don't want it to move. The grip foot will stop that from happening. So it really is a nice optional foot that way. But the good thing about that, it doesn't matter then what shape of button you're using as well. So you can really use any shape.
That is brilliant,
And it just
isn't it?
grips it. So the button sew on foot. And then just something a little bit different. And then mainly we put this one in lately, people have been asking for, because soft furnishing, cushions and bag making, I know I keep coming back to bag making, but it's very big at the moment, it really is then the double piping foot. And most people have not even heard of the double piping foot on there. But again, it just gives you that beautiful, so you can do single piping, or say you have got then the double piping effect as well. So again, very popular creative foot on that one. And then our other one, which is, it's sort of kind of balancing it with the other narrow zip foot. This is our industrial narrow zip foot. This is our part of our professional line that we do.
Wow.
And people who sort of who have now been looking, we are now, this is our biggest growing of optional extras. So instead of, as well as the standard clip-on feet, we're now doing a full industrial range of professional feet.
And that fits on that machine?
That's it. So as you know, with your industrials, they're all high shank.
Yeah.
This is a low shank machine. So we've actually now developed them with a low shank. So the great thing about it, they're absolutely solid, but also they're all hinged as well. So obviously for undulation going over your lumps and bumps as well. And I know, God, if we can sort of, I don't know if we can have a quick look of how narrow that foot is. It is literally, both sides is 1.5 millimetres.
Wow.
It's fantastic.
That's
but again, being a professional foot, it gives you full pressure, so there's no movement at all as well. So that's one of our new feet. So we thought we'd
throw it in. My word. I've got a couple of questions. Does the compensator foot fit on the DX7?
Yes, again, the low-fitting professional foot does.
Yeah.
We have now got 6 different sizes of that one. Again, it's just become more and more popular on there.
That was Sue, and then another Sue says, hi guys, I have the DX7 and I love it. Is the professional foot suitable for this machine?
Yes. Yeah, so again, now when professional narrow foot here, we have got the compensating feet in various different sizes. We also now do a left and right fitting foot as well.
Right.
So again, anything you will generally find within the industrial manufacturing, we are now slowly bringing it to obviously the domestic range on there.
Right, we've got loads in baskets. We need to do some sewing.
We need to do some sewing,
I'll
definitely.
shut up.
Right. How easy is it to get on and go? How basic can it be for a beginner? So first of all, drop-in bobbin system. So I just press a little button there, the clear top will come off. There is diagrams on here as well showing you which way the bobbin goes in. So I just take the blank bobbin out. But all I say is generally for most machines, if you look at the bobbin and you hold the tail, when you look at it, you want it to be the letter P.
Right.
And then that's the correct way you would drop it into the machine. It's arrowed and numbered, which again, I don't know you're going to see it that well on here, but you have got number 1.
Coming in.
So it just comes down number 1, number 2, number 3. It will then actually trim off any spare thread.
Lovely.
So the good thing about that, you haven't got to bring down any thread up at any time. And also because it holds it with the right tail, it won't give you any loop stitching or anything at the beginning, so which is really nice. So that's your bobbins. Now, threading the machine, again, arrowed and numbered. Very simple. Number 1, number 2, number 3, over number 4, number 5, number 6 is a little guide above the needle. Number 7 is actually my needle threader.
Right.
And again, number 8 is a thread trimmer to get rid of any excess tails or anything like that. I am just going to pop the foot down. So number 9 is this lever here. So all I do, if I just press that firmly down, let go, and that has, so on any needle threader, which I didn't double check, just to make sure, the needle's got to be in its highest position.
I was going to say, does need not have to be in the highest
on that. So, and then from there, down, threaded.
Yay!
Instantly again, some needle threaders you need to both hands, you're still semi-lining it up yourself, but you say I was standing up behind the machine, absolutely no problems at all on there. So then we take the tail, and I just pull the thread. And I would always recommend that when you first start sewing, have the thread out the back underneath the foot. So again, it grips it to stop all those little tanglements in there to start.
Why in the old days did we have to bring up, because when I first started, you did that, and then you had to bring the bobbin thread up. Why don't we have to do that anymore?
Basically, they developed what they call a quick step system. And the quick steps, before where you had just a dangly bit of thread on there, you would have to pick it up because there would be no tension to it. So you would then bring it through, which then starts the first stitches of tension.
Right.
The quick step system now, when you put the bobbin in, it tensions it. That's why you bring it round that extra layer, which then holds the holds the thread, under tension. So when you start sewing, it doesn't just cause a mess. Yeah. So, good thing as well with the machine itself. When you first, doesn't matter what you've previously done to it, as soon as you switch it on, it will set itself back to normal straight stitch on. Right. So again, it will look after you. Also, it's got safety features on here as well. So you will notice it's got a start-stop button, so I can use it with and without the foot control. Yeah. And I do have a separate speed control on the front of the machine as well. Lovely. Again, being red here, if I just press this to start off with, again, it will not work. It will just double beep at me. And
why is it doing that?
So again, at the moment, I've got the presser foot up. So on there, so again, as you start sewing, obviously with the presser foot up, it will just cause a big mess, a big problem. So obviously it warns you that you can't do that, so which is really nice. The machine itself produces 1,050 stitches a minute. Right. And when you a lot of people when you see that, that's going to be too fast for me. I'm not going to be able to control it. But there's two ways we can do that and get over that. So I'm just going to put the foot down. So at the moment, we've got the machine set on full speed, and which is a slider on here. Right. But with the foot control, the nice, good variable foot control on here, even when I just touch it slightly, if we watch, then I can control the machine very, very slowly on there. So I can do 50 stitches a minute. I can take it up and give me full control.
Just by pressing harder
the accelerator on. Yes, exactly it. So, and then if I want to, I've got that 1,050 stitches a minute.
And you're not controlling, I mean, literally, you're just holding the end of the fabric.
Well, great thing, and certainly after, say, yesterday as well, when we sit down with people and they sit at Juki for the very, very first time, straight away, their hands go here.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And the first thing I say, don't put your hands near the needle. Yeah. But also, see if you have to help a sewing machine sew, really, you shouldn't be using what you're doing on it, because you should never have to help a sewing machine. Because one thing, if you become the feed system, you're never going to get an even stitch. But if you're pushing fabrics under your foot, that's the quickest way of bending needles, breaking needles, again, causing damage to your sewing machine.
Hi, John. I want to say I bought this machine when I first saw it years ago. It hasn't changed. It does the job, and it's the best machine I've ever owned. From Peter in Cardiff.
Thank you, Peter. Brilliant. Well, this is another thing. A lot of people will recognise the DX7 is not a brand new machine. No. We don't bring out and reinvent the wheel just for the sake of changing the colour or a cosmetic stage. Yeah. People know this machine, and they know this machine very, very well through popular TV programmes who use this. Obviously, a lot of famous sewers use it as well on here. But why change something that just does the job?
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Exactly it. And the nice thing with that as well, where, yes, when we first brought it out, the price was that little bit lower. But obviously, we can keep the price low by making it cheaper. Yeah. But we're not going to make it cheaper because we want the quality. So
I mean, I mean, I know £1,695. It's not. It's a considered purchase. Yeah. But when you think of other sewing machines out there that you can spend more than that on,
a lot more, that's right.
And you don't get all of this expertise in.
And you certainly, it's the performance and expertise you get from the industrial side. You will not get. You can spend multiple thousands of pounds and still not get this sewing technology on there. Exactly. And again, because you're not paying for anything gimmicky at all. So what we do like to say, well, obviously what we like to prove, as we always do, is obviously that's a piece of calico, stitches that. Obviously I'm not feeding it, I'm letting the machine do the work. Obviously I'm directing it in its right place to go. Then when I finish the seam, I can just press the scissor buttons, it will cut the threads for me, bring the needle up and raise the foot at the same time as well, so I can just take my work out. So that is sort of a manual control on there. What we can also do is we can now tailor-make the machine for different types of sewing, what we would do. So again, where we're doing patchworking, we might want different types of tie-on to what we would do when we're dressmaking. So on the front of the machine, we have a button. If we press it once, then a zigzag stitch and a pair of scissors will appear. Right. I press it again, a lollipop and a pair of scissors will appear. Okay. So the lollipop generally, that means it will stitch on the spot. So for quilters, patchworkers, where you don't want that generally reinforced stitching, then that's the one you would use. But then if I change that back then to the reinforced stitch again, which is generally for the dressmakers. Again, it thinks.
Oh, so it's doing an automatic.
Yeah, an auto tie.
I would normally go as a dressmaker forward, press the button.
That's it.
My reverse thing, go back, go forward, and not always would it go on the same place. You go wobbly. So that machine will do that automatically for me at the beginning and the end of every scene.
Exactly. And also, when I program, and the thing is, exactly what you've just said, when you reverse, on a lot of machines, it reverses off into one angle or another.
Yeah.
Again, a feed system should not do that. No. It should feed it straight. But the problem is, now, and it's not a Juki thing, this is more like the mass manufacturing now. They're trying to recreate the wheel as such. So they're making their feed system go diagonal, go sideways. Why? You just don't need that, because one thing, the actual patterns they try and produce with a diagonal feed system never comes out that straight anyway, unless you're specifically holding it on a real flat, hard piece of fabric. But also, why ruin your straight stitch? Yeah, when 90%, 95% of your sewing is basic straight stitch sewing, you want it to be the best as possible. And this is why our zigzag width is 7mm. No bigger than that, because again, once you go outside that parameter, that starts chewing fabrics. It restricts then, certainly on some of the finer fabrics and things like that. Our feed system, is literally goes forwards and back, doesn't go diagonal or anything like that. So we have not fallen down that trap, and this is where where we help with development, where the big bosses say, well, that company does that company does that. But the problem is, it's ruined this or ruined that. So we've kept it down to that, that parameter for quality on there. So if you want large embroidery stitches, I think buy an embroidery machine.
I was going to say, the market is such out there that we can choose, as a customer, we can choose. And the fact that so many people choose Juki because they know they're going to get a decent stitch from it. How disappointing would it be if you spent £3,500 on a machine that does all that fandangle stuff, and then you go to sew a straight a hem on something and it's not, the stitches aren't
and it's not
perfect.
straight.
No.
Or you say,
and you spend all that money for it to do this, but actually what you wanted to do is a beautiful stitch.
And that is what main of our sewing is, exactly it. And you say we have seen it time and time again, where you say you spent multiple thousands of pounds on a combination embroidery machine and a sewing machine, realising half of it is not as good as it should be on there. So, and then that's the way you invest in, say, the Juki with a good quality sewing machine. So what I can also do as well, I just move that right to the edge. So the first stitch is actually going to be off the edge of the fabric.
Right.
So when I start sewing, it will then stitch onto the fabric, forward. It will then stitch backwards, off the fabric. It will stitch forwards again onto the fabric. So that's my automatic tie-on. Obviously, I'm going to again go to the seam, or however long I want it to be. But when I want to finish, all I need to do is press the reverse button once on the front of the machine.
Right.
I've got my foot full down still. I'm not touching it, changing that. It will tie on, tie off, cut the threads, needle up, foot up, and automatically finish for me. Again, that programming system, it's something you use every time you sew. You always want to cut the threads. You want to take your threads out. You want to tie them. So let the machine do it for you. And if we look underneath, and if you can see that, there is absolutely no knots. Even at the top where it's stitched off and on the fabric, it hasn't chewed the fabric. It's perfectly flat on there. Again, these are the little things where I know it would annoy me as a sewer. If I've got to keep unpicking or it's chewed the fabric up. So the Juki itself solves all those issues without a problem. And then even if you want to come to some really finer fabrics, as we say, with a lot of our sewing, it is straight stitch. On the actual needle plate, I'm just going to pop the plate up now on here. I don't know if we can see how easily we can see. There's a little switch just where my finger is in there. So basically what that will do, it will turn, I'm going to just take the sewing foot off. So at the moment we have got the zigzag plate on here, so it will allow us then for that 7mm, so for all our patternings, etc. that way. If I flick this little switch across now, you get a little beep from the machine, it's now turned it into a single hole on here, so you've now got a straight
so I don't need to change the needle plate?
No screwdrivers, no fiddling around that way, dismantling your machine, redoing it again. And obviously now I've done that, it's now recognised on the machine, on the screen here, where there's a little dot. So that's telling me now it will only do straight stitch centre needle position. So if I actually try and program another stitch, it's now double beeping at me, saying, no, sorry, can't do it. It's going to damage the machine. And again, I sort of speak to people who have got the machine at home and love the machine. It's really quite a popular question I get. Why is my machine not changing stitches anymore? If you ever come to that thing where you've suddenly realised it's not changing stitching, first thing to check, just to make sure you've got it switched on, not onto straight stitch plate only. So, and then the great thing with that as well, now I've got it onto the straight stitch, let's pop that under. And the good thing there, so this is where, obviously, most of our sewing we do, say, is straight stitch only. So, like crepes, real fine, slippery, moving fabrics. Well, you know, with crepe fabric, generally, as soon as you look at it, it puckers sometimes.
Yeah.
It really does. So, putting it onto straight stitch, then certainly we'd say with certainly the awkward fabrics and things like that, I can just pop that under. Then, so obviously I've got the auto tie on and off on there. I'll put the foot control down on the floor now. Then the machine itself, so again, I'm not going to control the machine, we've got the auto tie on. I'm going to let the machine just do its work. The nice thing with it as well, which we do like, and a lot of people do say, especially when we see you at exhibitions, which is fantastic as well, that you see it on TV and you sort of hear it and sound it, is it really that quiet? Because a lot of people are just used to now machine rattling and clonking. Yes, it is just so smooth and quiet.
But what's also fantastic about that is a lot of people, if you're holding the fabric, pull like a crepe or a jersey, something like that, and that's how they get pulling. Whereas that machine is like literally just feeding it through at the speed it's meant to go through. Exactly. So you don't have that stretch, you don't have that puckering and things.
And that, so when I sort of hold that side seam up, and especially, obviously, the main thing is when you open the seam, is because that's obviously what you see on the outside. That's the best way to display that. As you can see, there is not a single pucker piece in there. It is absolutely...
And that's not the easiest fabric to sew
and this
in
is
real
why
life.
I always find if you go to a demonstration, they sit there with a piece of calico all day and they're frightened to use anything else. Walk away quite quickly. And you know, here, I don't use the same piece of fabric twice.
Well, no, I've not seen that one before.
Yeah, well, apart from I like it, we do like a bit of things like that. But this is what you should be looking at. When you look at a sewing machine, it's not just all the pretty patterns, because most machines will do this in one way or another. Obviously, it's the basics. And with the basics, I mean, it's not even just the fabric. Because a lot of people, when you sort of look at different types of fabric, what a lot of people don't recognise, or even I even get it to people who come to me and say, "Oh, my sewing machine doesn't like this particular thread," and at that time I can't really understand why it wouldn't like a thread, unless it's a cheap thread, obviously, which not many machines do like. But obviously, different threads have different twists, but also different thicknesses. So the thread I've got on here at the moment is a nice 60 thickness. Fantastic. It's what we use in commercial as well. And obviously, for things like the crepe, the cottons, it is that bit finer. But obviously, if I wanted then my stitch to stand out a little bit more, and I am now going to go to a 40 thickness. So from a 60 to a 40, again, I will not adjust or touch anything at all. So we're just going to load it back up. So I'll pop the bobbin out.
Quick question, how big is the throat space? Beck says, sorry if she's missed it. You know, we haven't asked that question.
No, not yet, we haven't on that. So this is an 8-inch arm, an 8-inch throat space, or 20 centimetres thereabouts. Also, we specifically, it's not just the A to B, it's the whole, what we call the C section on here as well. We have curved it. So obviously, for quilts, for rolling, it actually gives you quite a bit more space.
That looks higher than
That's exactly it. A lot of them now are quite bulky here, but if we look, obviously this is very thin on here, where some of them have stuck big screens and that on there, which is just not needed. So, yes, it's not necessarily now the longest of arm, but the capacity of the arm is then much, much higher on there. So, just going to pop the bobbin back in again, so just round through number 1 to number 3, cuts off the tail and holds that in there nice, and then the top threading again, number 1, across 2, under 3, over 4, behind the guide, into the needle threader, and then just cut my tail off.
Up.
And then needles up, because it stopped this time, I haven't changed the handle. Thank you very much. But I will put the foot down, again, you don't have to put the foot down, but it just gives you a bit more viewing to see there. Press the lever down, through, and there we go, threaded.
I need to warn you, they started going, and there are 11 of these in baskets, 11 sitting in baskets. So please, if you do want to, I know we've got a lot to still show you still, but if you are thinking about it, just so you know, there's 11 people there.
So what we've done, obviously, we've done a bit of calico, we've done a little bit of crepe, so now we're going to go on to denim.
Okay.
So,
and we're talking denim.
This is an 8-ounce denim, so we're not talking a light chambray or anything like that. It's a proper.
Real 8-ounce denim.
What we're going to do is do that triple seam, just a fold. So on there, and again, to be fair, most machines should cope with 3 layers of denim, especially when it's flat.
Yeah, but you do get that.
Again, is it could strain going through it. But what I'm going to do, I'm not just going to use a normal straight stitch, because it's a pair of jeans, usually it's that nice, heavy, bold stitch. So this is why I put on a slightly heavier thread.
Right.
And now I'm going to go to my reinforced straight stitch. So number 9, the triple stitch.
Right.
A lot of people will see this and they call it a stretch stitch.
Yeah.
It's not a stretch stitch. So, but it does stretch. But the problem is, if you use this on stretch fabric, because it's what they call a supermatic stitch, where it stitches forwards, forwards, back, forwards, forwards, back, forwards, it actually stretches the fabric as it's sewing. So, as a stretch stitch, it's not really particularly good.
No.
But on our machine, because of the box feed system, I can actually elongate the stitch up. So I'm actually going to take it up to 4.5 millimetres on here, which again, the elliptical feed won't allow you to do. So if I sew this now, just down this side seam, so again, I've not changed pressures, tensions. Obviously, I haven't even changed the needle. So the machine itself, it will just take it through. Again, I'm not going to help it. I'm not going to push it. Just let the machine do the work for me. And even at the higher speeds as well on this type of fabric, it doesn't murmur, it doesn't rattle. Obviously, it's not slipping a stitch either. Like so, and then I'll just cut the threads. I haven't programmed it in on this one, but I would then manually control it myself. So on there. So that, you just say, if you just look down the pair of a jeans manufactured, that's basically what you're going to get on there.
And that machine's done that on its own. You didn't feed it. So if you're frightened about top stitching and you think, oh, I'm rubbish at top stitching, I can't do it, just let the machine do it for you.
That's
because look how perfect that line of stitching is down there, right? And it's gone through 3 layers of denim, and we haven't sat there with the hand either side of the needle, easing it through or anything like that. So if top stitching is something that terrifies you, this machine is brilliant for that, because if you let it do it, it will do it.
And that is exactly, again, it is the whole pressure system to feed system to the balance. We have got DC powered motor in there, and that's why you got that control, but also why it just does not struggle. And this then takes me to my next step of then hemming that pair of jeans.
Yes.
Obviously, when you hem a pair of jeans, it's not just a single fold.
No,
it is obviously a triple fold or a double fold, which then gives you a triple layer in the middle. So we can go from 3 layers to 9 layers to 3 layers on there. So I'm just going to pop it back into normal straight stitch. And again, I'm going to make the stitch length longer. I'm going to go up to about 3.5, 3.4 on there. So popping that under.
So this is where, on a normal machine, you'd be stitching along quite happily. You'd suddenly come to the humpy, bumpy bit in the middle. The machine would either stop or it would do one enormous stitch to get over the whole thing.
Or just bend the needle.
Oh, bend the needle. Bend the needle, whatever.
Absolutely.
So this is it now, going through 9 layers. 9 layers of 8-ounce denim.
So 2 things on this. One thing is, you say, I'm not going to be pushing anything through the machine because I'm not going to be bending, breaking, damaging, also like skipping stitches and that, as you say. Second of all, I am not going to be shoving bits of plastic under here, i.e. humper jumpers or something like that, because, again, you're assisting a machine to do something it really is not strong enough to do. So all I'm going to do is put my foot down and then just sew there. I say, I'm literally just holding the layers together. I'm not going to be pushing it or anything like that. And then let the machine, but also if you listen to the machine, there, it does not change a beat. And that's gone from 3 to 9 to 3. And say, I'm barely going to touch them on there. I cut the threads there. And then obviously the key with this one, if we can have a little look on that one, as you can see, that has not missed a single stitch or beat.
But that really is like proper factory.
Yeah.
You know, like if you're in a jeans factory, that's what you'd expect.
This is
the heavy industrial thing.
That is exactly, and this is why I like not just doing it on flat bits of fabric, actually proving, and I know how other machines can struggle, and these are questions that I do get, oh, I can't turn up jeans, or I try and turn up jeans, it's broken needles or things like that. And so I do know there's a lot, say, machines that won't do it, which then puts obviously our machines more to a stronger test. Is
Yeah,
what
exactly.
I want as well. So on there.
Also, I know you keep going to bag making. It's
Yeah.
not just turning up jeans though. If you think of when you're making bags and you've got piping, you've got your foam interfacing, you've got a heavyweight denim or a tapestry
Well, it's when
fabric.
you're doing the reinforced handles as
Yes,
well, where
yeah.
you've got that real solid lump on there.
Yeah.
So again, that power, as you say, it's obviously stands out very much when you look at a pair of jeans, because that's where people go, "Ooh, hang on a second here." But you say your bag making, your soft furnishings, anything which has got some bulk to it.
Okay, I'm going to ask a question. I bet somebody's sitting at home going, but I only do wedding dresses and chiffons and stuff like that. This machine's brilliant, but I don't, it obviously won't do chiffon if it's doing that with denim.
Right, but as you said before, I've just come from very lightweight crepe straight onto denim.
Yeah.
And again, I've changed the thread, so I've got a completely different thickness of thread, but I have changed no tensions, no pressures. Mechanically, the machine is exactly the same.
So if you
Looks
use
after
silk,
itself.
if you use satin, if you use chiffon, anything like that, don't be thinking, oh yeah, that's an industrial heavyweight machine, that's not for me because I do wedding dresses, things like that. It will do anything from your finest chiffon right the way through to your leathers and things
And
like
that's
that.
exactly, and this is why I say it is a complete all-rounder. So as a beginner, it's brilliant because you can really, really grow with it. But as you can see, as a beginner, it assists them as well. If you're a bit worried about, well, I can't feed straight or this.
Yeah.
It's the machine a lot of the time. If you're a really advanced sewer, you can probably pick up most sewing machines and make it do a job. But obviously, that's 30-odd years in the trade, knowing those slight little differences.
Yeah.
As a beginner or even an intermediate sewer, you're not even going to be thinking, you don't want to think of things like that.
No.
You just want to get on and get the job done. And again, this is where this is just absolutely
But it's
fantastic.
also going to give you confidence because your finished thing is going to look so fantastic because of the amazing stitches. And you know that, like, you can do I would never attempt to do that on my machine.
And there's a lot of machines I would say don't attempt to do that on as well. And I always find it one of the most compliments you can ever get. If you've made a garment and someone comes up to you and says, "Where did you buy that?" That's brilliant on that, because if it looks that professional and looks that good, obviously you've got the pride to say, I made that myself. That's really good. While we're on the fixed fabrics, and a question that I do get asked, but also it's a very useful feature actually on the machine, on the side of the foot, if we can see, is this little button here.
Yeah.
It's one of my most questions. What is that little button
What's
do?
that button?
What does it button do? So, if we're starting on a bulky piece of fabric, so obviously we've got like 9 layers of denim there. If I pop that under and then put my foot down, as you can see, the foot is sitting at an angle on here. So basically, it's not going to grip or take that foot because you've got no pressure. Technically, it's going to try and push that fabric out from itself on there. So what I can do, push my finger on the front of the foot to get it level, and that little button, now I'm just going to locate, and it's just holding it. So you can see now that foot is now parallel to the feed. So it's giving it full grip. So even though it's pretty much off the edge of the fabric, because I've done that, if I start sewing now, it now takes it straight on. Again, no struggling starting on 9 layers of denim. And as soon as I go down that hump now, it pops it back out, so now the foot will undulate.
Oh, so it does. I was going to say, how do you switch it off? It switches itself off.
It disengages itself because it's not needed anymore. So job done.
How
on
brilliant.
that. And then let's cut the thread. So again.
Oh, hang on. Laura's shouting at you.
Right.
Don't forget your spool cover. Oh, see, what she's saying is, no. What she's saying is, on her machine, if she doesn't put a spool cover on, it doesn't work. You haven't put a spool cover on, but it's working perfectly well.
Spool cover.
I think she means
spool caps.
Yeah.
So yes, indeed. Right. So spool caps is one of those things. They really do cause a lot of problems if you don't use the right ones.
Yeah.
I.e., you get lots of different sizes of spool caps, and we've got them. I know there's certain reels of threads I can use, and especially when they're quite new reel of threads. These have got weight on. These are also what they call king spools. These are designed so the thread reels off without having to move the actual reel at all. And the same as with Gutermann reels and things like that. The way they're wound now, the thread does come off a lot smoother. But when you get to half the reel or less, obviously that becomes quite lightweight, so it's quite easily moves. So the answer to that, most of the time, no, I'm not using a spool cap, but it does come with all your spool caps. So,
and it's important to use the right size.
That's right. So, for instance, if I take that off now, and then using the amount of times I will see like a standard reel, 100-metre reel of thread on there, and it basically got a great big spool cap on the end of it. Problem is your thread has actually got to go that way before it goes that way. So it's naturally going in the wrong direction, which will affect the way it's coming off the reel. So always take the end of your reel and then say, match the spool cap to the end of your reel on there. This comes actually with 3 different spool caps for obviously your various different sizes. Yeah, brilliant. All on there. So, but I don't always use one because I know my different reels of threads, weights. And
I need to tell you now, half of my stock today is now in baskets. So, I mean, I know you wait to see all the bits and bobs and everything, but just be careful, half the stock's in baskets. Right, so if you go back to the beginning, how do we choose what stitches we want?
This it. So, again, all we've done so far is we've left it on straight stitches. We did go in and choose one of the other stitches on here. So, playing around with the stitches, playing around with the programs. Again, as a very simple get-on-and-go machine, if somebody who's never even seen before, as soon as you switch it on, you can just use it as a touch control pad. So,
I love the fact that you get the stitch. Did you just do like a little a blanket stitch then and things
like that?
The blind hem
there, and it's sort of got the satin stitch. We have got the little blanket. Little blanket stitches as well. Yeah,
I love the fact that it shows you the actual stitch on there as well.
And it automatically will then set the width for me, the length for me, so it takes care of everything that way. But I've got full override, and the great thing about the override as well, it won't allow you to go outside the parameters, so again, it won't cause any problems at all. So just threading back up on there, pop that under. So it is just as simple. I'll just run through how easy it is on there. That, say, as soon as you select the stitch, I can just put my foot down, and then away I go. As simple as that.
Now, one thing I noticed, there's no bounce.
And there shouldn't be.
No.
Absolutely. That's a great thing about it.
There is no bounce whatsoever.
Absolutely not. So the thing is, with any machine that you're getting vibrations through, you know eventually that vibration is going to cause issues later on as well. But would you actually want to sit there with something that's, again...
No, exactly. But that's what we used to.
As what we used to. And that's a lovely thing about when I hear that response back again is, oh, it's not moving, it's not bouncing, or it's so quiet. And it's like, well, that's how a machine always used to be, and that's how it always should be. But we say, we're just used to now bad manufacturing machines, mass manufacturers' machines, and then... yes, I say we all work with budgets, but you get to a stage of where how many budget machines do you want to buy before you've actually invested?
Well, you say a budget machine. A budget machine now is £500. You know,
that's exactly it. Yeah, it's obviously you've got your real small ones and that, but again, that is really your intermediate.
Yeah. But this is basically what we're saying is don't buy. Know that you want to sew when you realise that this is the way you want to go, whether it's an industry or whether it's just you doing it as your pastime thing. This is when you invest in a machine. But this is where you decide, do I go for £3,500 and wobble, or do I go for $1,695 and have this machine that does everything that I need it to do with the quality, with everything that you've shown us so far?
Yeah.
We haven't even talked about the dual feed and all that.
No, exactly, the box feed and everything. This is the nice thing about where, instead of just saying it will do it, I actually like to show that. Which is obviously very important that way.
And this is why Gary has 2 hours, because all we've had an hour already.
It's an hour already. We've not done anything.
No, so what we'll do is we'll do another 15 minutes on the sewing machine, then because we've got an overlocker and we've got the Wayliner.
Yes,
I don't want it to get to 10 minutes before the end.
And then really rush
more. We can always come back to this, but I think, so if you've got any questions about the sewing machine, or if you're thinking about checking out, now's the time to do it. So about 15 more minutes.
Wait, 15 more minutes. So going back to the programme, is say, just to get on and go, we are literally just pressing the screen. It will then show you the stitch, it will set the width for me, set the length for me. I can just sew and away we go. As I'm sewing, I've got full control over the stitch width, the stitch length.
Oh, you can change it as you're going?
Literally control it all as I sew. Obviously, if I wanted then like a plique moving, again, this is the box feed. The manoeuvring you've got is absolutely fantastic.
Look at that. Oh, Dan, that's brilliant. Thank you.
On there. So again, that control over the machine. And so if I want to then take it up, I've got that adjustment on there. And then, as I said before, it doesn't matter how much you play around with it. As soon as I come out of that stitch, and if I want to go back to that, it just presets itself back again. So don't be afraid to have a play.
No, gosh, that's no fun, isn't it?
That's the fun thing. And it won't, because you can't damage it, because it won't go out the parameters that it's set for. have some fun with it. And it doesn't matter what you've done with it. If you're not sure, switch it off, switch it back on again. And away we go.
Yeah.
So, which is nice that way. So the single touch pad is just absolutely brilliant just to get on and go there. But obviously with the machine itself, we have got, as I said, 287 built-in stitches as well to play around with, as we can see illustrated on the top of cover of the machine. So with that, we've got our 1, 2, 3 button and our heart ABC button.
Right.
So these two giving us different sections on the machine. So you
they're like the zones.
That's it. Yeah. Exactly it. So you can see it's highlighted by the dark blue square is on there. Yeah. So using the 1, 2, 3 button, I can go in, which will then give me the different zones, as I say, which we can then just go through with the arrow. Yeah. We then highlight which one we want. Then, so I go, for instance, into the quilting section on here. Yeah. I can then just go in and say, right, I want stitch number 17. I press number 17. It will then set it all for me. I can put my foot down and away we go. So again, very, very simple there. Again,
I've got quilting stitch is that then?
This is one of the creative. A lot of people now, like behind us with the quilting, they're not just using straight stitch, they're embellishing it as well. And a lot of people sort of now is like, do I need the stitches? But you don't necessarily always need the stitches, but you say, have some fun with it, enjoy it. But when I sort of come across a couple of different stitches on here, let me just say let's put number 24 on here as well. So with the embroidery stitches, or the creative stitches, I like to call them rather than that, because they're not heavy embroidery stitches, because you don't really want heavy, bulky satin stitches on your lovely quilting, like that. Or even sometimes like the fronts of dresses, skirts, where the box feed on here, it's so precise. And I just cut that now. Even when it actually got built-in cross-stitching into the machine as well.
What?
So if we have a look at the cross-stitching on here, it just shows you how precise.
Can you just lift it?
Tilt it up on there. So
look obviously the satin. Well, first of all, look at that satin stitch.
The satin stitch is absolutely lovely on there.
You see, years ago we made a quilt for one of our viewers, Ben, and everything, and I did an applique and used a satin stitch on the Cape Plastic fabric.
Oh, yes.
But I didn't have your machine, and it was way too heavy, and it kind of almost...
Well, it ridges it all.
Yes,
and that's
yeah.
Because it doesn't put tension.
It's so even, isn't
well, and even you say with that, it's even, but it's also perfectly flat as well. You say it hasn't tension and give you that ridge in there.
Yeah, it kind of makes... What's it called when it pulls it in like that? Makes like a little...
Yeah, I call it just ridging.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
that's it. Yeah,
but then look at that stitch you've just...
But then the cross, how fine decorative the cross stitch is on there. Again, having the box feed system. So we've talked about the box feed. What is a box feed system? The easiest way, I'll just do it with my hands. Yeah. So the elliptical feed system, which is on 90% of sewing machines out there, which is something we've all grown up with, and that's what we all use. And we also got frustrated with it because it's some things it would skip stitches, wouldn't grip properly, and you got using other tools. The box feed system is what we use on all of our industrial machines. Obviously, if you use it industrially, why wouldn't you use it domestically? So an elliptical feed, if that's my piece of fabric, an elliptical feed is literally on an elliptical cam where it will come up, grab the fabric, feed the fabric, grip the fabric, feed the fabric. So it's actually only touching.
And that's what most of us got on our sewing machine.
That's exactly it. So it's actually only catching part of the fabric. Yeah. So a box feed is on a box cam. So the actual feed will come down, move across, come up, travel the whole distance, come down, move up, come up, travel the whole distance.
Oh, like a box. It's a square, rather than just catching once and taking it round.
Yeah.
It grabs...
It travels the whole distance with it on there. And that is also why you'd be very rarely using a walking foot, where a lot of time you'd have a walking foot to assist your elliptical feed or your normal feed. Because of the box feed, very rarely now. It's only obviously with the extremes.
Yeah, but then you give us we get a walking foot as well anyway.
And you do get the walking foot, because again, with something like that, where it allows you then to really expand and go to them other awkward fabrics, which will allow you to do no problems.
So that box feed is in there. I don't have to worry about it. I have to do anything.
It's not something you switch on or switch off. It's nothing like that. Obviously, we've got drop feed mechanisms. We've got a little switch, obviously, for our free motions and things like that. So we can make it disappear, but it's always there. Yeah,
no. So it's nothing we need to worry about. It's just the basic part of the machine.
It's built of the mechanics of the machine. That's it. It is sort of the sewing heart of the machine in a way, really. So that's absolutely just let it do its thing. Don't worry about it at all. So, again, with that creativity, but how makes those little patterns on there real intricate, instead of just being like block ducks or geese or flowers, something like that. You've got some really nice creative designs. So that was using the 1, 2, 3 button, and then the heart and the ABC button next to it. If I press this one now, it will basically come up with the same menu. But what it's now allowing me to do, if I go into the menu, so if I go into, for instance, the satin stitch, if I go in and choose a number, if I put in then 07 on there, I can then program in a heart. And if
Gary, I didn't know you cared.
Well, I'm going to make it even better for you now then.
Oh!
I'm going to go to lettering, and if I want to, I can now just program in.
Oh, you'll get. I don't spell it like that.
And then, no,
you'll get people talking. Now,
that's it. So I can then create and bond together. Then also, then if I want to, then.
So how did you find those letters? Where were the letters?
So let's go back into the ABC.
Yeah.
So I press the ABC, the menu comes up. So you've got the lettering on here.
Yeah.
So I use the arrow keys so I can scan through the different fonts.
Right.
On there, and then once I got to that font, if I then press OK. And now I can use this as like an older-fashioned telephone keypad. Where each number has
so
a
the
series
J
of
could be
letters.
1, 2, 3 dots on that one.
And that's exactly it.
Because on mine, which isn't a Juki, I have to go, I want a J, that's number 12. So you have to type in 12, save, go to the next one, that's 20, type in 20. Because I couldn't figure out where you were finding letters
and this
from.
and there. So all I'm doing is, say, literally using it as what we're used to, like an old, say, telephone keypad on there. And you're not then going up and down a number, but also, because it's on screen, if you have missed or spout it or something
Has it got things like little symbols, like an exclamation mark or anything?
Yep,
like
it's
that?
got all your accent letters on there as well, all your symbols, say, lettering, numbering, uppercase, lowercase. Yep, all the flexibilities on there.
Lovely.
And then once that's programmed into how you want it, I can just leave it. So I'm going to take the foot out on this. Obviously, I can use it with the foot, but why finish it off? I'm going to then have the thread trimmer so it cuts it at the end.
Did you delete the heart?
No, it's on there, but obviously I've just programmed, so we're going to do the heart first. So if I just press start now, it's gone, see the heart is now highlighted.
Oh, yeah, highlighted.
And it's going to go to the JO.
I would have liked it in red.
I'm not touching it, I'm just going to let it do its thing on there. So you've got the best of both worlds, where you can program in up to 70 different characters on there. But also the nice thing about that as well, is something I want to use again. So stopped, finished, cut the threads.
Well, it's done it already.
And away we go.
You got that, Becky?
And there we go.
Becky? Oh, too busy chatting with the cat. Cat, stop putting her off.
And there you go.
How brilliant.
On that. So, again, very, very simple.
Is the heart filled in?
Yes, yeah.
It's like a
it's
satin
stitch heart.
I thought it was just going to be an outline.
Well, we have got an outline as well. We have got the best of both. So if you want a
How
satin stitch
brilliant.
version, we can do that. If you want an outline version, we can do that as well. So
No, I really thought it was just going to be an outline
on that, which again, most machines will do it just that way. But also, not only that, we have got then elongation, we've got mirror image, so we can still play around more with the designs on there. And if it's something I want to use again, what I can do is down on the front of the machine is a memory pocket.
Yeah.
If I press that...
Oh, no. When you take that machine back to work later, and they're doing a demonstration at their Festival of Quilts, you go, Gary had this, like, I love John.
Oh, this is now a special edition. This is great. This is it. this is a unique now. No, everybody's going to want this one.
Yeah, exactly.
But what I can now do is I've got 10 storage pockets in here. So I can just now press OK.
Yeah.
It's now going to ask me, do I want to put it into storage? Obviously, the other two, because there's nothing in there. So I'm going to just press OK. It's now into storage. So what I can now do is if I just go off and do...
Oh, so whatever you want, you know that's always there.
Going back to the memory
Till you
pockets.
finish with me,
Exactly
and then you put, I love
and
Ben.
then, when I move on to the next
Yeah,
one.
exactly.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So no, you'll never stop loving me.
There's absolutely. So we have actually got a capacity of over 700 character storage area on there. So which, but again, sort of.
Oh, do you know what? You could do like quotes. You could do, if you do crafting, you could do like, the sentiments that go in cards. Do it on fabric. You could do like kind of all the sentiments.
That's it. Making your labels for your back of your quilts, anything like that. Obviously now making, you say, with quotes, making cards and things like that. Obviously label strips, obviously things, school name tags, anything like that as well. So yeah, it's just say it is sort of unlimited, especially nowadays with the lettering. Now if you go and order a sort of a bulk of 144 name tags, it costs quite a lot of money now, unless you buy sort of the printed ones, which are not particularly good, but the proper embroidery ones.
But a felt pen, right? The name.
Well, that's right. You got that. Then it lasts a little while, and that's it. So, using the program and that, it is so easy, and obviously the flexibility there of just playing around with. But as I say, as soon as I come out of that, then obviously I can then just go into back into the main menu. It will ask me, it's giving me instructions, do I want to now come out of that? So I'm deleting that, but I'm not deleting it out of the memory. No. I'm only deleting it off the screen, because now I'm taking it back to normal straight stitch again on there. So having that ease of use just to get on go, but then having the elongation, the mirror images, the memory facilities, the creative side of it, it just allows you to go.
Okay, I'm going to now say, for the last thing on the machine, loads of these are gone, by the way. How many baskets now? Oh, hang on. Oh, right, okay, there are 16 people now got it in their baskets. We've got enough at the moment for all of you to get one, but we're getting limited. Buttonhole.
Yes.
And we must move on to the Overlocker.
Absolutely.
Ben's getting stressed.
So, buttonhole attachment is what I've already got out on there. Yeah. So, a lot of us now, we're used to now putting the button in the back of the foot, so it will gauge it, and then it will just do the buttonhole to that. The difference is obviously a lot of people now, when it does that, you start getting to different areas on your garment, especially when you get to the folds, the collars, where you've got suddenly a thick part, where it then skips stitches, misses stitches, or just refuses to do it on that. So industrially, we don't rely on a feed system when we do a buttonhole. We rely on it's a sensor system. So it doesn't matter how many layers we're going through or how many lumps and bumps are in there, the feed doesn't have to touch it at all. Yeah. So this is why the actual foot itself looks a bit more complex than what it is, but what it's doing, it's giving you a double layer. So I've dropped my hand down there so you can see it's got this separate plate.
Right.
That is actually where your fabric sits in between.
Oh,
there.
wow.
So your button will go into the back.
Bring a button.
I have got a button. I'm going to have to bend, excuse me.
Yeah, that's right.
And get the button.
You'd think you'd have a whole tub of them, wouldn't you?
Somewhere.
You need me to get you one?
If you've got one handy.
Yeah, the trolley from earlier. There's some yellow buttons on the trolley from earlier. We can use one of those.
Oh, there they are.
The button.
I've found them.
Oh, he's found them.
So I know I had some somewhere, but so you know me, just somewhere. So, with your size of your button, that will then just go into the back of the foot, and then that's gauged. So you know now every single buttonhole will come out to that correct size in there. Changing the feet exactly the same way. Just going to pop that off. And then the button always will be situated at the back of the machine. Yeah. On there, so we just then click that into place. Right, so the jack plug. If we look into the side of the machine, there's a little hole, and obviously it tells you buttonhole, jack plug, all on there. So then with that, what we can do, that can then just go in. Again, it's quite a question I do get. The machine will censor whether you have engaged it properly or not. But when you put the plug in, it goes into a certain degree, and just give it a little click home. Indeed, so we know it's, again, a positive fitting on there. So, with the buttonholes, again, that variety of different fabrics, the way it will do it. Again, a lot of time, obviously, you're going to do it on a piece of calico. We don't do buttonholes on calico. Not many people wear sort of calico. So you.
I need to ask, why have you plugged it in? What's that for?
This is the censoring. So basically what it will do, when it goes over the lumps and bumps, instead of then skipping a stitch or elongating the stitch, it will add extra stitches.
So it knows if there's a bump coming or if it goes thinner or anything like that?
It will go then from thick to thin, and it will then just control it without a problem
So
at
if
all.
you've got a buttonhole that goes over, say you've got like a chiffon blouse and you've put like a quilted or a thicker button band, you can have it going over the chiffon and over the thicker button band with the interfacing in it, and it'll work perfectly over both fabrics.
It will treat both of them in the same way, that's right. And it will then,
and that's what that plug thing
And that's exactly what that plug will do, but it will sort of treat it the same way and stitch it, but it will give the stitch density correct as well on both of them, so, which is brilliant that way.
What are you looking for now?
My scissors.
Oh, honestly.
I know, just everything. It's like typical sewing room. We never find them who wants it.
You need a pair of scissors?
No, I've been using them. I just don't know what I've done with them.
Honestly. This is trying to build his part now. Oh, it's longer than 2 hours. Here, Becky's got some scissors.
Thank you very much. So, just going to cut a piece of fabric off. So
you're not going to do it on an easy fabric either.
So again, it's a wool. This is something we would be making a garment out of.
Yeah.
So it's on there. It's a nice soft wool. It really is. So, but obviously, I'm not just going to do it on a double piece of fabric because that's not a button band.
Yeah.
So your button bands, you usually got your fold.
Yeah.
And then obviously then your double fold. So you're going to have probably then 3 or 4 layers mixed over on each other.
And you could have interfacing there as well.
And you generally will have an interfacing through there. So with the fabric, they say it actually sits between 2 layers. So it doesn't go onto the feed system at all.
Oh, okay.
So with buttonholes, I never use a foot control generally. I let the machine control itself. Obviously, I do set the speed on the front of the machine. So I can go into the direct buttonhole on the front, which is then 0, or I can go into the buttonhole section. So that way we went back to our 1, 2, 3. And as we can see, there's the buttonhole section on there. Now, each buttonhole, we've got 15 different styles of buttonholes. Why do we need 15 different? Well, we've got tailored buttonholes, lightweight, heavyweight, stretch buttonholes, creative buttonholes. Again, different things for dressmaking, garment making, bag makers now, cushions, anything like that. Absolutely brilliant. So I'm just going to program in 02, which is pretty much a standard buttonhole on there.
Yeah.
The button's in the back. The light is green, so it's happy on the front of the machine there. I'm going to set the speed to about 3/4. I'm going to have it so it cuts and ties off when it finishes.
Yeah.
I've removed the foot control. I'm going to press start and just let the machine get on and do it for me. So
how brilliant. Now, we always say with the buttonhole, before you do it on the blouse, whatever you've made, do a test one on the fabric.
Yeah.
So and also so you know where it starts and finishes, because a lot of people, you can mark up a buttonhole with your chalk, and then suddenly you've set it off and it sets off halfway down where you want it.
And that's exactly because you haven't
always
placed
do a practice first.
in the right place. So you do actually get your density on there. You say where it's going to start and stop. Inside the foot, you have got a reg gauging, so you have got a starting point on there. But if I take that out and we have a little look at that buttonhole,
Look at
absolutely perfect.
Oh, actually, and also, it's a nice... Sometimes you can get a buttonhole which is the zigzags are a bit too far apart. You think, if I cut this open now, I'm going to have fraying and everything. It's actually quite a nice satin
density on there is absolutely lovely. And with this as well, it's not a 4-stage buttonhole. It's a 7-stage buttonhole. So it stitches, reinforced stitches underneath each bar. Again, the same way as we do industrially. So it's a lot stronger, but also, obviously, it doesn't stretch out of shape. And then, even though this is preset and I haven't touched anything, I can, again, go in. If I want to change the width of the bar, I can change the width of the bar. If I want to change the density of the stitch, you say you want it closer together on there. I can also go in and then change the cutting slot as well. So if I'm using a dome button, I want the slot then slightly wider. If I'm using a very fine, like a pearl button, I can make it finer. So I have got those options as well. So it really allows you then to tailor-make that perfect buttonhole for the fabric that you're using.
Brilliant. Right, I'm going to have to stop you now, otherwise we're not going to get everything in. We're going to go for a tiny, tiny, tiny break, just while we move the machines from table to table. I need you to check out now, because how many in baskets? Right, there's 4 left. There's 4 left. If you all check out now, there's only 4 left. I'm not adding any undue pressure. I'm just telling you the facts. Have a think about it. If you're watching later on today, if you're watching catch up or anything, ring the call centre or check on the website, because somebody might not have checked out with theirs. But please be careful. It's always like this when Gary comes on. We always think, oh, we've got loads of these, and then suddenly it's like there's 4 left when you've all checked out. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in less than 2 minutes. We've just got to move this machine onto that table because we're going to do the air threading overlocker.
Are you ready for a creative journey? Stay right where you are, because from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m, Hobbymaker is here to inspire the crafter in you. Join us for an exciting lineup of crafting demonstrations, exclusive deals and expert tips that will spark your imagination. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, there's something for everyone. And you're in safe and crafty hands as we work with the biggest brands the crafting industry has to offer. So grab your favourite drink, get cosy and don't miss a moment of fun. Stay tuned and make sure you keep it right here and let Hobbymaker fuel your passion for creativity. See you at 1 p.m.
In sewing, the term square up means trimming your fabric or block to ensure it has straight edges and perfect corners. Using a ruler and rotary cutter, trimming away any uneven edges. This step helps your pieces fit together neatly in your project. Square up is a quick way to keep everything perfectly aligned.
Right, the overlocker's already going. We haven't even shown to you. All it's done is sit here next to me. I'm going to do this straight away before Gary's even told you anything about it, because we've got a special price for you. Oh. Well, OK, so Ben said he's crashing. Gary's saying, no, you're not supposed to crash. This is the price. So you could be getting a flipping good deal here. Well, you are. 1,000... No. Now, Gary's... Don't worry, Gary. We'll make sure you get your money. OK, so now, I'll just be very honest with you, because obviously sitting here working at Sewing Street, I have to sell all the different makes of overlockers. And when I'm selling a certain brand, I say, oh, it's this price. Now, you can get a Juki one for £1,400, because that's the price we normally charge for it. So I don't know where this has come from. And Gary doesn't know anything about this either. And I'm not doing shopping telly baloney. You know me, I can't do that, right? So the people who have already checked out, you will now pay this price. So you've got an even better deal, right? And you're getting 30,000 metres of thread thrown in at that price as well. And it's on 5... Look at the split pay. Right, look at the split pay, right? Look at the split pay now. Any second. And then I'll let Gary talk, I promise you. I won't interrupt. Oh, it's so slow. Right, so you're paying that 5 times. So August the 1st, September the 1st, August, September, October, November. Oh, be paid for by Christmas. Oh, that's nice. If you're thinking of treating yourself for Christmas, you'll have paid for this by Christmas. Right, Gary, I'll shut up because you've got 20 minutes.
Right,
Go.
OK. Well, if anybody knows me, they know I love my overlockers. Who should have an overlocker? Everybody should have an overlocker. They save a lot of time. They allow you to use a lot of fabrics you just never wouldn't even touch on a sewing machine. They cut, seal and finish at the same time. Biggest issue with overlockers, which we found over the years, is people just hated threading them. Tensions and threading were the two biggest put-offs to overlockers. The amount of times I hear people say, it come unthreaded, I just chucked it in the cupboard and I don't use it. Or I've heard they brought a second overlocker because they've got one light, one dark on that. Well, the MO1000, again, this is one of my babies I've had for many, many years, and if it's not broke, don't fix it. Yeah. It really isn't. Obviously, the price crash on there is fantastic. Yeah. 30,000 metres of thread is what I'm throwing in with it. Yeah, exactly. So that was my happy thing to come along with.
that was your special deal. Yeah.
Exactly. And I will say with the 30,000 metres of thread, we won't just be chucking in any colours we want to get rid of. They're going to be good neutral colouring.
I like that colour near you.
This is now one of the most popular colours. It's good imagine. Neutral colour on there. So, so that's what we're going to be putting in with at the moment. So, the machine itself, the MO1000, say the air threading system on there, it just makes life so much easier. So first of all, catch tray on the front of the machine. Lovely big catch tray, which is included with it. I will just pop that there. So the machine itself has got safety features. And again, we put a lot of these into schools, industries and things like that. So it's got to have that health and safety, like the sewing machines as well. If the presser foot's up, it doesn't work. And also with this one, with any of the flaps are open, again, it has safety cut out. So there's lots of moving parts inside, and there's lots of sharp moving parts. The last thing you want to be doing is fiddling around inside the machine and your dog or cat comes and sits on the foot control or something. So you haven't got to worry about that. It completely opens up as well. Look at that, full construction inside. Oh, that's the airflow system. That's exactly the airflow, as you can see.
Well, not Gary's air. No, Gary's air, we promise.
This is it. It's my machine. It's letting me know. And so, yeah, that way the construction, as you can see, we don't hide anything. It's a proper chassis again.
Yeah.
With an overlocker, you've got your needles moving, you've got your blades moving, you've got loopers moving. Loopers moving.
Yeah, and the loopers, yeah.
So you've got a lot of vibration that goes through it. And the last thing you want, again, to do is having your machine bounce around.
Yeah.
It's just not good. So, but another good thing about it opening right up, obviously for cleaning, just blow the fluff out. It's so much easier that way. So
And it's important, isn't it? I mean, it's important for your sewing machine as well, but it's really important for your overlock because it makes so much fluff,
That's
doesn't
it, because it's constantly cutting. As if we know, if you've gone to a pattern, you're cutting out your pattern on the table and then you're sewing it differently. Obviously, your table's going to have lots of that on, but obviously you're cutting out on your overlocker. That's where the fluff builds up. So having it completely open, it's so easy to look after. Storage area for your main tools. So we've got a screwdriver, spare needles, tweezers, cleaning brush, which is just nice and handy, stored in front of the machine. So just there's nothing worse to say, if you haven't got the storage area, suddenly you put your tweezers down somewhere, it's buried under some fabric, you never find it again.
Like your scissors, wherever they
And like my scissors, wherever they went. So to set the machine up from the start, first of all, the lever. So we just pop that up, and then the hand wheel, the balance wheel on the side, we will just turn that towards us, and it will then just lock itself. There's no right or wrong way of doing that. It's just automatically, it will just find its own locking system on that. So once that's done, we've now got the underneath threading set up.
So what that's putting all the tubes and everything into line.
Literally lining up all the tubes together on there. So the great thing about that is, one thing, obviously you haven't got to sit there threading it all up there. Second of all, most manual overlockers, you have to thread them in particular order. So if a thread comes undone, if it breaks, you have to unthread the whole thing, re-thread it again. This one, it doesn't matter, because it's its own channel. So you can literally just change one thread if you want to.
Right.
So not a problem at all there. And also, because it's doing itself, you can't actually miss any guides or cross guides or anything like that. So I will just take the first thread because it's next to me, but
just because it's air threader.
Yeah.
Is it because it's Juki? Because we sell another air threader, but you still have to do those in the order. So if the third one breaks down, you have to undo all of them and rethread all of them. Whereas you're saying, even if I break the fourth one, I can just put the
I literally just put the fourth one through.
Not start all over.
I say I want to just change a colour on 2 of them instead of all 4 of them. I can do that as well. So air threading, a lot of people ask me about the reliability of the technology. Air threaders are not new. This particular overlocker I've had now for 10 years, and it really is one of those, and it has not changed one bit over that. It has had no need to change. Yes, now there are different manufacturers who have basically brought out some more budget area air threaders. Those systems,
well, not now. He's reduced the price.
No, those are right. Certainly.
I'm not being funny, but for an air thredder machine,
for this air thredder,
it's a fantastic price. Anyway,
absolutely brilliant. I say, even though the price of that, but where the other ones, the technology they use, we were using 15 years ago. So yes, it's going to be cheaper because it's old technology. Things have moved on a lot more since then. And also with our air-on, as we like, as it calls itself, so for the threading device, some of them are like a manual pumping system, again, the budget ones, with rubber bellows and things like that, which again can cause issues. With this, there's actually no moving parts, because it's taking the air straight from the motor on that.
What, from here?
Yeah, it's literally taking it in through from the motors controlling it straight through.
Right.
So rather than actually having separate pumping systems or anything like that, which came on the early ones, we're talking 20 years ago, which eventually did cause issues. There's absolutely nothing like that at all with those problems on there.
These are going, by the way.
Okay. So threading. So first of all, there's a little guide at the back. It's just hooks behind the guide at the back. And you just lay it straight down for the tension. If you notice, it's colour-coded as well. So this particular one is the red dot. Round, behind. Then I'm going to pull myself.
The thing is, you hardly need colour-coding for this machine, do you?
That's exactly, because it is straight lines more than anything on there. And then what I'm going to do is just take the tail, and then we would just pop that into the first hole on there. So about sort of a centimetre, just over ½ an inch under thereabouts. So we pop that in. And now with the air-on button, I'm just going to press that. And there you go, threaded. Literally.
And that's now
within a
done?
second. That's that one now done. I can leave that there now, forget about that. So I'm going to take the second one. And then, again, this one is the blue. So we just take it over, through, down, straight down again behind the guide. And then
Also, as Gary's I'll let him do this because this is the exciting bit.
Into the threading hole.
Why do you need to use your fingers too fat?
Yes and no. It's under studio lights. Obviously, they just get sticky with the heat. And you know, you hold a piece of thread, you just can't let go of it again.
Press the button.
And then press the button, job done.
And you saw that then bounce out the other side. What I always say when I say to people is, you know, you've got the red, the green, the blue, or whatever colour your dots are. The first time you do it, maybe thread it up with those colours. So when you do the stitching, because a lot of people don't know where the lower loop goes, where the upper loop. And if you did each one that colour, you then got it. And if you've got problems later on, you can think, oh, that's the lower looper that's playing up or something like that.
That's exactly. And also on that note as well, which is becoming very, very popular, which I'm trying to encourage people to do, make overlocking part of your garment. Don't hide it on the inside.
Oh, yes.
Put it on
Oh, no, I love deconstruction.
Exactly,
on the outside,
and then using like the multicolours again.
Yeah.
Be creative with it, indeed. So again, it's taking it to that next step as well. So but colour coding, fantastic, is a good sort of brilliant idea.
So we've done the lower looper and the upper looper now already.
So now I'm going to take off the threading device. So just flick the lever down. The balance wheel I'm going to just move down. There is a little line on the side here. I don't know how well we can see, but there's a box on the line.
Oh, yeah, we can see that if we just...
By lining that up now...
hang on, just go... I can see it on one, but I can't.
Yeah, no, there's a little because it's white box there, and there's a little black line there. So
there you go. Right, point to it.
Yeah, so that's the line, and then that's the box. So basically, what that's doing, because we've got needle threaders as well built into it, that's then putting the needles in the highest position, as we know for all needle threaders. That's where they should be. So I'm going to take my next one, and that's over, green, through again, under the guide through. So this one is your needle, so it comes across over the green, down through the guide. Excuse me, I'm going to have to bend in front of it a little bit, and then a little guide pigtail above the needle. So what I'm going to do, before I thread the needle, I'm just going to take the other thread and then take that down as well to the needle.
Right.
So again, underneath the guide, straight down, it's the beige, over the top, beige.
Beige,
my Essex beige coming out there. And then in the left-hand pigtail. So the needle threader, sorry, I'm just going to have to bring that.
Yeah, also you'll be doing this facing the machine, not kind of bending round the table or whatever.
On there, so we will take it down in, first of all, the right-hand pigtail, and then the left hand.
Is that what they're called, pigtails?
It's because it is literally little curly. It looks like a pigtail. Yeah. So I don't know. This might not be the technical name, but that's all I've ever called.
Won't say that in the brochure.
Yeah, probably not. And then, so from there, now we've gone through the two guides. Your needle threader. I'm going to just put the foot down at that point. Your needle threader, which is this lever here.
Yeah.
So from there, this little switch will go from right to left.
Right.
And literally there is a 4mm movement. It is that tiny, obviously, between the two. So first of all, I'm going to go to the right-hand needle. Then take the right-hand thread. And click it on. Lock the needle thread into position. Hook the thread on. Lever up. Oh.
No.
Try that one again. Through. Thread on. Lever up. Okay, excuse me.
Yeah, he's just going to move it round.
And
it is easy, really.
Have
you done it?
No, I'm getting my threads caught up because I think I'm just trying to rush too much. Sorry about this. My fault for rushing. I've literally got all my threads.
I just need to point out it's £239 on split pay. £1,195 is your price today. Now, I have to say, don't expect that price again in the future, because Gary was like, no, it doesn't crash. You get your threads as your present on this one. You're going to get your threads as well, but you're paying £1,195. Oh, it's Ian. It's Ian. So thank Ian for your saving.
Wonderful.
Right.
So sorry, the needle threader, because I've just pulled it down, obviously straight up. It's exactly the same as you would do.
Yeah.
Hook your little thread on, and then using my tweezers, obviously it pulls that little loop through the back, which we then just pull the tail through.
Yeah.
All like so. So again,
you've got a very long tail on those.
I know. I've just pulled too many threads out because I kept on pulling it. Normally they would be nowhere near as long.
Not
as
Saturday night, Gary.
I've made my life. I just made my life easier, so it's a lot harder. So from there, then what I will do is just close the side up, and then just manually by hand, I'm going to turn it over by hand just to start the stitching off. Just about 3 or 4 times, like so. And then what I can do is all those tails, using the spring on the side of the foot, I literally get rid of all those tails. And exactly, that's the reaction I like to hear, because most people, on most overlockers, you wouldn't do that.
No, because they'd all come out
that's
of
it. Tying them all in, but they're all out the way now. And then literally, your stitch length is on the side. So on here, the dial on the side, 2.5, it's actually saying it's average. I actually prefer 3.
Okay.
Again, it's a personal thing. We all have our own things. And then underneath is the differential feed. So at the moment, that is on N for normal. Differential feed is there mainly for stretch fabric. If I'm using T-shirting, anything like that, where when you sew it, it stretches it, which will give a wave. A differential feed will counterbalance that way, i.e., with a sewing machine, you've got 1 feed, and it just does that. And obviously our box feed does that. Yeah. With an overlocker, you have 2 feeds. You've got a front and back feed. So universally, they just work together. Right. The differential feed, when I adjust that, it will make the back feed move faster or slower than the front feed. So I can push fabrics in or contract fabrics out to stop that waving. Right. And this is why, when you look at certain fabrics, like things like full stretch, T-shirting, lycras, etc., a sewing machine generally will not touch it because of the nature of that fabric. And then popping my fabric under. So anything past the edge of the foot, it's basically going to cut off. I can shape, cut at the same time. On the top of the foot, we do have 2 markings as well, which is my left and right needle mark. Yeah. So on there as well, so it's nice to follow. Then, again, smooth, doesn't vibrate, doesn't bounce around. And it then gives you that absolute perfect finish again.
Hang on, there you go.
On there. So, again, perfectly balanced on the edge tensions underneath. Obviously, when I open it up, the main.
And you didn't check anything before you started. You literally just threaded it up.
That's right. This is brand new out the box. Yeah. Obviously, first time it's ever been used. So a little story on this. Again, it's just part of who we are at Juki, which makes sure when we control our machines, the quality of performance is when it leaves the factory to when you open it at home. Our overlockers domestically are one of the only overlockers to be oil bath run. Same as what we would do with our industrial.
They're called what?
Oil bath to run.
Yeah.
So basically, when it's its chassis with its moving components in, it's actually then sat on a rig, dropped in an oil bath, and then completely run in before any of the other components are stuck to it. Ooh. So you know when it gets out, and that's why first running, it's quiet, it's smooth, because it's already been technically
Do I have to drop it into a bath of oil later?
No, that's it. That's it, one done. Oh. No more on that. It is obviously something you generally would never even heard of. You may not even heard of that until I've mentioned it.
I haven't heard that. I've done this with you before.
On the top manufacturing, that's how you would always get a machine bedded in, is you run it into an oil bath.
These are absolutely flying out, need to say. Right, quick questions. What needles do I use on an overlocker?
So with ours, these are 705 HA1 needles, the same as your domestic sewing machine. Yeah. So you don't need to use specialist needles at all.
Okay, love.
There are specialist needles available, so which some people do sort of think it does perform a little bit better. Personally, in the 10 years I've been sewing with this on everything, I've never found any difference whatsoever. I use size 80, 12s in everything.
Okay, now, we've got overlocking thread with it, but if you were like, you were saying earlier, if you want to do decorative thread, you can put other threads in. Like, we use the overlocking thread because it's brilliant for doing meters and meters and meters and meters of it.
That's
if I've got a short seam that I want to do in bright red...
is like cheap budget threads because it's hairy, it might have knots in and things
like our early bird this morning.
That's it, so we don't know. But obviously, if you want to use your rayon threads to get a nice sheen finish on there, we actually then, I have some floss thread here, and floss thread is like sort of 8 times thicker than normal thread. Yeah. So it's very soft, it's stretchy. Beautiful on lingerie, if there's anything to go
against. And you can use that in your overlocker?
Absolutely. I was hoping we were going to have time to run through it.
I've got time to do your lingerie.
That's probably not going to have time to do that. So
you need to come back more often, you see. This is the problem.
Exactly.
It's you that's difficult, not me.
Definitely need. I know it is my fault on that this time. It is. Usually we get a bit more time.
What are you just putting through there?
So this is just, what we're going to do is we do a sort of a bunting type of thing on there. Yeah. So at the moment, this is just like a bag weight cotton. Right. A little bit heavy. Obviously, we put the fleece through it as well. Absolutely no problem. Let's have a little bit.
Jenny Jackson.
You can say I've been with Jenny. Not that she's going to be missing from the back of her wardrobe or anything like this. But again, obviously very sheer, fine fabrics. So we're going to go from one. Oh, use the overlock foot control, not the sewing machine foot control. And then without adjusting or touching, this is where we're going to just pop it in. The machine itself, at the moment I've got it set what they call 4 thread. So we're using 2 needles, 2 loopers.
Yeah.
We can use it as a 3 thread, so 1 needle and 2 loopers. It also does roll hem as well, and it will do a 2 thread, as in 1 needle, 1 looper. So you have got the versatility on there. So again, mid-weight cotton, from fleece to cotton to then very fine, your sheer, your chiffons again. The stitch has not changed at all. Then, obviously, going through then your awkward, stretchy T-shirting fabrics, ribbing, as we like to pull out, a bit of lycra, as we always got a bit of lycra with us. Too, right, as well. And then to pop that in. Again, straight through, no adjustments at all. And again, the stitch, if we look at the stitch edge on there.
And also, go like this so you can...
And obviously, the main thing with this...
Look. Oh, you got that? Yeah.
Yeah. So if you can... Well, if I hold it there, you can't even see the blue stitching on the seam, and that's how good. So certainly with things like that, combing from fabric to fabric to fabric, and certainly with lycras and that, which no sewing machine really
Can I do
likes.
gathering on it?
And that's... Funny you should say, that's exactly what I'm going to show you now.
Only because I know I shouldn't hurry, Gary, because we love our shows, but we're going to have to move on in a second.
Running out of time. So with the differential feed, it's mainly used for when using jersey T-shirting to take the wave out. But we can actually use it so we can then shove fabric in, i.e. like the gathering.
Shove fabric in.
Again, the Essex is coming out then, isn't it? So what I'm going to do is technically make it stitch wrong.
Yes.
And the great thing with the Juki as well, I can play and fiddle as much as I want, but I can set it just back to standard and it just looks after itself. So even tension is number 4, but what I'm going to do, the 2 needle tensions, I'm actually going to turn up to number 7. I'm going to turn the stitch length on the side here up to number 4, and the differential feed underneath, I'm going to turn up to number 2. So
not normal anymore.
Not normal, exactly. Yep.
I didn't think you were allowed to use that word. But anyway.
Yeah, that's it, poor machine. It's normal, it's nice. Yeah. And then taking a lighter weight, so this is a poly cotton on here, then running that through. So what I can get it to do...
Look at this, how brilliant
it's just give me an automatic gather. And the good thing with that, obviously, I can adjust the tensions and the differential to add or contract more or less fabric into it. Also, I can actually pull it. So if I want to then pull more in or take a bit more
so it's
out,
still adjustable.
I can manually do it as well. So I have got full options on that.
Don't you?
Go to the technical.
But you'd think because it was overlocked, it would be solid and not be able to...
That's it. Because I've basically played around with the adjustments with the tensions, I've made them wrong. And an overlock stitch is a constant stitch. All I've done is on the overlock stitch itself, it won't change, but because the 2 needles I've changed, which loosened it to allow me to pull it. So, yeah.
Do you need a break before we go on to the Wayliner?
No,
that's fine.
all right,
okay, so
good.
I'll do this. While Gary gets his Wayliner out, I'll just do this, right? I don't know where this has come from because I've always said that it's £1,400, this machine. It should be £1,295. We've got a message from Ian. I'm blaming him because we'll get into trouble otherwise. £1,195, right? Hang on. 1195 on 5-way split pay, plus you get 30,000 metres of thread. 30, and as Gary said, you'll get, you won't get like purples and pinks and yellows, things like that. You'll get perfectly serviceable colours like that. And you'll get them in 4s as well. You'll get your greys, your whites, your creams, whatever you get. It's a brilliant price. Now, how many have we got in baskets? 6 people need to check out. 6 of you need to check out. Lots have gone already, but 6 of you need to check out. Right, okay. Rona, thank you very much. You had a lovely day at Festival Quilts yesterday, and it's a Wolf Blitz shirt, this one. Right, so Gary, what is this machine? Oh, is it not a machine, is it? This contraption.
Contraption, absolutely. So,
hang on. Wait a minute. Just do it now. Put him out of his misery. Yeah, this is the nervous laugh. Yeah. 129.99. So that is the new and improved Wayliner.
Right.
So, go on.
So the Wayliner is this contraption here.
Yeah.
So obviously people know us for our manufacturing on here. This, I will say, it's not made by Juki, but it's constructed and it's basically designed to work in all manufacturing machines. But we have personally now had it constructed and made for domestic market on there. So it's just making life a lot easier. So the Wayliner itself is basically a rolling system. So in the manufacturing, obviously, we're doing waistbands, elasticated gathering, anything like that. To keep the constant tension around, you need to pin it, you need to line it up. Obviously, you then measure the amount of elastic to the amount of fabric. Once you've got this rolling system set, and they're all on ball bearing, nice, really smooth roll bearing runners on there, with then quick release handles for adjustment. So
that's the new and improved
one on here. So with that system, what we do is we can sort of take our elastics, and the elastic then will work around the rollers. If we're using smaller, for like i.e. small people, children, etc. that way, then we can get away, we would just use generally the top rollers on there.
Yeah.
If we're using obviously larger garments, etc., then we have got the bottom rollers on here as well. So, and then basically what it is with the rolling system, and it works with either an overlocker or your sewing machine, or a cover stitch machine as well. It's not particularly fussy either way. It's up to you what you want to be sewing. So this is how it will be set up. And then on the line here, I have just got some pre-cut fabric because I know we're running out of time again. So once the elastic goes on, we have then got our fabric, which will then go onto the roller system as well. So
oh, wait, Ben's never seen this before, and he has no idea what it is.
What I'm actually going to be doing with it on there, so which is brilliant. So once that goes on, what I'm now going to do is turn it around.
Yeah.
So with the adjustments, obviously the elastic itself is already elasticated, but really what we want to do is make it to the size of the fabric itself. The elastic, we've actually measured it to about 3/4 of the size, so as we've got that quarter gather on there. Again, it's up to yourself. You can do half, a quarter. It depends how much gathering you want. Yeah. So once we've got that, then using the control arms on here, the lock release, it just locks, and then I can just release, which will allow me then to adjust all the adjustments on here, which will then allow me to tension the fabric to the actual
So you're now
size.
stretching the elastic to the size of the skirt or the T-shirt or whatever you're making. You're stretching the elastic to is exactly the same size as the piece of fabric that you're putting it to.
That is exactly it on there.
And also, like while Gary does that, when you do this normally, what you do is you mark north, south, east, west, put a pin in it, mark north, south, east, west on your fabric, you pin those, then you stretch it, and halfway through you put another pin, then you stretch it again, and halfway through you put another pin, and then you go. So you're constant, and then when you stitch it, you're having to pull the tension of the elastic to fit the fabric, right? It's what we've done for donkey's years, right? Christine, who used to work in a factory, said she's seen this years and years and years ago.
Yeah.
And it's the way they put elastic in elastic waistbands and things on trousers. Right,
that's
so
it.
Stretch the fabric.
So we stretch the fabric, so we've got the elastic stretched on the inside, the fabric is then stretched around it. Obviously I've tensioned the bars, so we know the actual then fabric size to the elastic will gather perfectly in together. So all we then, obviously, whether you're using an overlocker or a sewing machine, that is then what sits onto the platform here. All overlockers, all sewing machines, up to about an 8-inch arm will work out with the Wayliner with what we call a single chassis.
Yeah.
If you have got the longer arm machines, then as an optional extra as well, which I think we have got on, the website, is then the extension arm.
So if you've got one of those big machines.
That's it. If you've got an NX7, a UX8, or something like that, then yes, you would need then the second.
Because that all you're doing is extending the base of the sewing machine.
That's it. So it literally will sit. It just sits next to it, and all you then obviously is giving.
I'll run that through. We'll run that graphic through in a second.
Yeah,
we'll just see what the machine does first.
That's it. So obviously with the overlocker, I don't need to use the extension, so I'll just pop that to one side. Obviously, I'm just going to need to turn this around to me and then fit the machine in.
Fine, Dan will find you.
That's it. And then.
Oh, Julia says, hubby bought me one of these with the extension. It's absolutely brilliant.
Wonderful. Brilliant. Again, it's one of those gadgets where you just put up and you suffer doing so many sort of jobs that is a bit awkward, or you spend a lot of time pinning and tacking, as you say, putting the points from 1 to 2, where once this is set, it saves you so much time. And because it's obviously completely then automatic as such, where I'm not going to control, all I'm doing is putting my foot on the foot control.
Yes, exactly. You're not having to stretch it. You're not.
And now I'm going to let the machine do the rest of the work for me.
You got the right pedal?
I have the right pedal this time. And then, so it's obviously, you can see it at the back.
Yeah, we can see it.
Face it to me. So then I'm going to put the slightly longer stitch length on there as well because of the thicker
Have you
elastic.
changed all the differentials back to normal?
I put everything back to normal. My tensions are all back on 4, so that's all back to standard. And then as I sew, just let the machine...
It helps if you put the fabric in.
That's it. I have put it in properly. And then I'm not going to contract it. I'm letting the machine just do the work for me. Yeah, make sure I'm not moving the elastic off. And then just the roller system, which I say, keeps it under constant tension.
Look at that, look how neat, first of all, the edges. Look how brilliant the elastic and the fabric are exactly the same size. It is come from a factory. It's like in Mike Baldwin's knicker factory, this.
That's exactly it. Again, it's one of those things they wouldn't use it in a factory if it was going to not save time, if it's not going to make things perfect on there. Exactly. So literally all I've done is just sewn over the last bit itself. I'm going to then take off the end. Oh, again, sew that round so a little bit more on that one. And then I'm just going to run it through, just run it off. Then I can take...
Oh, what have you done, Gary?
Okay. Oops. So I have the first bit. I didn't line up correctly. Okay. So I just need to do that first bit again.
Oh, there's Christine. So it's Christine who I said had worked with it in a factory, right? She's got a Wayliner and she's not used it yet. Honestly, Christine, you've had that for ages.
Well, just say, it's certainly knowing how good it can be and what you could use for it. So that's it. And then I can take that off. Then I'll just run it off like I would normally do.
Yeah.
Bring it back round. We have got the thread cutter just on the back of the overlocker there. And then with that, you have got them full elasticated waistbands as it contracts in like so. So again, it's a very simple, quick.
Oh no! It's perfect. So the Wayliner is $129.99. That will fit your overlocker, or most overlockers.
Overlockers and cover stitches machine basically only need the one of them.
One of them. But if your sewing machine's up to an 8-inch throat, did you say?
Up to an 8-inch throat.
Then you only need that one.
Yeah.
You need that one. 120. Oh, they're flying out. $129.99, and it's on. Was it 3-way split pay? Can't be. 3-way split pay. 3-way split pay. So that's that for $129.99. Right. The extension is only if you have a machine that's got a sewing machine with a throat space bigger than 8 inches.
20 centimetres.
And that's £79, but we're taking money off that as well. Gary, we don't know what your last name is.
Oh, Debrick.
Who?
That's why I don't tell anybody.
Okay. Because you're on the menu this morning. It's Gary from Juki.
It's Gary from
Surely
Juki.
we need
That's
to
everybody knows me as
And
Gary.
have you got 2 R's in Gary?
2 R's in Gary as well. Yeah, to be a little bit different.
We got that bit right. Anyway, look, £69 for the extension. The extension's £69. Right. What time is it? Oh, 51. Let's just put the sewing machine graphics back in and see how we're doing with the sewing machine, because you really, really, really need to start checking out now. Computer's now going slow on us. Right, 1695. You get watch the show back. Watch the show back. There's way more people in baskets now than we've got stock of for that. You're getting your exclusive bundle for £98, but you also get so many feet and everything. You get the table, you get everything like that. Please go back and watch Gary at 11 o'clock, right? Because we did a whole hour and 15 minutes on that machine. Whatever you do, I'm not adding any undue pressure, but if you want it, there's way too many people got it in their baskets. Right, there's more people adding it to their baskets as I'm talking. Please, it doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter to me if you check out, but I don't want you to miss out. I don't want you to have the disappointment going, oh, I could have had that machine today. And Gary, what's the delivery? Because you deliver these.
We carry... All of our machines are in stock. Yeah. We personally handle them, deliver them, send them out to you. So as soon as the order comes through, it's within 1 or 2 days.
Perfect. Yep. Right. So that was the sewing machine. Brilliant price, fantastic machine with so much going on for it. Overlocker. Right now. Oh, here you go. Julia said, I looked at my Wayliner for a while. that when I got it out the box, I looked at it for a while when I got out the box. Now I've used it, I'm amazed at the transformation. Don't wait any longer, Christine, she says. Right, hang on. Christine saw you yesterday, Gary, but you were so busy talking to everyone, I couldn't say hello to you.
Hello,
I said that.
now, yeah.
Right, so how much does this overlocker be? £1,400. £1,395 it's meant to be, isn't it?
Yeah.
£1,395. For some reason, Ian's take made us crash it to 1,195. You have got it on your split pay. You do get 30,000 metres. It's weird to think, isn't it? 30 and that'll last you, believe me. The one tip I'll give you is your lower looper and your upper looper threads run out much quicker than your thread. So, because they're so easy to thread, just keep moving them round so you use them evenly.
Halfway through. Yeah.
Okay, how many in baskets? Right, there's 4 left of those. Once you've all checked out, there are only 4 of those left. You do need to check out. Also, that crazy person's in again, right? It makes no difference to us here. What happens is that other shopping channels, right? If somebody puts 30 in their basket, it closes down the whole auction. It doesn't work like that here. You could put 1 million in your basket. It doesn't affect anybody else's sales. It's only when you check out. So we have one person who comes in every now and we haven't seen them for ages, right? Put 31 machines in their basket. Makes no difference to us because it doesn't affect our sales at all. So you're just doing it and you don't get your name read out. So anyway, Wayliner, can you tell I'm annoyed by it? Wayliner, quickly, and then Gary's got to go home. Oh, you got to go
back to festival. Off to festival, indeed.
129.99, and now loads of those have gone. Have I got any in baskets? 18 more people have got that in their baskets. You need to check out on that one, and it's on 3-way split pay. 129.99, and we'll put the extension one in as well very quickly, and then I'll do the menu. The menu ready to go? Right, £69, that should be £79. Right, yeah, because the thing is, right, I don't expect many of those to go, because it's only if you've got the great big
yes,
that's
right.
For you. Right, come on, here you go. Creative Grids ruler bundles at 8 o'clock. 9 o'clock, we've got Sarah Payne with her elegant peacock fabric collection and some patterns. 10:30, I've got quilt kits you will love. And then at 11:30, we've got the brilliant brother-in-law VQ4 and sewing quilting machine with Sarah Payne. Gary, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Always a pleasure to you. I'll see you at the NEC on Sunday.
Yes, you
and
will.
I'll make sure I'll disturb you.
That's all right, just come in.
Saturday. Yeah. Make sure you check out on everything today. There's lots of people got in their baskets. I'm only saying because I don't want you to miss out. We've got to move on. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Enjoy Hobby Maker.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from